Since birth, this young man has been the sole heir to the wealthiest ducal family in the entire empire. Not only is he handsome, but he has been a business prodigy since he was a child. He truly is a born genius, destined for greatness from the very start. A typical day for this young tycoon, signing 9-figure contracts in the morning, and by the afternoon he's found the time to bankrupt a rival family and seize their entire territory. With his massive fortune, Fernand Pellenberg thought he would live a life of luxury and leisure like a king forever. But reality hit him hard and fast, without any mercy. It all began on a beautiful, cloudless, sunny day. Disaster struck unexpectedly when Fernand Pellenberg was hit by a bolt of lightning. In that moment of dizziness and vulnerability, a strange soul suddenly invaded his mind. Before the intruder could even celebrate what it thought was a successful possession, Fernand Pellenberg cursed at it straight to its face. "Get your spirit out of here. This space is already crowded enough," trying to hijack his body, as if. Fernand Pellenberg realized this entity was trying to steal his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured every bit of his remaining mana into a fierce counterattack. Contrasting sharply with its dramatic entrance, the weak intruder shrieked in pain and was quickly shattered into pieces. After crushing the strange soul, Fernand Pellenberg absorbed a portion of its power. Immediately, a flood of chaotic, unfamiliar memories rushed into his head like a tidal wave, leaving Fernand Pellenberg stunned as he processed information he had never known before. "Young master, are you all right?" His butler's panicked voice rang out as he saw Fernand Pellenberg suddenly collapse. At that very moment, a strange text appeared in his vision, carrying a prophecy about the destruction of the world. The 72 demons of King Solomon would be resurrected, spreading chaos across the mortal realm. More frighteningly, a descendant of the first emperor, Ention, and the young heir of the Pellenberg family would join forces with the demon, only to be cast out of the family and end up penniless, wandering the streets as a beggar. A future even worse than death appeared before his eyes, leaving Fernand Pellenberg horrified. A beggar? Me? Losing all my money and getting kicked out of my home? I'm used to being filthy rich. I'd never survive being broke. From that day on, Fernand Pellenberg did everything he could to find the origin of that soul, why it tried to possess him, and why it carried memories of that terrifying future. Even while sitting in class, his mind kept racing until the teacher's voice broke his trance. "All right, that's all for today's lesson." Despite his efforts, Fernand Pellenberg still hadn't gathered any useful information. However, one thing was certain, that prophecy was slowly coming true. Remembering a few key events ahead of time, he had cleverly manipulated the market to earn a tidy profit, with money pouring into his pockets like water. Even so, he wasn't happy at all, because the more money he made, the closer his tragic fate seemed to be. He told himself he had to verify how accurate this prophecy really was. He couldn't live in peace like this. As soon as he returned home, the butler was already waiting and asked how his day at school went. Fernand Pellenberg replied briefly, as he always did. Seeing his master deep in thought, the butler suggested, "Would you like some coffee, sir?" After a distracted nod, he took the newspaper from the butler to check the news. Seeing his master's strange behavior, the butler hesitated. "Young master, has something been bothering you lately? You seemed anxious lately." Fernand Pellenberg calmly asked back, "Since when?" The butler replied, "About half a year ago. I haven't been able to stop wondering." He said that recently, the young master had been distracted and making strange decisions that didn't match his usual, thorough investigative style at all. The butler even muttered to himself, wondering if it was a lingering side effect of a lightning strike. Fernand Pellenberg could only curse under his breath. Lingering effect, my foot. Although, he had to admit, strangely enough, those decisions all turned out to be correct. While flipping through the paper, Fernand Pellenberg suddenly froze when he saw the name Ention. He wondered in astonishment, had that guy actually enrolled? Without hesitating for a second, Fernand Pellenberg jumped up and declared he had to head south immediately, leaving the butler behind, still confusedly asking if he needed any more information. "Where are you going in such a hurry, young master?" The butler could only stand there watching his master's back, still holding the cup of coffee. By now, Fernand Pellenberg was galloping alone toward the southern part of the Royal Academy on Ba Island. It was a vast, swampy area created by magic in the heart of an inland sea. While urging his horse through the forest, Fernand Pellenberg kept telling himself that today, he absolutely had to confirm if that prophecy was true or not. Among everything he had seen in those memories, 3 things haunted him the most. First, Fernand Pellenberg would be stripped of his inheritance. Second, his future would be incredibly dark. And the third, which was the most terrifying thing of all, he would become a penniless, wretched beggar. No, that couldn't happen. Fernand Pellenberg screamed internally at the thought of himself in rags, face smeared with dirt and not a single coin in his pocket. He continued to recall the next terrifying milestones. The 72 demons of Solomon will reappear after thousands of years, And finally, the arrival of the destined hero. You will defeat the demons and save the world, none other than Ention. This name was already famous. There wasn't a single person in the Empire who didn't know about the descendant of the Empire's founder, Kalino's Ention Amion. The Amion lineage once possessed ultimate power, founding both the Empire and the surrounding kingdoms. But now, all that glory had faded, leaving only a decaying family whose reputation had completely vanished. What a waste! Those glory days are long gone. The prophecy clearly stated that the descendant of the old imperial family was the one tasked with saving the world from the demons. Immediately after passing the entrance exam, instead of going to the dorms, he headed straight for the southern swamp, aiming to find a map left by his ancestors. From the moment he stepped foot into the academy, every event around him was written in detail like a novel. Fernand Pellenberg told himself that if he could just verify whether this guy was truly following the prophecy, he could confirm its validity. Because besides being the protagonist, Ention was also the direct cause of the tragedy that would lead to Fernand Pellenberg's exile and ruin. "This is insane," Fernand Pellenberg shouted while urging his horse forward. He couldn't understand why that guy would hate him enough to push him into such a horrific disaster, even though the contents of the memory were blurry or unreadable, giving him only a vague understanding. The direct cause of his tragic end was recorded as joining forces with a demon. For a money-obsessed guy like Fernand Pellenberg, doing something so irrational and unprofitable was impossible. That's hard to say. Maybe the demon is a good manipulator. He must be around here somewhere. Fernand Pellenberg stopped his horse in the middle of the dark forest to observe. According to what he knew, Ention was looking for a secret dungeon in the swamp where the sword of the first emperor was kept. That sword was no ordinary object. It carried the spirit of Anfin Phazon, the first mighty royal knight. If the prophecy is true, he is the world's only hope, a truly legendary hero. Fernand Pellenberg wore a calculating smirk, thinking to himself that if this guy couldn't even fight a demon, he would have gotten rid of him long ago. But the terrifying vision of this guy ending up as a ragged beggar still made Fernand Pellenberg shudder. Suddenly, Fernand Pellenberg froze when he caught the strong, metallic scent of blood in the air. Just as the prophecy foretold, Ention Amion was supposed to be severely wounded on the way to the dungeon by a croaker attack. Despite having hero-tier talent, he hasn't reached his full potential yet, while the croaker is the deadliest apex predator in this marshland. Following the trail of blood, Ention Amion reached a giant ancient tree. Fernand Pellenberg realized this was the dungeon entrance. Everything was unfolding exactly as the prophecy described. So is his day of begging on the streets coming soon? Fernand Pellenberg hid behind the tree, his eyes glowing red as he watched intently. All right, let's see if he's already inside. As soon as he saw the blood-stained armor standing outside, Fernand Pellenberg was stunned. Why the hell is this guy still here? In fact, he hadn't entered the dungeon yet. Did I come too early? Despite his surprise, he kept his cool, stepped out, and questioned him. You know this is a restricted area for freshmen, right? To Fernand Pellenberg's surprise, he replied nonchalantly that everyone in the Empire knew the descendant of the first emperor. Upon hearing the name Fernand Pellenberg, he couldn't help but be startled. Fernand Pellenberg immediately corrected his junior's attitude. You should call me senior, shouldn't you? I'm 1 year ahead of you, Ention Amion. After a polite greeting, Fernand Pellenberg began his act of playing the fool. Looking at the large wound on his body, he asked if he had been attacked by a lizard. Hearing the explanation that he had just encountered a croaker, Fernand clicked his tongue, sympathizing with the poor guy for running into such a rare beast. He immediately pulled out a sparkling potion and tossed it straight at him, claiming it was a top-tier recovery potion. Drinking this is better than a dozen regular potions combined. I thought he would say, drink up, you owe me a favor, and don't make me beg on the streets later. Looking at the precious potion, Ention Amion was shocked and refused, saying he had no money to pay for such an expensive item from a wealthy young master. But Fernand Pellenberg just gave a cryptic smile and declared, I don't need money. He added some sweet talk, insisting he didn't believe someone with royal blood could be a loser. With a calculating look, Fernand Pellenberg concluded, think of it as an investment. This unexpected generosity moved Ention Amion deeply, thinking that Senior Fernand wasn't like the greedy rumors said at all and might actually be a kind person. Ention Amion bowed and thanked him repeatedly. Meanwhile, though Fernand Pellenberg looked friendly on the surface, he was dying inside for wasting such an expensive potion on this damn prophecy. He didn't forget to put on a show of authority, warning Ention Amion that he was extremely lucky to have his permission to ignore the trespassing, a privilege others would never get. After giving Ention Amion some instructions and saying goodbye, Fernand Pellenberg pretended to leave but actually hid nearby, masking his presence. Look at how pathetic he is. He's no better than a thief. Watching Ention Amion down the potion and walk into the dungeon, Fernand Pellenberg could only groan in misery for his lost item before silently following him into the deep, dark passage. Unbelievable, this really is a dungeon. Fernand Pellenberg exclaimed in awe as he stepped inside. He realized there was no resistance at all, proving that Ention Amion had cleared everything along the way. Looking at the magic lamps glowing around them, Fernand Pellenberg wondered why their magic power was so weak, but quickly realized they were absorbing ambient energy to operate almost indefinitely. He clicked his tongue in regret. He's leaving such valuable things behind. He really doesn't understand the value of money. Businessmen really do see money in everything. Looking at Ention Amion's naive expression earlier, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but doubt whether the world's future was truly in the hands of someone like that. According to the prophecy, he was supposed to have entered the dungeon in critical condition after a fall at the entrance. He had to grit his teeth, enduring the bone-chilling pain spreading through his body and downing the last drops of the recovery potion. But because the quality of the potion was so poor, the wound didn't heal at all. At the end of the altar, a simple sword without any ornaments appeared. The moment he saw it, Ention Amion's heart and soul trembled violently due to a strange connection. Ention Amion reached out and grabbed the hilt, and a blinding radiance erupted instantly, completely dispelling the desolate darkness of the cave. When the light faded and Ention Amion opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer in the dungeon but had been teleported to a hidden alley at the Royal Academy. Only then did Fernand Pellenberg approach the empty altar, where faint traces of magic were still fading away. Looking at the mark where the sword had been placed, he confirmed that Ention Amion had vanished completely after taking the treasure. He evaporated, leaving him standing there like a fool. All of this was like a slap in the face, confirming to Fernand Pellenberg that the prophecy was absolutely true. He shuddered, imagining the dark future. A cruel expulsion order issued by the head of the Fernand Pellenberg family himself, stripping him of all rights and forbidding him from taking anything related to the clan. In that memory, Ention Amion appeared with the arrogance of a savior, looking down at the pathetic Fernand Pellenberg and saying, "That is the last mercy I can grant you." Senior. Thinking about the scene where he becomes a ragged beggar, Fernand Pellenberg went crazy, tearing at his hair. What the hell kind of future is this? Ention Amion is the one the prophecy book recognizes as the protagonist, a hero with the mission to protect the world from evil. But ironically, he is also the one who will lead Fernand Pellenberg to total ruin. Even so, through the eyes of a money-obsessed man, Fernand Pellenberg still considers Ention Amion a rising asset, a perfect investment opportunity that must be bought while the price is still low. Anything that cannot be bought with money can be bought with a lot of money. Fernand Pellenberg told himself he should immediately rush over and wag his tail like a loyal dog. But Ention Amion's personality was the complete opposite of his. Ention Amion is the type of person who values honor over material things, so if Fernand Pellenberg approached him too aggressively with money, he would likely be seen as shameless and earn his hatred. In a dilemma, Fernand Pellenberg asked for advice. Imagine there's a business association that's guaranteed to make money, but their way of working is the opposite of yours. Would you invest? The other person didn't hesitate to answer. I would invest without a second thought. They added one more line that made Fernand Pellenberg freeze. Didn't you once say that money is compatible with every style? Young master, those words really snapped Fernand Pellenberg back to reality. He realized that even in an apocalypse, the core of everything is still venture investment to reap massive profits, and personality differences become meaningless in the face of great gain. After all, the biggest common denominator for humanity is making money, right? Fernand decided he needed to look into the specifics immediately. Despite his two subordinates anxiously reminding him that guests were expected, Fernand Pellenberg left without hesitation. At Amion Academy, dormitories are strictly divided by rank. The top 10 stay in the luxurious Ravados Hall, while ranks 11 to 30 stay in BR Hall, and everyone else is shoved into the dilapidated Best B Hall. The soul of Gagner Anfin Fasten, residing within N's sword, was burning with rage, seeing that a descendant of royalty had to live in such a shabby room. The old man screamed, unable to believe this reality for N, Fernand Pellenberg's junior, while N just sat there silently reading a book in the middle of the rundown room. Well, as they say, you make do with what you have. N was used to being poor, he wouldn't know what to do if he were suddenly comfortable. The old man yelled that if the late emperor were still alive, he would surely burst out of his coffin to strangle all these people like demons, and just smiled helplessly and asked, why bring demons into this? Which only made the old man angrier, insisting that if it weren't for those demons meddling, things wouldn't be this bad. N sighed, admitting that he was placed in this dilapidated dorm because he was still weak, leaving Gagner Anfin Fazen stunned. A descendant of Amion, yet so weak, hard to believe, calmly sitting on the bed. N remarked that the biggest fault actually belonged to the first emperor. To the surprise of his guardian spirit, he explained that it was he who abolished the succession system, causing the empire to switch to a system of electing emperors from 7 different elector houses. Not only that, but that emperor also donated most of the Ention Amion family's land and assets to the empire. About a century ago, the imperial throne officially fell into the hands of other elector families, leading to a situation where none of the land belonged to the Amion house anymore. With no hereditary system left, other families squeezed them dry. The family declined to the point where even the supreme sword technique manuals had long been lost. Anne thought that although he had the title of a student, he hadn't even been properly taught basic swordsmanship. Gagner Anfin Faison, despite his constant nagging, had to admit En's natural talent and promised to do his best to support him in restoring his old glory. The old man secretly wondered if the late emperor had foreseen this and left him behind to help the boy. Just as they were talking, a rapid knocking on the door startled both of them. "Ensign, are you in there?" A voice rang out from behind the door. Anfin Faison curiously asked if anyone was coming to see him, but En was also confused because he didn't know anyone there. When En asked for his identity, the person outside replied simply, "Your senior." A strange feeling flashed through him. En hurried to open the door and was stunned to see Fernand Pellenberg standing there with a mysterious smile. He nervously asked, "Fernand Pellenberg, why are you here?" The response was Fernand Pellenberg's nonchalant attitude as he asked if En was busy and requested a moment of his time because he had something to discuss. Looking around the crowded hallway, Fernand Pellenberg remarked that it was too public and demanded they find somewhere quieter. En flusteredly asked his senior to wait 10 minutes for him to prepare, but was immediately mocked by Fernand Pellenberg in the tone of a superior. "You're making your senior wait 10 minutes? Back in my day, even if we were sleeping, we'd run out in our underwear if a senior called. You new students are so weak." Frightened, En hurriedly corrected himself, saying he would be ready in 5. Fernand Pellenberg acted generously, granted his pardon, and went to wait outside the dorm. Anfin Faison was fuming upon learning that the person acting arrogant was from the Pellenberg family. The old man scolded him, saying he was just a nouveau riche. How dare he summon a royal descendant like that? Meanwhile, En worriedly wondered if his senior had come to collect payment for the recovery potion from earlier. Sitting opposite each other in a luxurious room, Fernand Pellenberg's eyes immediately fixed on the weapon beside En and asked, "Are you carrying a sword?" And flusteredly explained that he just felt secure carrying a sword and didn't mean anything else, which made Fernand Pellenberg nod slightly, acting as if he understood, since most knights never let go of their weapons. However, deep down, Fernand Pellenberg was certain that was the sword containing the soul of Gagner Anfin Faison. Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly stated that his purpose for coming wasn't a big deal. He just wanted to have a meal with En. To the boy's surprise, Fernand Pellenberg generously told him to choose whatever he liked. En looked around the red clay space and hesitantly refused, fearing the cost, but was immediately shut down by Fernand Pellenberg using his senior authority, forcing him to take the menu. Seeing En's innocent expression as he intently looked at the menu, Fernand Pellenberg secretly observed and judged that the other person looked very gentle and simple. He's never had a fancy meal like this before. Poverty is such a pain. Sigh. To start the conversation, he asked about En's goals after graduating from the academy. Fernand Pellenberg analyzed that while others came here to build connections, the Ention Amion family was in a state that needed total reconstruction. Mentioning his family, En's gaze changed completely. He bitterly admitted that he was fed up with being looked down upon for being a fallen royal bloodline. With eyes burning with determination, En clearly declared that he would become a royal knight to restore honor to his family. Witnessing that sudden change in attitude, Fernand Pellenberg realized En possessed an extremely strong will and ambition, not at all as soft as he appeared on the outside. Fernand Pellenberg ended the meeting, telling himself he now had a rough idea of Ention's character. Fernand Pellenberg felt lucky that he hadn't rushed to throw a sponsorship contract at him too soon and began to analyze En's stock stats from his appearance and potential to his intellect. Based on those analyses of En, he judged this to be a super blue chip asset with high self-esteem, but was currently undervalued, making him perfect for a long-term investment. He knew that if he suddenly threw money in En's face now, it would only make the boy feel insulted. Therefore, he needed a strategy of slow but steady, silently infiltrating and building trust bit by bit. Fernand Pellenberg smiled calculatingly. He told himself, there will be a day he needs me. When that moment comes, he just needs to pull the fishing line. In his mind, he had already envisioned the scene of him catching a big fish, turning him into an ally and squeezing every last drop of value out of him. Just as he stepped into the mansion, his 2 subordinates were already waiting and asked, "Young master, you're back. Where did you go?" Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly replied that he just went to meet an acquaintance. When they asked if it was someone from the Richest family, Fernand Pellenberg was momentarily surprised. Wait, why mention him all of a sudden? His subordinate explained that Richest had come today to talk about that debt. Hearing that, Fernand Pellenberg paused slightly. Wait, Why are you suddenly bringing him up? Hai explained that Rina Bishef had come by today to talk about that debt. Hearing this, Fernand Pellenberg froze for a moment. Wait, today? Seriously? The butler replied that if he'd known the master was coming back late, he would have told her to just head home, since Rina Bishef had already been waiting for 3 hours before finally leaving. Seriously, how could he bring himself to keep such a beauty waiting for so long? The two attendants stepped back, likely thinking he was trying to dodge the issue to pressure them. Fernand Pellenberg smirked, feeling satisfied. All the better, isn't it? I went through the trouble of shackling him. Now it's time to tighten the grip. But the moment he finished, a violent, splitting headache struck him, forcing Fernand Pellenberg to gasp in pain. Despite the concern from the two, he waved them off, insisting it was nothing. But deep down, he was stunned to realize that a part of the prophecy he previously couldn't read was now appearing crystal clear. It described a girl with brown hair like the clouds in the sky and sapphire blue eyes. The prophecy stated that her sword was incredibly precious, more beautiful and vivid than anything else, to the point that Ention Amion had been completely mesmerized by her sword dance under the moonlight. She was talented enough to become a royal knight, but deep in her heart lay a hidden, melancholy shadow. The next line made a chill run down Fernand Pellenberg's spine. If the chains binding her are broken, she will spread her wings and fly freely into the sky. He was left speechless as he continued reading that portion of Ention's memories. I once wanted to set her free from the Fernand Pellenberg family. A horrifying truth emerged. He realized that his own family was the one holding this girl back, and that might be the very reason she despised him to the bone. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Is that guy really going to let himself become a beggar just for a girl? Man, this truth is hard to swallow. Meanwhile, the two attendants were still flustered, trying to clarify that they never meant to target their master. Just then, Rina was sitting alone in the luxurious guest room. She couldn't hide her irritation after being stood up by Fernand Pellenberg yesterday, only to be suddenly summoned here again today. Deep inside, a bitter sense of despair rose, wondering if he was planning to crush the last shred of hope for someone as buried in debt as she was. Standing behind the observation glass, Fernand Pellenberg could clearly feel the frustration radiating from the girl. He knew well that Rina Bishef's family were prestigious border counts, the ones who had held the heavy responsibility of guarding the border territories for generations. They were once among the 7 electors, the sturdy pillars protecting the empire's north. However, a massive monster disaster had devastated everything, causing their fortified castle to collapse and their former glory to vanish into smoke and fire. To restore their family, the Rina Bishef house was forced to go on a frantic financial spree, even selling their golden decree, the symbol of a high elector's supreme power, but it was still not enough. In their most desperate hour, the only person to reach out and help them was Fernand Pellenberg's father, the head of the Fernand Pellenberg family. The sins of the father fall upon the son. Soon, he'll be so thirsty he'll have to go begging. But there was no way his father acted out of simple compassion. The Fernand Pellenberg family possessed excellent magic, but lacked a perfect swordsmanship manual to create ideal magical warriors. The catastrophe that befell Rina Bishef was a godsend for his father to carry out his schemes. He had secretly obstructed other nobles from helping, driving Rina Bishef into a corner to force them into taking on a massive debt. Now, the Rina Bishef house had escaped total destruction but had to break their backs, paying off heavy interest every year. Fernand Pellenberg thought to himself, if he applied just a little more pressure, they would certainly have to hand over their precious swordsmanship manual. Ironically, this girl, who was a debtor, Rina Bishef, was actually the destined lover of Ention Amion in the prophecy. Talent, destiny, and even love. Does that guy get to have everything? Fernand wondered, filled with jealousy. He told himself, even if Rina possessed some manual, at the very least, he had to make her stop hating him right now to avoid a tragic outcome. Stepping into the room, Fernand Pellenberg spoke up. Rina Bishef, you arrived early, didn't you? He nonchalantly sat down and offered an apology for yesterday, using the excuse that he had been distracted and forgotten about the appointment. Not that he did it on purpose. Rina only looked at him with cold eyes and replied bitterly, enough. The ones who suffer are always the weak. Man, the beauty is furious. What should he do now? Fernand Pellenberg tried to clarify that he didn't intend to be late, but Rina just coldly brushed it off. While Fernand Pellenberg racked his brain for ways to win over the beauty, the Operation Win Over Rina Bishef Phase 1 officially began. He had just started talking about the magic and swordsmanship departments taking classes together next year when he was immediately doused with a bucket of cold water. I refuse. Even though Fernand Pellenberg raised his voice because he hadn't finished his sentence, Rina had already seen right through him when she asked bluntly if he was planning to invite her to be his study partner. Fernand Pellenberg hadn't even replied before Rina dealt another painful blow by asserting that she was ranked second in the department. Meanwhile, he was trailing at the very bottom, at rank 100, so she could easily choose someone better. Not wanting to show weakness, Fernand Pellenberg immediately played his trump card. If you agree to be my study partner for 3 years, I will wipe out all of your family's interest rates. Rina was stunned, her blue eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. Fernand Pellenberg continued to set the condition that she must accept him as her sponsor. Facing Rina's suspicion, he used the excuse that the joint class was very important because it was worth 5 credits. But she knew full well that wasn't the real reason. Rina mentioned that she was already receiving a scholarship from the academy, so sponsorship wasn't necessary. Are rich kids just as hard to deal with when flirting as the rest of us? Rina bitterly revealed that she sent almost all of that money back to her family. Aside from living in the dormitory, her life was even worse than a commoner's. Fernand Pellenberg saw through that misery and asserted that he meant nothing else. He simply wanted to invest because he saw her talent. Even though Rina was still wary because nobles rarely sponsored each other, Fernand Pellenberg secretly judged that she was a person who valued honor just like him. He knew clearly that although they were both nobles, the current standing of the Rina Bichef family couldn't be weighed against the wealth and power of his own family. Rina angrily asked if he was insulting her, but Fernand Pellenberg knew this wasn't the time for her to maintain a false sense of pride. He told himself that no matter how much she hated his family, she still had to consider this lucrative offer. The campaign moved to Phase 2. Fernand Pellenberg began using psychological tactics by mentioning that he had seen her sword dance recently. Looking straight at Rina, he affirmed that her swordsmanship was incredibly noble, vivid, and carried a deep aristocratic air. Fernand Pellenberg was certain that she couldn't refuse someone who truly understood and acknowledged her talent. He's already humbled himself this much. If someone gives him a way down, he should take it. Fernand Pellenberg suddenly stood up and began his melodramatic act. I still haven't been able to forget the first day I saw your sword dance. He rambled on, reciting a poem of praise that was cringeworthy. Your sword dance is truly beautiful, elegant, majestic, and righteous. It tears through the wind faster than light, yet it is as gentle as a butterfly flying across the night sky. That image keeps haunting me, keeping me awake at night. Rina is so embarrassed that her face turns pale. She cries out in desperation. Stop it. This is so humiliating. That's enough. But Fernand Pellenberg doesn't stop. He continues to rave with passion. No, I can't stop. I haven't found the perfect words to describe the beauty of your swordsmanship yet. Unable to endure this verbal torture any longer, Rina closes her eyes and shouts. Fine. I agree to be your companion. Fernand's campaign to win over Rina Bichef is officially a total success. Shortly after, in her private room, Rina sits down to review the terms with her close nanny. 3 years of waived interest, secret protection, and the contract ends right after graduation. In exchange, she only has to be a study partner to that money-obsessed lunatic for 3 years. Rina smiles smugly, thinking about this lucrative deal. Yes, the terms are too good. I can't turn down money, can I? No one ever complains about having too much money. Me neither. Rina tells her nanny how Fernand Pellenberg saw the potential in her swordsmanship. He praised it as elegant, beautiful, and vivid. He even used flowery language, claiming he still hadn't found the perfect words to describe it. Hearing this, the nanny immediately gets angry. She grinds her teeth, convinced that the money grubber must be plotting something. She crumbles the paper in her hand and warns Rina to be careful with her words because the other party is the young master of the Fernand Pellenberg family. She insists that precisely because he is a young master, he is using a seduction tactic. With that sharp face and those deep eyes, he's trying to seduce you, and with that charming smile, too. Rina can only look at her nanny, speechless. She asserts that she isn't seduced at all, but admits the situation is quite suspicious. However, for the sake of the interest waiver for her family, she decides to try and endure it. The nanny is still skeptical, given that Rina is ranked second in the entire school, while Fernand Pellenberg is only ranked 100th. Right then, a knock at the door interrupts their conversation. A butler appears and relays an order. Young Master Fernand Pellenberg requests to see Miss Rina. He says he will be waiting at the training ground. He asks that you come immediately. His demanding attitude really bothers the nanny. Rina is left bewildered, asking, The training ground? Are we going to the training ground just to chat? Why pick such a strange place? Even though she accepted the deal, Rina can't help but wonder why she was summoned there. What does he intend to do at the training ground? She really doesn't understand what he's planning. Meanwhile, Fernand is strolling in with his staff in hand. Although Rina has always maintained this second rank, she has never once defeated Anton Denon, the top student of the 52nd Swordsmanship Department. However, in Fernand's eyes, she possesses the potential to become one of the 10 strongest royal knights on the continent. He thinks to himself, we shall soon see if she truly is a raw diamond or not. As soon as she sees Fernand Pellenberg, Rina walks up and asks bluntly, I don't understand what you're trying to do. Fernand Pellenberg replies nonchalantly, What do you mean? I just don't want you to think that being my companion is useless. I want to prove that I am not inferior to you. Hearing this, Rina raises an eyebrow. So you want to duel me here? She adds that even though he is only ranked 10th, the fact that he was selected for the Labadas Hall is enough for her to acknowledge his strength. But Fernand Pellenberg just smirks. Still, there is a big gap between 2nd and 10th place. I understand. Let's start. Rina doesn't hesitate any longer. She draws her sword and declares, "Fine. If you really want to prove it, then go ahead." Fernand Pellenberg arrogantly insists that he will let her have the first strike. Responding to the challenge with a sarcastic, "How honored I am," Rina suddenly freezes when a deadly, bright red magical pressure unexpectedly erupts from Fernand Pellenberg. The match becomes incredibly intense. Every spell he casts carries destructive power, swatting away all of Rina's attempts to close the distance. Debris from the ground flies everywhere under the suffocating pressure of his mana. Rina is shocked to realize her opponent's power far exceeds what she imagined. He just shattered the floor of the training ground. That's unexpected. No wonder he wanted to spar. He actually has some skills. Looking at the devastated scene, Rina can't help but shiver in fear. The training ground is usually reinforced with all kinds of ultimate defensive magic, so even ordinary spells wouldn't leave a scratch. Yet, at this moment, the ground beneath Fernand Pellenberg has crumbled into pieces under the force of the complex magic circles rotating continuously. Rina stands stunned, cold sweat running down her forehead as she stares at her new companion. Fernand Pellenberg, a horrifying truth flashes through her mind as she realizes he has been hiding his true strength all this time. Standing at the center of the massive energy flow, Fernand Pellenberg looks down at her with glowing red eyes and a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, the staff in his hand is radiating a light that completely overwhelms everything around it. Seeing the sheer power unfolding before her eyes, she realizes Fernand Pellenberg can instantly cast and continuously execute high-level magic wildly. This is something that seems impossible for a student. The massive amount of mana radiating off him makes her wonder, just how much mana does he have? This certainly cannot be the power of someone ranked 10th. In a moment of being backed into a corner, Rina bitterly admits that she completely underestimated her opponent. Damn it. If I'm not careful, I'll lose and won't be able to face him again. Sensing defeat is imminent, Rina tells herself, if I keep defending like this, I'm going to lose. She decides to go all out. Before her fierce resistance, Fernand Pellenberg is briefly surprised, then suddenly wears a sinister smile. A horrific explosion shakes the entire training ground, causing the solid stone walls to shatter and collapse under the suffocating pressure. Amidst the rubble and thick dust, Rina swings her sword, which glows with a blue light, charging forward like an arrow cutting through the wind. Despite the massive rocks flying around, her speed is so fast that it creates brilliant streaks of light, passing through every obstacle to unleash a decisive strike to end this tense battle. Rina's sharp blade stops just inches from Fernand Pellenberg's neck, forcing him to freeze. Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly raises his hands and declares, "I concede." Facing Rina's angry expression as she asks if he was mocking her, Fernand Pellenberg calmly explains, "I wasn't mocking you. It's just that I've run out of mana. A mage without mana can't defeat a knight." Observing him closely, Rina notices that Fernand is truly exhausted and shows no signs of acting. She tells herself that since she blocked every attack until he was unable to resist, this victory is completely hers, and she's definitely not going to think he let her win just because she's a girl. Despite her victory, an indescribable sense of unease gnawed at Rina. She told herself this didn't feel like a real win. Just then, Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly pulled out a box and handed it to her. "Oh, and take this as a reward for beating me. I heard you like chocolate, right? This is whiskey chocolate made by my family. It's delicious." Seeing a gift so perfectly suited to her taste, Rina couldn't help but swallow hard, cheering excitedly in her head. Fernand Pellenberg kept rambling, listing off a series of rare chocolates, from squid ink infused to world tree bark, insisting that if she liked it, he could get it all. Suddenly, Rina stopped and looked at him suspiciously. "Wait a second. Did you dig into my background?" Fernand Pellenberg replied with a sarcastic tone, wiping the drool from her mouth before he spoke. "I wouldn't go that far just for someone like you. I just skimmed through the profiles of all the top students." Oh, he didn't respect her, and he'd even spotted her gluttony. Oh, how embarrassing. Indignant at his excuse, Rina snapped. "You call that not digging?" She huffed, feeling she wasn't a child to be bribed with candy just for winning a match. But as soon as Fernand moved to take the gift back, she snatched it away, declaring, "I never said I wouldn't take it." Fernand broke into a triumphant grin. "Then let's hope we can get along from now on." However, Rina wasn't done questioning his true strength. She challenged him. "Wait, what's the reason for all this? You possess enough mana to unleash powerful spells single-handedly. I can't even guess your limits. With that kind of power, why are you only ranked 10th? Fernand Pellenberg just smirked mysteriously and dropped a vague comment about how private matters shouldn't be kept under the spotlight. That night at the mansion, Hai looked on in horror at the pile of debris from the amplifier and the mana storage unit on the desk. What happened here? What did you do to completely destroy these things? Fernand Pellenberg casually replied that he had just sparred with Rena and that she was truly powerful. He sighed, I prepared thoroughly, yet I still got crushed. Not only that, she drained my mana dry and was still standing. Is he not worried about the cost anymore? That money-grubbing guy. Hai couldn't help but fret, asking why his master would use such expensive items just to spar with Rena. Was she really worth that much? Fernand Pellenberg leaned back against his chair, treating it as an investment for the future. Seeing his young master's strange behavior, Hai wondered, could the after effects of that lightning strike be flaring up again? Meanwhile, Fernand was lost in his own calculations. He admitted that Ention's assessment wasn't wrong. Rena Bichef's swordsmanship was fast, fluid, and carried an otherworldly nobility. Looking at the silhouette of that powerful girl, Fernand Pellenberg finally understood why his father was so fanatically obsessed with seizing the Rena Bichef family's sword techniques. Fernand Pellenberg thoughtfully acknowledged that Rena was truly a genius with raw talent. Standing nearby, Hai still couldn't grasp his master's intentions. He wondered why, with such talent, she had never reached the top rank. Could it be that her equipment is inferior to others? Hai asked, worried. How do you intend to report this to the Duke? The Rena Bichef sword techniques are something His Grace has been longing for years. Seriously, tell that old man to be less greedy, just let it go and be a human. Fernand Pellenberg started to get nervous, wondering if his father would disown him for this. Hai coldly poured a bucket of ice water on his hopes. Disown? He might just kill you to get it over with. Seeing his young master panic and clarify that he was his biological son, the butler added that while the paperwork to disown someone was complicated, the Duke surely wouldn't kill his son just for ruining a plan. Even so, Fernand Pellenberg decided to write a letter to his father in advance and wait for a reply. Although in his mind, he had already imagined the old man being so shocked he'd finish off his useless son, not even sparing his soul from being grabbed by the throat. The anxiety wouldn't let go of Fernand Pellenberg. He buried himself in books to find information on demons, but his mind couldn't stop fearing his father's ruthlessness. A few days later, the reply arrived, much faster than he had imagined. Seeing Hai's tragic, tearful expression, Fernand Pellenberg asked if his father had left any specific instructions. All he got was a shake of the head and the butler's tear-streaked face, which made Fernand Pellenberg suspicious. So why do you look like that? Hai sniffled, saying he had a feeling today was his last day serving his young master, which made Fernand Pellenberg snap at him to shut up. He confidently insisted he wouldn't be disowned over the Rena Bichef matter, because according to the prophecy, the crime that would get him kicked out of the house was colluding with the demons caused by Ention Amion. But the moment he opened the letter from Yvonne Pellenberg, Fernand Pellenberg froze, seeing the words, "You've been possessed by a demon." Fernand Pellenberg's face turned pale. He trembled and told Hai they had to see his father immediately. While Hai was still dazed and confused, Fernand Pellenberg was stunned to realize he was being dragged into trouble involving demons in a way he never expected. He understood he couldn't reveal the prophecy book in his head, as it had no physical form, and no one would believe something that only existed in his mind. If he told the truth, people would only see him as a delusional merchant who had lost his mind. Please follow me. His Grace is waiting. The guide's voice cut through his thoughts. Fernand Pellenberg silently followed the old butler, preparing to face his powerful father. Well, I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. Stepping into the room with the fear of his father throwing a tantrum for thinking he had tarnished the family name, Fernand Pellenberg told himself he needed to offer something substantial enough to compensate for the loss regarding the Rena Bichef house. Seeing his son walk in, Yvonne Pellenberg sat calmly at his desk, dropping a sarcastic remark. You look calmer than I thought. I almost thought you took some drug and went insane. Or maybe the demon the first emperor destroyed has been resurrected and possessed my son. His gaze was sharp, staring straight at Fernand Pellenberg, demanding, if that's not it, then explain why you did that. Fernand Pellenberg stood tall and announced clearly, I have decided to invest in the Rena Bichef house in a different way. Immediately, his father questioned him with a skeptical voice, asking what could possibly be better than their inherited sword techniques. When Fernand Pellenberg replied that he couldn't disclose it, Yvonne started to lose his patience, asserting that his actions were irrational and that he was squandering the family's assets. Despite the opposition, Fernand Pellenberg remained steadfast. Regardless, my intention remains the same. If you give me full authority over the Rena Bichef affair, I believe I can bring back benefits even greater than those techniques. Ugh, is he really arguing just like that? What basis do you have for that confidence? Yvonne Pellenberg squinted and demanded. Faced with his son's silence, he snapped, claiming he didn't raise him to be someone who, reckless. This isn't something that can be resolved with a childish tantrum. Sensing the tension, Fernand Pellenberg told himself it was time to use the information from the prophecy as a bargaining chip. He calmly suggested, "I'm not angry. In exchange for taking full responsibility for the Rena Bishef incident, I will provide you with information that only I know." He added that he possessed his own private intelligence network to add weight to his words. Although he still doubted that his son's network could rival the family's, Lord Yvonne ordered him to continue. Fernand Pellenberg did not hesitate to reveal a earth-shattering secret. To the west of the Arus mountain range, within the territory of Viscount Dawn, there lies an undiscovered magic crystal mine. This information truly shocked his father, as he had never heard of any mines in that region. He loudly mocked it as just a child's game played by his little intelligence group. But Fernand Pellenberg calmly replied that children are naturally fond of digging in the dirt while they play. Sometimes they happen to dig up a buried coin. Makes sense, right? Children don't know how to lie. Hey. Flashing a confident smile under the bright sunlight, Fernand Pellenberg asserted that the location at Mount Arus contained a massive reserve, enough to cover all losses from the Rena Bishef incident with plenty to spare. He finished with a firm statement about the value of the information he had just provided. It was a treasure trove. Magic stones are a type of mineral that is precious and contains enormous magical power. Naturally, that means a lot of money. Fernand Pellenberg knew the mine in the Arus range was only briefly mentioned in the prophecy, and he had never seen it himself, so he didn't know the scale of it. But at least this information was enough to buy him some time against his father's fury. He calculated that the shipment handled by the Anton Denon house had just been sunk, leaving their finances in shambles. This was the golden opportunity for him to cleverly exploit the situation to gain mining rights. He told himself he had to delay revealing the prophecy as long as possible to avoid being discovered. Lord Yvonne pondered, admitting that if what his son said was true, it would be enough to cover the losses. But he still needed to verify it. He ordered Fernand Pellenberg to return to the academy and focus on his studies. Once the results were verified, he would call him back later. Fernand Pellenberg breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped out of the room, thinking to himself that he had just lost 10 years of his lifespan due to the old man's suffocating pressure. But just as he turned away, his father's voice calling him made him jump, and cold sweat dripped down as he worried about what he might have done wrong again. "You're not off the hook yet, son. Careful, or you'll lose more years off your life." Seeing his son tense up, Lord Yvonne unexpectedly changed his tone and invited him to have a meal together, since he couldn't just chase him away like that. After Fernand Pellenberg left, he began to discuss the Golden Column, the intelligence organization under his son's management, with the butler. Fernand Pellenberg understood very well the value of minerals in generating profit. That is why, even though he had a talent for fire-type magic, he firmly chose to become an earth-type mage to serve his business interests. Although the information still needed verification, the butler believed that the young master truly possessed a powerful intelligence organization. Lord Yvonne smiled triumphantly, realizing that the organization was strong enough to control mineral veins. He never expected that the kid who loved minerals since he was little would actually achieve something so big. However, he did not forget to order a thorough investigation into Rena Bishef to see what she had done to seduce his son, Fernand Pellenberg. When the butler asked if the young master was in love with Rena, Lord Yvonne just nonchalantly told him to clear the table, then stated a bloody business principle. No profit, no investment. But if there is profit, you must commit the funds. He believed that if an investment was made for no clear reason, it meant that the person's eyes had been distracted by something else. Lord Yvonne smiled enigmatically, wondering if it wasn't young love. What else could have made Fernand Pellenberg change so much? He had a feeling that things wouldn't end there, silently wondering what his son, who valued money as much as his own life, was truly scheming. Meanwhile, at the academy, Rena was enjoying her dessert while asking about Alia Tortega pairing up with Carlos Diener. She said that Carlos had chosen Alia right after she announced she would be in the same class as Fernand. Hearing this, Fernand asked if Alia Tortega was the 4th-ranked student in the night department, and Rena confirmed that. Previously, she was 5th, but had since made great progress. Fernand Pellenberg pressed her on whether Rena had told Carlos about pairing up with him. She replied nonchalantly that the rumor had spread, so it couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, everyone would know. Rena added bitterly that everyone was saying she only paired up with him for the money. Fernand Pellenberg just gave a faint smile, saying that everyone could guess that, and he had to learn to deal with it. Seeing Rena agree that it wasn't entirely wrong, Fernand Pellenberg admitted, "Yeah, I really do love money. There's nothing I can't do for it." Looking at his smug face, Rena was speechless, thinking to herself, "No wonder everyone calls him a money-crazed maniac. I love money too. The more, the better." Despite cooperating on the surface, Rena couldn't hide her distaste for Fernand Pellenberg's personality. Suddenly, Fernand Pellenberg pushed a luxurious box toward her and said, "Here, take this." Rena asked in confusion what it was and received the reply, a bottle of elixir, and a trade voucher. He explained that this elixir was refined from rare mandrake roots, and the voucher could be used at the weapon shop managed by his company to get high-end gear. Rena panicked and wanted to refuse because the gift was too large, but Fernand immediately cut her off. "Have you forgotten the contract we signed?" "Oh, the sponsorship contract?" Rena was still stunned. She thought these items from the Pellenberg family's Kim Kwai trading house went far beyond a normal gift and asked if he thought he was being excessive. Looking at her reaction, Fernand Pellenberg admitted that it was indeed excessive, but he was calculating something else in his heart. He told himself that if this was the price to win Rena over and avoid the prospect of becoming a beggar in the future, it was still cheap. Not to mention, if she was strong enough to help him fight off those demons, it would be even more worth it. Seeing Rena still determined to refuse because it was too much, Fernand played his trump card. Refusing the sponsorship is a breach of contract, which is grounds to cancel the entire thing. Faced with the threat of a penalty fee and cornered by his devious psychological warfare, Rena could only grit her teeth and accept. "Fine, I'll take it. I'm already rumored to be dating a rich guy anyway. Might as well get the benefits if I've already got the reputation. Good, see you in class." Fernand Pellenberg stood up and left, leaving Rena still bewildered with her half-finished drink. Watching his back, she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat because of the pressure from this expensive contract. Rena began to fall into a state of panic. She racked her brain trying to remember if there were any hidden penalty clauses in the agreement. She suspected that Fernand Pellenberg was deliberately using these precious items to lure her in, hoping to steal her swordsmanship secrets, just as her nanny had warned. Rena silently made a resolution. "You could try, but don't dream of succeeding." From a corner of the academy hallway, Fernand Pellenberg rests his chin on his hand, observing the class below while murmuring as he searches for a familiar figure. Ah, there he is. He smiles faintly as he spots his target. It's the first-year Knights Department class on War and Practical Combat, a famous course used to evaluate students' strength through friendly matches. According to the prophecy, ever since he came into possession of the sword containing the soul of Gagner and Van Phasen, he has started to shine brilliantly and gain fame. His journey to becoming a savior hero officially begins right here with these powerful sword strikes. Well, being the protagonist means you've got to have some main character energy, right? While engrossed in his observation, Fernand Pellenberg suddenly notices someone approaching from behind. An elegant, blond man appears, speaking with a sarcastic tone upon seeing his presence there. It is Luhr Schwaben, the second prince of the current empire. Luhr Schwaben chuckles and tells Fernand Pellenberg not to be so formal, as this is the first time they've met since starting their second year. When asked if he has his eyes on any new freshmen, Fernand Pellenberg smirks, replying that he always keeps a close watch on those at the top of the rankings. Luhr Schwaben's gaze sharpens as he asks bluntly if Fernand Pellenberg is here because of Ention Amion. Naturally, since he is of the old royal lineage, Luhr Schwaben admits with a calculating smile. For the last 100 years, no one from the Amion house has set foot in the academy, so Ention's appearance makes him an object of curiosity. Luhr Schwaben belongs to the royal family that has held the throne for 3 generations since being elected as emperor a century ago. Even though they share roots with the Ention Amion house, the relationship between the old royal family and the current one is becoming increasingly tense. For someone as power-hungry as Luhr Schwaben, the existence of Ention, who carries more legitimate blood, is a significant threat. He has already caught his eye. He's likely trying to find a way to get rid of him. Luhr narrows his eyes, directing an inscrutable gaze into the distance before continuing. But I suspect he is also very curious about Ention. Fernand Pellenberg's expression flickers as he wonders, what was that? He realizes a new character has just appeared. A young man with fiery red hair and a ponytail and cold, sharp blue eyes, standing with his arms crossed arrogantly. Luhr Schwaben confirms, "Oh, is that Fernand Pellenberg?" That's right. This time, he entered the Knight Academy as the second highest-ranked student. Luhr Schwaben continues to reveal the newcomer's ambition, explaining that Fernand Pellenberg is looking for an opportunity to replace the fallen Amion family and become one of the 7 imperial houses. It is because of that goal that he has been staring at Ention without blinking. Fernand Pellenberg immediately realizes the situation. Fernand Pellenberg is targeting him. What a coincidence! The relationship between Luhr Schwaben and Fernand likely begins here. In every epic, there is always a villain that the protagonist must overcome to grow. Fernand Pellenberg silently confirms that Fernand Pellenberg is the next rival that Ention must face. Just then, a booming voice on the training grounds urges them forward, as Anton Denon and Ention both arrive at the same time. Fernand and Luhr are both witnessing the beginning of his true hero's journey. Fernand Pellenberg wonders if this is an arrangement of fate. Watching Ention stand tall on the training grounds under the gaze of both Fernand and Luhr Schwaben, he lets out a mysterious smile. His eyes glow as he wonders if this prophecy proves that he was absolutely right to decide to invest in Ention Amion. Now then, let's begin. The clear command of the instructor signals the official start of the match. Immediately, Anton rushes in with sharp, decisive strikes. Ention Amion can only widen his eyes in surprise at his opponent's terrifying speed. Two blades collide, sparks flying, creating piercing sounds that echo throughout the training field. He's in trouble. I wonder if he'll make it through. The match quickly tilts in one direction as Anton Denon unleashes powerful strikes, knocking Ention back. Not giving him a chance to recover, Anton Denon continuously presses, forcing Ention into a completely defensive position with his lightning-fast movements. After a barrage of attacks, Ention is forced to retreat, sweat drenching his face, showing obvious exhaustion under the suffocating pressure. Observing from above, Luer Swaben remarks that this class is categorized randomly and assumes that Ention is truly unlucky to run into an opponent so far above his level. He analyzes that Anton Denon ranked 10th in the entrance exam, while Ention is stuck at 38th, making this an impossible match. Seeing Ention press this hard, Luer Swaben offers a contemptuous smile, thinking the match is boring and preparing to turn away, believing there is nothing left to see. Right then, Fernand Pellenberg speaks up to stop him. It's not quite as boring as you think. Just as they fail to understand what is happening, a brilliant aura suddenly erupts from Ention's side. A massive pillar of light shoots straight into the sky, radiating an overwhelming pressure that leaves Anton Denon frozen in terror. With his newfound power, Ention swings his sword, unleashing a thunderous strike, raining down with terrifying force. Anton Denon stands stunned amidst the crowd's murmurs. Witnessing the scene, Luer Swaben is shocked, wondering if Anton intends to counterattack. Meanwhile, Varen Kanbunder also breaks out in a sweat, knowing Ention is only ranked 38th. Luer comments that he was perhaps surprised because his opponent attacks so fiercely from the start, and his confusion clearly shows he is still inexperienced. However, if he just regains his composure and fights back, the situation could immediately shift as soon as Ensign tightens his grip on the sword. Anton Denon grits his teeth in frustration. A guy ranked 38th like you could actually make me lose? The surrounding students begin to whisper. They think that even if Ention is doing better than expected, Anton Denon will surely still win, and holding out this long is enough to save face for the royal family. Luer smirks with interest. Saving face? He's ranked 38th, right? I didn't expect someone ranked 38th to force the Academy's 10th ranked student to use his inner energy. He admits that at least the kid is worthy of the Amion name. Go ahead and mock him. You never know who is better. Luer Swaben adds a sarcastic compliment. Someone without talent trying this hard is at least commendable. Hearing that, Fernand Pellenberg silently refutes it in his mind. No talent? Ention doesn't have talent? No way. Fernand Pellenberg realizes it's not that Ention lacks ability, but that his environment has never supported him. Ringing, metallic clashes echo continuously as Ention unleashes powerful sword strikes, completely overwhelming his opponent to everyone's amazement. Fernand Pellenberg firmly believes that Ention is a special person, the one chosen by the prophecy. Ention's eyes glow with a powerful golden light, making Anton Denon stare in terror at the suffocating pressure. In Fernand Pellenberg's mind, Ention is the protagonist of this world. The match ends as Ention stands tall with his sword in hand, looking down at the opponent who has completely collapsed at his feet. Meanwhile, Luer Swaben and Varen Kanbunder can only watch in silence with extremely annoyed expressions. The sword flew out of Anton Denon's hand, spinning through the air before slamming into the ground, leaving all the students in shock. Immediately, Professor Graded announced in a booming voice, "The winner is Ention Amion." The stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Ention raised his sword, his face beaming with the joy of victory, while the crowd kept buzzing about him defeating a top 10 opponent like Anton. Watching from afar, Fernand Pellenberg wore a satisfied smile, silently confirming that, as expected, the prophecy had come true. He hadn't chosen the wrong person. In his eyes, Ention's value chart was now skyrocketing in a straight line, and he could almost hear the clinking of gold coins pouring into his pocket. Fernand Pellenberg told himself that as long as he nurtured Ention well and made him an ally, his future would be secured. Meanwhile, the second prince, standing nearby, was still in complete shock, stuttering in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. He won? Ignoring the prince's astonishment, Fernand Pellenberg began calculating the next step in his plan to recruit Rena. I'd better plan this carefully, or I'll be ending up as a beggar later. At the lecture hall, the appearance of the pair, Fernand and Rena, immediately became the center of gossip. Other students couldn't stop wondering if they were truly a couple, and why a young lady like Rena would agree to team up with a money-crazed maniac. Fernand Pellenberg felt annoyed by the excessive attention, but Rena remained cold. She advised him to ignore it, as they would eventually get bored and stop. To break the tense atmosphere, Fernand Pellenberg asked if she had used the potion and switched to new gear yet. Facing Rena's silence, images of her excitedly showing off her new sword and feeling the surge of energy after drinking the potion appeared vividly. Even though she was thrilled inside, Rena kept a haughty expression on the outside, just muttering. Well, it wasn't too bad. Just then, the sound of heels clicking rapidly down the hallway caught the attention of all the students. Professor Rosalia from the Magic Department and Professor Graded from the Night Department entered with an aura of authority. She announced that from now on, the two departments would officially hold joint classes. Not keeping the students waiting, Professor Graded ordered the lesson to start and asked if everyone had received the maps from the teaching assistants. A giant magic circle glowed beneath Professor Rosalia's hand, signaling that the first outdoor practical session had officially begun. Ugh, a practical exam right away? This teacher is really strict. It's so stressful. Professor Graded insisted that real combat was the best way to verify knowledge and declared this would be a grueling field test. The maps were already marked with the destination, and the student's task was to reach it within exactly 4 hours. With a challenging smile, he emphasized that they must not arrive too early nor too late. Everyone had to be present exactly at 2 in the afternoon. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a student raised a hand to ask if this test would be graded. Professor Rosalia confirmed this was the most important requirement after the final exams. When someone asked if fighting was allowed, she gave an enigmatic smile. If you capture someone else, you will get bonus points. Not letting anyone react further, she decisively declared the start and activated the glowing magic circle. Good luck, class. In the blink of an eye, Fernand Pellenberg and Rena were teleported to a wild, mountainous forest. Fernand Pellenberg looked around, confused, and asked where they were. Rena calmly replied that they had to find that out for themselves. Just as she was about to open the map to determine their bearings, the two noticed someone sneaking and watching them from the bushes. Fernand Pellenberg quickly identified them as Jen Hax and Net Palin, both of whom were outside the Academy's top 70. He turned to ask Rena what she wanted to do, not forgetting to drop a remark mocking whether it was worth bothering with those low-ranked trash, making the other two turn red with anger that would teach them to spy. Fernand Pellenberg secretly thought he would usually just walk away, but this time he decided to follow Rena's lead completely. Seeing her nod triumphantly, he knew immediately that she was aiming for the bonus points from those two. Rena decisively drew her sword, preparing to hunt, but still reminded him to check the map first. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg suggest using magic to make it easier, she asked in surprise if there was any kind of spell to track locations, to which she received the deflating reply, "Just climb up somewhere high and look," which left her quite annoyed. Sensing the unstable situation, Jen Hax urged Net Palin to take advantage of the opponents arguing and hurry away. But Rena had already anticipated their intention. She performed a skillful backflip in the air and landed, cutting off the retreat of the two poor souls. "Where do you think you're going?" Rena roared with glowing, threatening eyes, making Net Palin scream in despair. A massive, glowing blue sword aura suddenly descended from high above, signaling that the bonus point hunt had officially begun. Studying together and hunting together, this setup is a bit cruel, isn't it? It turned out the maps the TAs gave the students had defensive charms carved into them, helping Jen and Net Palin keep their lives by a hair's breadth against Rena's blade. Looking at the light fading, Rena grumbled, "Right, if I had known, I wouldn't have held back." Hearing that, the two lying flat on the ground could only tremble and scream in indignation. "You call that holding back? It was like you were actually trying to kill us." Back at the academy, student ID cards were constantly shattering and vanishing. Professor Graded noted that another team had been eliminated. The elimination rate was faster than he had anticipated. Professor Rosalia smiled, knowingly realizing a strange truth. No one had been defeated by monsters. Everyone was being eliminated due to conflicts with one another. Graded curiously asked Rosalia who she was paying special attention to in this field exercise. Based on the current leaderboard, the pair of Luer Swabin and Anton Denon were still the strongest. Following them were Carlos Diener and Alia Tortega, also worth watching. However, Rosalia's gaze was fixed on the couple, causing a real stir. Rena Bichef and Fernand Pellenberg. Graded scoffed, thinking Rena was the one losing out by pairing up with that guy, and he suspected she only accepted for the money. However, he also noticed an extremely contradictory point. Fernand Pellenberg seemed completely unconcerned about his own score. "Oh, and what did you think people paired up for, anyway?" Rosalia asserted that Fernand Pellenberg chose Rena for another reason, definitely not for points, because he was the type of student who could raise his rank whenever he wanted without needing a partner. Before Graded's astonishment, she revealed a chilling truth. Fernand Pellenberg always ranked exactly 10th, no more, no less. A top student staying at the top is common, but holding the exact 10th position for such a long time is extremely abnormal. His theoretical scores were always near perfect, but he always intentionally got points deducted in the practical section to maintain that exact rank, just enough for him to remain in the luxurious Rabbitous building. Rosalia was stunned to realize that he had been deliberately hiding his true strength all this time, pretending he didn't like standing out. Rosalia added that this very pair was the culprit who trashed the training grounds recently, causing the professors to scramble in search of them. What intrigued her most right now wasn't why he hid his skills, but why he had decided to stop hiding them now. Back in the forest, Fernand Pellenberg was standing atop a towering stone pillar to get his bearings. He realized the marker on the map was the northern coast, but he was currently standing in the western mountains. From below, the desperate screams of other students echoed. "Help me." Rena scolded, "You're so cruel. I know scores are important, but this is Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly finished his part of the job and asked Rena if she had figured out their destination yet. While she stood proudly in front of the losers she'd just polished off. She felt bad for those with weak skills, but hey, it is what it is. After taking care of the weak opponents, Rena checked the map and said decisively, "All right, we just need to head northeast. We'll likely run into quite a few people along the way." Fernand Pellenberg replied calmly, "Great," but couldn't help wondering if she planned to hunt for the next pair to rack up points right away. Rena tossed her hair and confirmed, "Yeah, there's still plenty of time. I think we should take advantage of this to get more bonus points." Just as they were plotting, a provocative voice rang out. "Fernand Pellenberg, it's Carlos Denner, who was already lying in ambush with Alia Tortega from behind." Rena gritted her teeth. Does Carlos Denner think an ambush from behind is honorable? Carlos smirked arrogantly. What's unfair about that in a real fight? Did you forget what the professor said about this being live combat? He began to gather sparks of blue lightning around his staff and roared. Do you think I'd let you walk away easily after running into you this early? Fernand Pellenberg casually scratched his head and turned to whisper to Rena. Why is Carlos Denner so angry? He begged you to pair up with him, didn't he? He added a teasing remark that made his opponent's eyes practically bulge with rage. Guess his ego is hurt because I stole you away. He knew he was poking the bear. Better watch out or you'll get yelled at. Fernand Pellenberg inwardly judged the guy for being so childish as to hold a grudge over something from the past. Rena looked visibly annoyed. Stole me away? That's laughable. I don't belong to anyone. Caught off guard by the truth, Carlos turned red with rage and shouted, Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. Realizing a fight was inevitable, Fernand Pellenberg told himself that defeating such a high-ranking pair would yield huge bonus points. He turned to Rena and instructed her. But since this is a high-ranking pair, you can't just stand on the sidelines this time. I know I'll support you, so feel free to go all out. Even so, Rena looked at him with suspicious eyes. Support? Don't push yourself too hard. She was worried because they had zero teamwork so far. If they fought separately, there was no point in being a pair. Yet, Fernand Pellenberg just flashed a mysterious smile and reassured her, Don't worry. Immediately, he stomped his staff into the ground, activating a powerful earth attribute spell that caused giant boulders to explode and hover around him. Amidst the fiery, chaotic landscape, Fernand Pellenberg stared directly at his opponents with glowing red eyes, full of confidence. Just trust me. They'd never worked together, yet he was so confident would it actually work? As the battle heated up, back in the observation room, Professor Rosalia murmured, It looks like there's quite a big battle going on over there. Professor Greer looked at the magic screen, noticing it was the Western Mountain area, and wondered if the students had started fighting monsters. Rosalia immediately denied it, as monsters don't appear in that sector. As she moved closer to observe, she realized the two high-ranking pairs she had just mentioned were clashing. Witnessing this top-tier showdown, Professor Greer was excited. My goodness, two pairs of top students meeting like this is worth looking forward to. Incredible, Carlos roared. Fernand Pellenberg, this time I'll see your true strength with my own eyes. A massive magical explosion erupted. Fernand Pellenberg and Rena coordinated smoothly, defending fiercely against the relentless attacks from Carlos and Alia Tortega. Debris scattered everywhere under the suffocating pressure of sword strikes and high-level magic. During the heated exchange, Rena was suddenly shocked. What's this? My body feels unusually light. She gasped to herself. Is this support magic? Since when did he use it? Looking at Fernand Pellenberg, who was calmly maintaining a magic circle at his feet while being surrounded by burning boulders, she couldn't help but be stunned. Even in the middle of a battle, he still had time to cast support magic. He'd hidden his talent so well all this time. Seeing Rena looking at him, Fernand Pellenberg even winked narcissistically. I'm pretty cool, right? Rena was speechless and scolded herself. Is this guy crazy? This guy is really, but she quickly regained her composure, telling herself not to lose focus, and decided to take out Alia first. Rena lunged like a whirlwind, unleashing a powerful slash directly at Alia, creating a blinding magical explosion that shook the entire mountain. But suddenly, Carlos Denner swung his staff, unleashing radiant blue lightning bolts that encircled her. The lightning chains coiled tightly, and Rina was horrified to realize her body was completely paralyzed. She couldn't move. Despite being restrained, Rina refused to surrender. She gritted her teeth, thinking that if she poured all her energy into her aura, she could break free. But Aliatortega didn't give her that chance. She leaped into midair, channeling all her firepower into her flaming sword to deliver the finishing blow to take Rina out instantly. A crushing strike descended, creating a terrifying explosion, but instead of Rina, the thing that got hit was a giant boulder. Carlos stood frozen in shock. What was that boulder? At that very moment, Rina realized she had been teleported to a safe spot next to Fernand Pellenberg. Seeing her confused expression, Fernand Pellenberg smiled and explained, "Oh, it's a spell my family just developed recently. I saw it was useful, so I learned it. It allows you to swap two objects of equal weight." Rina suddenly felt something was wrong. She glared at him and demanded, "How do you know my weight?" Faced with her fury, Fernand Pellenberg still replied nonchalantly that he had just looked at her biological file. The deadpan answer made Rina so angry she could scream. Meanwhile, Fernand Pellenberg casually remarked that the boulder wasn't even that heavy anyway, just before it was shattered into dust under the magical pressure. Rina growled menacingly, "I'll ask about this later. And as for that file, I'm burning it to ashes." Fernand Pellenberg, being shaken violently by his collar, could only plead pitifully, "Please, take it easy. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Rina still wasn't over it. She replied irritably, "I'll handle Alia, so you just focus on stopping Carlos." Fernand Pellenberg activated a glowing magic circle at his feet to prepare for the next step. Looking at his opponent, Fernand Pellenberg wore a calculating smile. "I've been wondering why Carlos Dinner hasn't unleashed that move yet. He knows his signature attack is summoning lightning like a torrential downpour, creating a massive pillar of light from dozens of bolts at once using multicasting. Its destructive power is way beyond a student's level, and that's exactly why Carlos Dinner is the top of the night department." Fernand Pellenberg pulled out two shimmering blue orbs and said confidently, "Let's see. I've been researching how to counter this. Time to test it out and see how effective it really is." The sky suddenly shifted. Carlos poured all his energy into activating the grand spell, flooding the space with deadly, vivid blue lightning. A massive bolt of lightning with earth-shattering power struck straight down at Fernand Pellenberg's position, swallowing him in a blinding flash and deafening explosions. As the dust began to settle, Fernand Pellenberg was still standing tall, completely unscathed, with a smug smile on his face. Carlos stammered, unable to believe his eyes. "You blocked it? No way. How are you even standing there?" "Surprised, classmate?" Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly held up the two orbs, now turned pitch black, and explained, "These are storage devices capable of absorbing magic." He walked over to Carlos, patted his shoulder, and added triumphantly, "Of course, I made a few modifications. It's expensive and hard to craft, sure, but it works like a charm. If I tweak it a bit more and mass-produce it, it could easily be sold on the market. Haha, I can smell the money already." Carlos was furious, screaming that using magic items in a duel was cowardly and cheating. Fernand Pellenberg replied calmly, "What's cowardly about fighting?" That line left Carlos speechless, only able to watch as his teammate, Aliatortega, fell into a trap and cursed. "Damn it," Fernand called out softly. "Rina, finish it." Rina's eyes glowed with a powerful blue light. She poured all her strength into her sword for the final blow. Everyone knows which team took the victory. From afar, Luer, Swaben, and his companion were silently observing the scene. His companion remarked that with only 2 people left out of 4, it meant one team had been eliminated and would be teleported back to the finish line immediately. He was convinced that no student could block Carlos's lightning, so the Fernand-Rina duo must have met with bad luck. But Luer Swaben saw it differently. He asserted that Fernand Pellenberg always hated standing out, so he had been hiding his true strength. But ever since he paired up with someone as obsessed with grades as Rina, he couldn't hide it anymore. Luer Swaben analyzed that if Fernand Pellenberg went all out, his ranking would surely skyrocket. Within the power struggles of the royal family, Luer Swaben knew that if he faltered even a little, he would be crushed by others immediately. So, he couldn't let a potential rival like Fernand Pellenberg develop freely. He turned to promise his follower that as long as he stuck close to him, they would reach the finish line safely and secure a high rank in this exam. Luer Swaben's gaze turned cold as he ordered his surrounding underlings. He declared that there was one pair that had to be eliminated before they reached the finish line. None other than Rina Bichef and Fernand Pellenberg. Luer Swaben decisively ordered them to be captured alive. "That scumbag is playing dirty again. If I were to meet someone like that." Meanwhile, Fernand Pellenberg was busy collecting every drop of giant demon blood into a glass vial. Seeing his teammates' actions, Rina couldn't help but wonder if it was really necessary, but Fernand Pellenberg explained casually that it was the main ingredient for crafting high-grade recovery potions. Even though Rena thought this was just pocket change compared to the Pellenberg family's massive fortune, to Fernand Pellenberg, pocket change is still money. He smirked, asserting that it was thanks to that greed for money that he was able to recruit a genius like her. And this was an extremely profitable investment. Having defeated 8 pairs of opponents, Rena started urging him to keep moving because she was eager for the generous bonus points to climb to the top spot. Fernand Pellenberg clicked his tongue, saying she was obsessed with grades, but Rena immediately shot back that it was still better than being obsessed with money. Her gaze darkened slightly as she affirmed that she had a valid reason for needing to become the top student in the academy. Everyone has their reasons for doing things, right? Suddenly, both of them froze as they sensed a thick, murderous aura surrounding them. Fernand Pellenberg determined that at least 20 people were hiding, and their sole target was the 2 of them. Immediately, a series of shadows lunged from above, launching a relentless assault. Blue sword energy and crimson magic clashed violently, creating chaos in the heart of the forest. Amidst the enemy encirclement, a man with a jet-black greatsword suddenly appeared from above. Rena was shocked to recognize the figure emerging with a confident smile as Anton Denon. Rena and Anton Denon lunged at each other. The powerful impact sent both of them flying in opposite directions, but they quickly regained their balance, landing on the ground in a cautious defensive stance. Without a second of rest, they clashed again, turning the training ground into a fiery battlefield. Rena's eyes were cold, surrounded by a radiant blue aura, emitting a suffocating pressure. Anton Denon wasn't inferior either, with a determined expression, calmly parrying every lightning-fast attack. The 2 blades locked together once more. Sparks flew as the rivals pressed their weapons hard, creating the screeching sound of metal friction. From above, Lura Swaven appeared arrogantly, his hand holding a staff radiating a blazing fire dragon that wrapped around his body. He coldly observed the fight between Anton Denon and Rena below like someone holding the threads of fate. Just as Lura Swaven was about to intervene, a surge of crimson dark magic suddenly erupted from Fernand's side, shooting straight into the air with earth-shattering power. The shockwave was so immense that both Rena and Anton Denon were blown away, forcing Lure to gasp in surprise at this unexpected interference. Lure Swaben smirked with interest, his eyes burning with ambition as he looked down at the wreckage. Below, Fernand Pellenberg stood tall with glowing red eyes full of killing intent, controlling crimson magical shards that swirled wildly around like a stone storm. Not giving the opponent time to think, Lure Swaben immediately poured all his energy into his staff, unleashing a massive fire attack, creating a sky-high explosion, swallowing the entire area in a raging sea of fire. Is he trying to burn everything? Lure clicked his tongue in surprise to see Fernand Pellenberg take out half of the pursuers in the blink of an eye, and he advised Fernand Pellenberg to tone down the aggression because this fierce fighting style wasn't like his usual self at all. Fernand Pellenberg just glanced over and whispered to Rena that the guy in the cloak was playing king again. Before Lure Swaben's ambition to take first place, Fernand Pellenberg coldly stated that it was impossible. Realizing there was less than an hour left in the exam, Lure Swaben proposed a peace treaty. He and Anton Denon would take first place. Fernand Pellenberg's group agreed to settle for second place so that both sides could finish on time. Lure Swaben insisted this was a mutually beneficial deal, but Fernand Pellenberg stayed silent, calculating his next move. Just then, Rena exploded in anger. She shouted that she would rather lose in battle than cowardly hand over first place to someone else without even fighting. Fernand Pellenberg turned to Lure with a shrug. You heard her. My partner doesn't agree. That guy is really a snake, always looking for ways to shift the blame. Lure Swaben gave a dangerous, twisted smile. As negotiations fell through, he immediately activated his fiery magic, preparing for a real showdown. But Fernand Pellenberg just flashed a mysterious smile and dropped a bombshell. Let's save that for next time. While Lure was still stunned and confused, a giant magic circle suddenly lit up right beneath his team's feet. The ground shook violently before exploding into pieces, sending massive stone pillars shooting into the air with terrifying force. See, I told you not to be so cocky, now you'll have to pay, you greedy jerk. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Lure Swaben panicked and screamed for everyone to run. But it was too late. The stone blocks had formed a prison, trapping them inside. While the enemy was scrambling for their lives, Fernand Pellenberg quickly grabbed Rena's hand and urged her, "Hey, let's go." He left her behind, still frozen in shock. Fernand Pellenberg firmly pulled her away from the ruins and headed straight toward the enemy. Once they escaped the perimeter, Rena huffily demanded to know why he hadn't used that move sooner. He just replied warily that he was exhausted and the spell couldn't be sustained for long. Immediately after the field test concluded, Professor Grar declared to all the students, "You all did well. Now, I will announce the test rankings." This sounds like a graduation ceremony announcement, doesn't it? So nerve-wracking. The crowd erupted in shock when the names Rena B. Chef and Fernand Pellenberg were called out for first place. while Rena looked smug, whispers echoed around them. For real, not Lure and Anton Denon? Lure Swaben could only bow his head in disappointment, forced to accept second place. Rena admitted that although she hadn't truly defeated Anton Denon, taking first place was incredibly exciting since it was her first time reaching the top. Fernand Pellenberg smiled smugly. He thought to himself that regardless of whether he defeated them directly, first place was still first place, and his strategy had been a resounding success. Professor Grau reminded everyone to prepare to head back to the academy and not to wander off. While taking a break, Rena suddenly asked Fernand Pellenberg if he knew the new student. Upon hearing that she had run into them while he was training at night, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but ask in surprise. Huh? You met them? Rena nonchalantly described the encounter as quite interesting, just like the time he had snuck a peek at her sword practice, which made Fernand Pellenberg's expression change instantly, his eyes flashing red with tension. Why am I just now finding out you two have been meeting in secret? Isn't this important? Fernand Pellenberg staggered and collapsed, prompting a worried Rena to call his name. A piece of another prophecy suddenly appeared in his mind. Ention Amion reached out to Rena and pleaded, "Please, become my knight." But Rena did not take that hand. The scene suddenly turned horrific, with a blood-red sky and suffocating toxic air. A giant demon, as if signaling the end of the world, was aiming straight for Fernand, was shocked to realize the story had changed. "Senior, what are you doing?" he shouted as he saw Rena blocking his path. In the chaotic memories flashing through Fernand's eyes, Rena replied gently, "Ensign, you asked me once, didn't you? You asked me to be your knight. I refused back then, but not anymore." The scene shifted, and Rena now wore a look of firm determination. "Now I know who you are, and I know what you are fighting for. This is my destiny." A knight is the sword that strikes the master's enemy and the shield that protects them. Surrounded by a brilliant blue aura, she bravely charged straight at the demon named Andromalius. The story changed again. The final image that hit his eyes was Rena lying motionless on a hospital bed with bandages all over her face. Ugh, why is her ending so tragic? At the bedside, Ention was gripping Rena's hand, sobbing, "Thank heavens, I'm glad you're safe. You're in the hospital now." Suddenly, his eyes burned with intense hatred. "Senior, please listen to me, and don't misunderstand." He gritted his teeth and roared, "Those bastards want to drag you and the entire Renabchef family down to the bottom. They're Fernand Pellenberg's group, right? Those filthy rich people." Witnessing himself being insulted in the vision, the present-day Fernand Pellenberg screamed in fury, "Damn it. You dare talk about a senior like that? You brat." He was so angry his face turned beet red, and his rage burned white-hot. Rena's voice calling Fernand suddenly broke through, pulling him back to reality. He looked around in a daze. Rena and those around him asked worriedly, "Fernand, are you okay? You suddenly fainted. How are you feeling?" Fernand Pellenberg clutched his head in confusion. "I'm really okay. I fainted?" Rena advised, "Fernand, you should go to the infirmary. You might have overexerted yourself with energy you're not used to. You just collapsed out of nowhere. Your health is in trouble, you money grubber." As he stumbled away, Fernand Pellenberg bitterly realized, "So from this moment on, Ention Amion has started to see me as an enemy." But another worry hit him. But why did I get another prophecy? Everything revolves around Rena. Is it showing me what's about to happen? The name that appeared in the prophecy sent shivers down Fernand's spine. Andromalius, one of the 72 demons. Is he really going to descend upon this world? Fernand Pellenberg trembled at the horrifying truth. And in the near future, too, will I be begging for food like a beggar by then? "Great job, young master. I heard you won first place." Hai spoke up to congratulate him as soon as Fernand stepped into the carriage, only to be met with his exhausted expression. "I used up a ton of energy. I'm exhausted." Seeing his master worn out, Hai advised him to get some sleep. "I'll wake you when we reach the Labida's hall." The sound of horse hooves clattered on the road back, but Fernand's mind couldn't escape the obsession named Andromalius. He was the 72nd of the 72 demons, possessing black hair and eyes, and a human form with a snake wrapped around his right arm. Even after scouring every book, this was all Fernand Pellenberg could find about this terrifying entity. Looking for this is like finding a needle in a haystack. The war with demons had faded away thousands of years ago, so information about them had almost been wiped from history. In this era, the existence of demons was considered a fairy tale, because 1,000 years ago, they were completely wiped out by the first emperor and had never appeared again. Fernand Pellenberg muttered to himself. Even without information, he could handle everything, so there was nothing to worry about. However, the one thing weighing on his mind was Rena. The vision of her being severely wounded in the battle against Andromalius kept flashing clearly in his mind. Seeing Rena lying motionless with bandages on her hospital bed, Fernand Pellenberg hesitated, wondering if he should tell her. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Would she even believe a warning about something that supposedly only existed in legends? Fernand Pellenberg, are you really okay? Rena's voice cut through his train of thought as they walked along the academy hallway. Fernand Pellenberg replied briefly that he was fine, then suddenly asked, Rena, do you believe in the existence of demons? The strange question left Rena bewildered, asking why he cared about such things. I believe demons exist in this world. Do you? Facing Fernand Pellenberg's seriousness, Rena firmly insisted she believed in them, as the Empire was built after destroying the demon horde. But when Fernand Pellenberg pressed further, asking what she would think if they still existed in this land, Rena just looked at him with an uneasy gaze. Fernand Pellenberg, did you hit your head during training? Treated like a madman, Fernand Pellenberg could only tell himself to just forget it. He realized that if he wanted to convince everyone, he had to find concrete evidence. But then, he suddenly remembered an important event about to happen. Exactly 1 month from today, during a sparring match for the first-year Knights class, Ention Amion would defeat Varon Kambunder, who was currently ranked second. From that day on, no one in the academy could rival him, and while the winner would be celebrated, the loser would have to endure a sense of loss that was bitter beyond measure. I trusted him because of his name as a knight, because of his reputation and honor. Fernand Pellenberg pensively recalled the prophecies regarding Varon, realizing he had misjudged this person as well as the powerful forces backing him. The final outcome was miserable, as Varon was possessed by a demon and lost everything. It was the simmering resentment toward Ention that created a crack for the demons to crawl through. This was the first time a demon had revealed itself, albeit indirectly through a host. Fernand Pellenberg told himself that if he knew how to exploit this event, persuading everyone and receiving help would be much easier. He racked his brains once again, determined not to beg. With clear evidence in his hands, he could use it as a foundation to expand his plan. However, the difficult problem was that Fernand Pellenberg still did not know exactly when, where, or how Varon would be possessed. He frustratedly wondered why this crucial piece of information did not appear for him to see. Would it appear on its own when the time came, or did he have to satisfy some mysterious condition to read it? The more he thought about it, the more annoying it became. He clicked his tongue in frustration while sitting in the carriage, with magical code flickering around him. Meanwhile, at the dormitory, Ention Amion was intently reading the newspaper reporting on the anomalies from the recent joint class, especially the suspicion that Fernand Pellenberg was hiding his strength and the unexpected relationship between him and Rena's chef. He quietly admired, not living up to the Pellenberg name. He reasoned that even though the Bichef family had lost their military power, it was precisely thanks to their reputation that the show-off Fernand would actually take action. The soul of Anfin Fasten floated nearby, commenting that he seemed to like Rena Bichef while holding a grudge against Fernand Pellenberg. The old man shouted, telling him not to compare the two families, because the only knight who could stand side by side with him and the former emperor on the battlefield was someone from the Bichef family. Anfin Fazen lamented that people these days valued the Fernand Pellenberg family more, calling this the era of the Dharma-ending age. That spirit sword sure knows how to stir up trouble. The old man shouted angrily, claiming that if it weren't for their war chest in the millennium-long war, he would never have bothered with those nouveau riches. Suddenly, Anfin Faison told him to go ask for money because his equipment looked too worn out. Ention was stunned, asking why he made such a sudden suggestion and wondered if he was being unusually kind to him. Anfin Faison warned that the Pellenberg family definitely wanted to establish a relationship with the Ention Amion family, but they would never say directly what they wanted. They would build trust, catching the other party off guard with bait made of gold, and then finally drag the victim into their whirlpool. Ention Amion stared contemplatively at the soul of Anfin Faison floating before him. He skeptically asked, "You mean Fernand Pellenberg is approaching me with ulterior motives?" He felt insecure, thinking his family had fallen and had nothing for Fernand Pellenberg to desire. Immediately, Anfin Faison barked, "Why are you so insecure? Besides, what his motives are doesn't matter. What matters is that I can use him. There it is, your true colors showing." He criticized the old man for bad-mouthing someone while still wanting their money. Despite the old man's urging, he still didn't believe Fernand Pellenberg was kind just for the sake of benefit. In a nostalgic memory, he clearly recalled the first moment they met, when that senior had panicked and given him medicine after he was wounded by a monster. Fernand Pellenberg's face back then was full of worry, and he shouted, "Drink this, quickly." To Ention, Fernand Pellenberg's expression then was absolutely devoid of calculation. He had genuinely been worried about him. Ention sighed, "Asking others for money like that has no honor. Trust is not something that can be bought with money." Anfin Faison was so angry his face changed color, and he scolded, "You really are an annoying child." The old man kept nagging that even the former emperor once said, "Having a wealthy sponsor behind you is very reassuring. Don't tell me you're switching sides just because you were treated to a meal." The Fernand Pellenberg family wasn't the type to be kind just for the sake of goodness. Finally, he gave a firm order. Stop arguing. Go meet him right now. The old man has no shame, but even if I asked, I wouldn't need that kind of shame. Anfin was certain that Fernand Pellenberg would give the money as if he were waiting for Ention to ask. Standing before the magnificent mansion, Ention hesitated when blocked at the door by the butler. Hai coldly informed him that young Master Fernand Pellenberg was busy managing the family's merchant guild and studying, so he was very busy. Without an appointment, it was hard to arrange time. Ensign awkwardly asked Hai to report that the person visiting wasn't just a guest, but someone who had come to see him personally. But Hai returned and was firm. I told him the young master from the Ention Amion family had arrived, but he said he is busy and invited you to return. He walked down the stone steps and slunk away with a look of disappointment. He muttered, blaming his guardian spirit for claiming Fernand Pellenberg would be waiting with a purse of gold in his hand. Feeling regretful for bothering his senior while he was busy, Anfin flew into a rage, shouting that he wanted to throw him back into the dungeon. However, Ention noticed something very strange because, according to him, Fernand Pellenberg could not have reacted so coldly. This part was a bit suspicious. I thought so too, but it was all just a perfectly staged play. From the high window of the mansion, he felt smug. How unexpected. I thought the bait this time wasn't enticing enough, but who knew he'd reach out first? Just then, Hai entered the room and reported, "As you instructed, I have sent him away." Fernand Pellenberg smirked and calmly replied, "Good, well done." Hai wondered why his young master let N go so easily after putting so much effort into tailing him. Fernand Pellenberg pondered. He found it strange that N came to him so quickly. He knew N wasn't the type to go begging, so he felt N didn't come because he truly wanted to. Fernand Pellenberg decided to take one step back to take 2 steps forward, waiting until N completely trusted him before setting the trap. Faced with Hai's doubt about the value of a fallen descendant, Fernand Pellenberg insisted that N possessed superior potential and would be an invaluable asset if he fully sided with him. Hai worried that letting An go would mean missing the opportunity, but Fernand Pellenberg had already planned an escape route. He ordered the butler to go to the main treasury and bring back all the medicinal herbs. Hai panicked because those were the Duke's precious treasures, but Fernand Pellenberg argued that if he gave something cheap and it didn't work, the loss would be even greater. If you don't offer something now, how will you reap the rewards later? To him, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be bought with money. If it hadn't been bought yet, it just meant he hadn't spent enough. He wore a sinister smile, confident in the absolute power of money. In his room, N was holding a wooden box and a note. Gagner Anfin curiously asked, "Did you just meet the butler from the Fernand Pellenberg household?" N shook his head, saying the person just left the items and left immediately. The old soul clicked his tongue, thinking that a letter of apology from the Fernand Pellenberg house was considered having a conscience. Anne opened the letter and read, "This is a medicinal herb I prepared specifically for you. I hope you accept it. Signed, your senior, Fernand Pellenberg." As soon as he finished reading, Gagner Anfin flew into a rage at the arrogant title senior used by Fernand. But as soon as Anne opened the lid of the box, both were stunned. Gagner Anfin exclaimed in terror, "The phoenix's heart. That's a top-tier medicinal herb representing light, the perfect item to harmonize with the Amion family's light sword arts. Ugh, who could resist such temptation?" Although Gagner Anfin scolded Fernand Pellenberg for being arrogant, he had to admit N's trip was worth it. Meanwhile, N was incredibly moved, tears streaming down his face, thinking that senior Fernand Pellenberg valued a useless person like him this much. He resolved to try his best not to disappoint his senior's expectations, making the old man Gagner Anfin sigh and call him an idiot for not seeing through the true motives of that fake fox, Fernand Pellenberg. Fernand Pellenberg sat leisurely in his office, softly asking about the results of the match that had just taken place. Hai immediately reported that Ention Amion had defeated Varin Canbunder. Even though Varin's swordsmanship was superior, it was N's overwhelming aura that turned the tide. Fernand Pellenberg exclaimed in surprise. According to the prophecy, he should have only won by a hair. But thanks to the divine medicine he gave him, this victory had become much easier. Hai skeptically asked if N won because of the young master's divine medicine. Fernand Pellenberg just calmly replied, "I suppose it had some effect." Faced with the butler's confusion about whether he could have won even without the medicine, Fernand Pellenberg just gave a vague answer. No one can know for sure. In his heart, he was extremely excited because everything was happening exactly as the prophecy said. And soon, Varin would be possessed by a demon. The perfect opportunity for him to find evidence of the existence of demons. I'm also curious which hole those things crawled out from. He immediately ordered Hai to closely monitor every move Varin Canbunder made. Faced with Hai's bewilderment as to why the target wasn't Ention Amion, Fernand emphasized that he needed to know everything, from the places Varin visited, how the demon tempted him, to the people he interacted with. He wanted to understand how a demon from 1,000 years ago could return to this world to prepare for upcoming events. However, the subsequent reports from High made Fernand Pellenberg suffer from a headache. Throughout 2 weeks of continuous surveillance, there was absolutely no sign of any demon appearing. Fernand Pellenberg sat deep in thought on his bed, his eyes glued to the surveillance reports with a suspicious look. He muttered to himself, "Something important should have happened by now, right?" Could it be that High was being lazy, bringing back information about trivial matters like what Varen ate and why he went to the bathroom so much? Is he going to meet a demon in the restroom? He scribbled his guesses. Could Varen be having digestive issues due to extreme stress because of Ention Amion? A surge of anxiety rose in Fernand Pellenberg's heart. If the most important part of the prophecy about the demon was wrong, he might have to reevaluate the reliability of everything he knew. Just then, a new scene suddenly appeared in his mind. After his disastrous defeat, Varen Kambunder harbored hatred and met N again during the midterm exams. With all his resentment, Varen frantically lunged at him as if he wanted to devour his opponent alive. However, the outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided beforehand. Anne wasn't careless enough to lose to an opponent he had already defeated once. Under the guidance of the great soul Gagner Anfin Fasten, N's power was at a completely different level. After making Varen collapse to the ground, N coldly turned his back and walked away, completely unaware of the horrifying transformation occurring behind him. A thick, dark, purple demonic energy began to spread, covering Varen's body and mind. He lay motionless, letting the darkness consume him and absorb completely into his flesh. So, he finally showed his true face. "You demonic scum." Fernand Pellenberg jolted awake, sweating profusely, his breathing heavy from the shock of such a vivid dream. Looking at the bright sunlight streaming through the window, he was shocked to realize he had fallen asleep. Fernand Pellenberg brought his hand to his forehead, feeling the exhaustion as the prophecy now haunted him even in his sleep. However, a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. "I've found the exact moment Varen gets possessed by the demon. It's right after he loses to Anne in the midterms." He jumped up, checked the schedule, and froze when he realized that today was the practical exam for the first-year night department. Everything was moving faster than expected because, initially, N and Varen were only supposed to face each other in the summer exam. Fernand Pellenberg told himself that N's victory wasn't just luck, but clearly due to the presence of Gagner Anfin Fazen as a mentor, so he had to catch the demon to support N. Just then, High opened the door with a breakfast tray in his hand. "Young master, you woke up early. Please have your breakfast." But High immediately stood frozen when he saw Fernand Pellenberg already dressed formally, holding his staff and activating a glowing green magic circle right at his desk. With Gagner Anfin Fasten acting as his mentor, he began hunting demons to sharpen his skills. Just then, a servant entered the room carrying a tray of food. "Young master, you're up early. Please, enjoy your breakfast." However, the servant froze in place upon seeing Fernand Pellenberg already fully dressed. He was holding a staff, channeling a glowing blue magic circle right on his desk. Beside him, his shield and sword were ready. Fernand Pellenberg just smirked at the butler's bewildered expression. "Oh, High, perfect timing," Fernand Pellenberg declared firmly. "I'm heading to observe the first-year knight's midterm exam. I need an escort, so come with me." But High immediately refused, having already been summoned by the Duke. Fernand Pellenberg clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Damn it, why today of all days? Fine, I get it. I'll just go with someone else." High retorted sarcastically. "Someone else? Who? Since when do you have friends at the academy? My lord, are you talking about a friend you bought with money?" Fernand snapped. "Who said I don't have friends?" In truth, he did buy his friends with money. The butler was right, no arguing with that. Rena suddenly appeared at the doorway and asked bluntly, "Do you need someone to come with you to collect magic herbs?" Rena hesitated. "It's exam season. Does it really have to be today?" Fernand Pellenberg insisted that the herbs would lose their potency if he delayed. That was why he absolutely had to go right now. Even though Rena complained about being busy studying for her exams, as soon as Fernand Pellenberg made the offer, "If you come with me, I'll waive your debt for a few months, even after you graduate," she immediately interrupted him. There was no way she'd pass up a chance to make some money. It was too good a deal to pass up. As they were moving, Rena asked about the location and was told it was the Northern Mountains. She stopped in her tracks, startled. "What? That's where the first-year midterm exam is being held. If students from other years go in there, we'll be disciplined for breaking the rules." Fernand Pellenberg just replied nonchalantly with his usual philosophy. "There is nothing in this world that can't be bought with money." Rena looked at Fernand Pellenberg with a weary expression, noting that he had bribed his way in quite shamelessly. When she found out the person he bribed was Professor Grad, she silently cursed him for being shameless. Conversely, Fernand Pellenberg looked quite pleased with himself. "Professor Grad is quite practical. That's what I like about him." As they were walking, Rena suddenly turned back. "I'm heading back to the dormitory." This shocked Fernand Pellenberg so much his face went pale. He shouted as he chased after her to block her path. "Why? We're almost there. I told you we'd be fine. You're a knight, are you going to break your promise?" Faced with his loss of composure, Rena replied calmly, "It's not that. I forgot my sword." Her answer immediately softened Fernand's tone, and he urged her to hurry up and return. After getting fully prepared, the two began to sneak into the northern mountain area. Fernand Pellenberg reminded her, "We need to be stealthy so the professors and assistants don't spot us." Hiding behind the thick bushes, their eyes were glued to the events unfolding on the natural training ground, where Ention Amion and Fernand Pellenberg were clashing in a fierce sword fight. Sparks flew with every powerful impact. The peak of the battle had arrived, and everyone was gathered to watch. Fernand Pellenberg muttered, "I may have bribed Professor Grad, but wandering around like this isn't exactly right either." Rena looked at him with contempt, sarcastically remarking that it was even worse that he knew it was a problem but did it anyway. In response, Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly told her to keep living her virtuous life. He opened his map to check their positions and realized Ention was ranked second in the department, while Varen was ranked third. Looking at the glowing dots on the map, Fernand Pellenberg panicked when he saw the two of them were very close to each other. "Don't tell me they've already clashed." He urged Rena to move faster, but she started scrutinizing the map in his hand. "By the way, isn't that the professor's map? A student possessing it is a violation of the rules." Rena angrily asked how much money he had spent to bribe Professor Grad. Fernand Pellenberg could only sigh, secretly regretting whether he should have brought this crazy girl along. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar, making Fernand Pellenberg jump in alert. Rena didn't hesitate. She confirmed it was the first-year area and immediately dashed off to investigate. Despite Fernand shouting to stop her because it was too dangerous, Rena had already vanished behind the trees. He had no choice but to chase after her in vain. "Rena, where are you going? So reckless." Arriving at the scene, they discovered a student lying unconscious. Rena quickly checked and determined he had only fainted from a monster attack. Luckily, thanks to the defensive magic on the map, he hadn't suffered any injuries. Fernand Pellenberg stood watching his surroundings with a worried expression. He sensed something very strange because monsters in this area were usually not this aggressive. Panic stirred within him. "Damn it, it's starting earlier than I thought. I haven't even checked on Varen yet." A terrifying sound rang out, making the ground shake violently. Rena trembled, her eyes wide with fear as she looked ahead. "Fernand Pellenberg, what is happening?" Before their eyes, an entire area of the forest was being devastated by a terrifying power. Dust and debris flew into the air amidst continuous, thunderous explosions. Heavy footsteps suddenly echoed, shaking the ground violently. Immediately, a giant monster with gray skin and ferocious eyes emerged from the bushes, heading straight for them. Without hesitation, Rena drew her sword and leaped into the air, unleashing a sharp slash that tore into the monster's arm. But instead of falling, the monster became even more frantic. Rena gasped in shock. Why isn't it stopping? Its arm was severed. Its eyes glowed red with killing intent. The monster roared and charged, ignoring the blood dripping from its wounds. At the split second of absolute crisis, Fernand struck his scepter, activating earth magic and causing the ground to explode. A series of sharp, giant rocks shot up from the ground, dealing crushing blows to the monster's massive frame. Under the pressure of Fernand Pellenberg's wildly flying boulders, the monster was backed into a corner and unable to fight back. "Fernand Pellenberg, what on earth is that thing?" He explained that it was called a berserker, a state where a creature no longer feels pain and possesses strength far beyond its normal level. These berserk monsters were completely obsessed with killing every living thing they saw. In his heart, he recalled the prophecy that mentioned how monsters would run wild everywhere due to the appearance of a demon, while the professors and assistants were busy handling the unexpected anomalies. In another corner, Fernand Pellenberg was using the demonic power he had just received to attack frantically. Ention was pushed to the brink, and finally, he truly awakened his hidden power. Witnessing all the chaos happening at once, exactly as it played out in the script, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but wear a satisfied smile. Fernand Pellenberg began gathering a glowing red stream of magic into his scepter and ordered, "Rena, handle that pest first." Seeing Fernand Pellenberg's attitude, Rena suspected that he definitely knew something. Just then, the magic map in his hand suddenly shattered and crumbled into dust, signaling that the defensive system had completely collapsed. On the other side, although he was kneeling from exhaustion, his gaze remained steadfast as he saw the defeated opponent still trying to scream, "Do you think this is over?" He turned away decisively and delivered the final blow. "No, it's over. The match is decided. You lost." Fernand Pellenberg sank into the shadow of his own defeat. The screams of "I must win" echoed in his mind like a curse. He painfully recalled Prince Lur Swaban's look of disappointment and the humiliation of failing his family's expectations. The pressure of potentially losing his inheritance caused Varen's mind to completely collapse, plunging him into a deep abyss of envy and sheer madness. Unable to accept the cruel reality, Varen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, roaring in resentment. I have to defeat him. While Ention was nonchalantly walking away, Varen suddenly lunged from behind like a madman. Gathering his last bit of strength, he screamed frantically, "Stop right there." Ention. Facing the blind attack, his gaze remained terrifyingly calm, perhaps even a bit dismissive. In stark contrast was Varen's distorted face, with veins bulging in rage. With a single, decisive strike, he easily knocked his opponent down once again, sending him flying. Watching the defeated man lying flat on the ground, he sighed in annoyance. Why does he keep rushing in like he's looking for a death wish every time we meet? He's so weak, and yet he can't even accept the loss. The spirit of Gagner Anfinfacen hovered nearby, ruthlessly urging him on. He's a coward who has lost the spirit of a knight. Kill him. If you let him live, he will tarnish the honor of a knight. But he flatly refused, knowing this wasn't a real battle, just an exam. He decided to leave Varen there for the teaching assistants to collect. Watching the entire event from afar, Rena quietly remarked that Varen really wasn't all that strong. Rena anxiously suggested that Fernand Pellenberg should skip the medicinal herb mission, leave this place, and let the professors handle everything. But Fernand Pellenberg was determined not to give up. He declared he would push through the swarm of monsters to head west. To Rena's astonishment, he calmly reminded her that she had just taken down a berserk monster, proving they weren't invincible. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg so determined, Rena suspiciously asked if he had planned everything from the start, which is why he needed an escort. He just broke into a cold sweat, trying to deny it. This girl is too smart, he thought, cornered by her logic. Despite Rena questioning whether the medicine was worth more than his life, Fernand Pellenberg gave a wicked smile and shouted about the value of the herb before dashing off. Rena could only yell at him, calling him a lunatic, before chasing him to a clearing. Fernand Pellenberg cursed under his breath, realizing he was late and that the battle had likely ended. Just then, Rena spotted someone lying unconscious ahead. As soon as he realized it was Varen Kanbonder, Fernand panicked and shouted for Rena not to get any closer. Rena wondered why someone as skilled as Varen Kanbonder ended up in such a state and intended to help despite Fernand Pellenberg's fierce protests. She insisted she couldn't just leave him there among the berserk monsters. But just as she was about to touch him, a cold pressure made her stop. Varen Kanbonder's eyes suddenly snapped wide open, glowing with an eerie red light, causing Rena to stumble back in fear. She was horrified to realize a dark energy unlike anything she had ever seen was engulfing Varen Kanbonder's body. Fernand Pellenberg coldly confirmed that it was demonic energy released by a demon. To Rena's shock, he confirmed that Varen Kanbonder was now completely possessed, and a dark soul is easy for a demon to guide. You know. Fernand Pellenberg felt something was wrong. According to the prophecy, Varen should have attacked as soon as he woke up after becoming a demon, but it seems the target has changed. Rena asked, trembling. You mean a demon is using Varen Kanbonder's body to return to this world? How do you know that? Fernand Pellenberg couldn't answer. He just silently observed Varen's glowing red eyes and realized that he had completely lost all reason. Fernand Pellenberg decided he had to neutralize Kanbonder first. He placed a hand on Rena's shoulder and instructed, Rena, try to hold him off for just 10 minutes. Before she could process this, Fernand Pellenberg suddenly used stealth magic, turning himself into a faint shadow before disappearing. Rena could only scream in frustration. Fernand Pellenberg, what are you talking about? Then she gritted her teeth and cursed, You jerk. Seeing Varen roaring and charging straight at her, Rena had no choice but to draw her sword to fight. She shouted, hoping to wake him up. Kanbonder, it's me. It's Rena Bishef. But her only response was the inhuman roar of the demon inside Varen's body. The sword strikes, infused with pitch-black demonic energy, clashed violently with Rena's blade. Sparks flew as the two swords locked together. Rena was shocked by her opponent's overwhelming power. He's too strong. If this keeps up, I'll be pushed back. Not wanting to fall into a weak position, Rena unleashed a powerful swing, knocking Varen back to the ground. Rena lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike, attempting to awaken his reason with a loud shout. Varen Kanbonder, wake up. But her efforts were met only with mad roars from one completely consumed by darkness. Varen's eyes glowed with an eerie red. Realizing her opponent was no longer himself, Rena quickly leaped back to maintain a safe distance. Varen was now completely covered in a thick, black fog, radiating a suffocating, evil pressure. Without a second of hesitation, Rena poured all her magic into her sword, making it glow with a mystical blue light. Varen screamed like a beast and charged straight at her. Two streams of green and purple energy collided violently. A massive explosion followed the final clash. It threw them both away. Rena landed on the ground, her breathing ragged from exhaustion. She was horrified to realize her energy was being drained at a dizzying rate by the dark magic Varen was constantly emitting. Facing an enemy still deep in darkness, Rena anxiously wondered what to do to turn the tide when she was running out of strength. But then she realized she had one last option. Where did the guy who dragged me here to suffer go? Rena panicked. Fernand Pellenberg, what are you? As he suddenly appeared from the shadows, he just said coldly, Come here, Rena. As Varen roared madly, Rena kicked off his head to gain momentum and jumped toward Fernand Pellenberg. She snapped angrily, Why are you only showing up now? No, why did you run away? Fernand Pellenberg glanced back with mysterious, glowing red eyes. Why? Because he's a demon. That's why. Rena didn't stop scolding him. Did you run away just to save yourself? And you call yourself a human? As Varen was still frantically chasing them, Fernand calmly explained, I didn't run away. I set a trap to take down Canbunder, since he's not the type you can subdue with ordinary methods. As soon as his foot touched the trigger point, Fernand's lips curled into a smirk. He should be trapped now. A jarring explosion erupted right under Varen's feet, blasting him into the center of the magic trap. I thought he was just a coward running away from a pretty girl, but it turns out he was busy setting a trap. Watching Varen get knocked down amidst the swirling smoke and debris, Rena yelled in panic, You didn't have to go that far. What if Varen Canbunder dies because of that trap? Fernand Pellenberg remained terrifyingly calm. He won't die. Look, if anything, he seems even angrier. Varen sprang to his feet amidst a surge of dark purple demonic energy that was erupting more violently than ever, radiating a suffocating, evil pressure. Fernand Pellenberg muttered to himself, After that last fight with Canbunder, I realized one thing I didn't want to have to use this. Under Rena's stunned gaze, he pulled out a glowing red crystal, which emitted a mysterious energy as he began chanting strange incantations. Fernand Pellenberg poured all his strength into activating the red crystal. A massive pillar of fire erupted, engulfing Varen, who was in his demonic state. The power from the high-level scroll created terrifying pressure, incinerating everything around it in a brilliant flash of light. Game over. That demon should be done for. Varen collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Fernand Pellenberg exhaled in relief. It was a success. The trap worked as intended. Looking at the ruins, Rena asked skeptically. Success. She felt sorry for her teammate's wallet, seeing him use nothing but high-end gear. But those things you just use are so expensive. Don't you feel bad about it? Fernand admitted with a pained expression. I do. But in that situation, I had no choice. Rena clicked her tongue, saying that if they had coordinated from the start, they wouldn't have needed to spend so much. But Fernand Pellenberg immediately retorted, What are you saying? He was possessed by a demon. Didn't you see his skin turning dark, his bloodshot eyes, and the demonic aura swirling around him? He reasoned that while he looked exactly like an apocalyptic demon, his core was still Varen Canbunder. Fernand Pellenberg recalled having to struggle immensely before finally waking up to win against him. Suddenly, he froze as a thought crossed his mind. Wait a second. Fernand Pellenberg realized in a panic that he had been overthinking. Even though he was the one destined to save the world, he was currently still just a first-year student who hadn't unlocked his full power yet. Meanwhile, Rena was a second-year student, obviously much stronger. He scolded himself, Did I really make such a stupid mistake? Rena chimed in from the side. When I told you not to overdo it, you pretended not to hear me. Money's gone now, huh? Regretting it already? A tiny mistake costs a fortune. Fernand Pellenberg stood there looking lost, realizing that because he was so focused on the demon aspect, he forgot the most important thing, Rena's actual strength. He painfully calculated the number of treasures and super rare red fire scrolls that had been thrown into that trap. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg standing there, stunned, Rena asked anxiously. He looked like he had lost his soul. Fernand Pellenberg, are you okay? In Fernand Pellenberg's head, all he could hear was his wallet crying. How much money was that exactly? How much money? Right at that moment, Varen, lying on the ground, began to growl and tried to sit up. In the midst of his insane regret over the money, Fernand Pellenberg didn't care to be polite anymore. He poured all his frustration into a fist and landed a massive punch right on Varen's face. How much money was it? Huh. The punch sent Varen flying and knocked him down again. Fernand Pellenberg still wasn't over his anger. He gritted his teeth, cursing the trashy demon that had cost him a fortune. Rena stood to the side, panicking as she called his name. That's me. Varen exclaimed in shock while looking at the recording orb. He couldn't believe his eyes seeing himself in such a disgusting, demonic form, screaming at the top of his lungs. Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly added that the recording orb captured exactly everything that happened, and it was absolutely impossible to fake. Varen clutched his head in despair because he couldn't remember anything after his humiliating defeat. Seeing that, Rena spoke up, saying that was precisely why Senior Fernand Pellenberg had to kindly explain the whole situation to him. She confirmed that after losing the fight against him, Varen had been possessed by a demon and had attacked them in a frenzy. Even though Varen stubbornly argued that he had never met a demon to be possessed by in the first place, Fernand Pellenberg just smirked and told him to look closely at the orb to understand the situation. He began listing the favors Varen had received from him, from taking a direct hit from a bomb and being pierced by dozens of magic arrows, to being scorched by a pillar of hellfire. Fernand Pellenberg concluded that if it weren't for the demonic energy protecting his body, Varen certainly wouldn't be alive to be sitting there right now. Hearing this, Varen shuddered, admitting that he was indeed lucky to still be alive after all those attacks. Thank goodness he hadn't met his end yet. He really survived by the skin of his teeth. Fernand Pellenberg began complaining about how he had to spend countless amounts of money and precious magical artifacts to stop Varen's possessed self. Hearing about debts, Varen immediately flared up, demanding a refund for those artifacts, while also claiming compensation for the significant emotional distress he had suffered. Fernand Pellenberg then put on a pitiful act, clutching his head and lamenting that he had faced near-death situations from his attacks and could have lost his life at any moment. Fed up with his senior's acting, Varen snapped and asked what exactly he wanted from him. Fernand Pellenberg immediately returned to his smug self, pulled out a piece of paper, and declared that what he needed to do was simple. It was a slavery contract clearly stating that Varen Kambunder would henceforth become a servant to Fernand Pellenberg. Just sign it, and everything would be forgiven. Fernand Pellenberg flashed an inviting smile while holding the contract in his hand. Varen took the paper, his face turning pale. He screamed that this was clearly a slavery contract, and these terms were way beyond what he could tolerate. Seeing the other party resist, Fernand Pellenberg clicked his tongue, expressing disappointment that his kindness was being undervalued while he was just trying to settle things peacefully. Rena, standing nearby, could only look at Fernand Pellenberg with a wary gaze, seeing him deliberately use fear to corner the other person. Fernand Pellenberg coldly threatened that if he didn't sign, he would have no choice but to hand this recording orb over to the Purge Squad to deal with him according to the regulations. The Purge Squad was an organization directly under the Emperor with a primary mission of hunting down and destroying demons. In the name of destroying demons, they used to hold absolute power, ready to burn alive anyone suspected. But after 1,000 years, with demons seemingly vanished from history, they were now just a shadow of the past. Now, they were just looking for any opportunity to get back into the political spotlight, and if they saw this recording orb, they would be as happy as if they had struck gold. Varen Kambunder shouted in a panic, "I told you, I have nothing to do with demons." Fernand Pellenberg casually added that for the crime of colluding with demons, he would naturally be expelled from the academy. He stared coldly into the other's mind. "And do you think Marquis Varen Kambunder would accept a child who has sold his soul to a demon?" Varen was completely shattered, trembling at the terrifying prospect of being disowned by his family. With no way out, Varen had no choice but to sign the fateful contract. He bowed his head low before Fernand Pellenberg and resigned himself to his fate. "I'll be in your care from now on, Master." "Ah, no, Senior." Once everything was settled, Fernand Pellenberg and Rena quietly took their leave. Watching Varen's dejected figure walking away, Rena asked anxiously, "Are you sure we can handle this on our own? Shouldn't we inform the professors?" Fernand Pellenberg replied briefly, "It's not the right time yet. He's acting on his own, isn't he? I really think we should tell the teachers." He explained that, regardless of whether Varen was possessed by a demon voluntarily or manipulated, the reason behind his manipulation remained unclear. Fernand Pellenberg's eyes grew sharp, and if Varen truly was being controlled by someone, it meant there was a traitor within the academy colluding with a demon. He knew full well that if this went public too soon, they would immediately go into hiding, which Fernand Pellenberg insisted would make it even harder to find the mastermind. Rena looked at Fernand Pellenberg suspiciously. "Are you planning to investigate this secretly?" She couldn't understand the true motives of the people behind this or why they were targeting academy students. Fernand Pellenberg pondered and shared his theory. The academy is home to the Empire's brightest talents. If they attack the students here, it's no different than destroying the future of the Empire. Hearing this, Rena was filled with a sense of justice. She clenched her fists and declared, "I can't just stand by and watch this happen. If you need my help to exterminate demons, just call me anytime." Such a kind-hearted and righteous girl. I love her so much. Seeing Rena's determination, Fernand Pellenberg smirked to himself. Perfect. Now I won't have to give her interest-free loans anymore. He inwardly scoffed, knowing she didn't realize what a foolish promise she had just made, and she would surely regret it later. Meanwhile, at the academy, even though professors and assistants had been mobilized to suppress the monster riot, the midterm exam for the first-year night department had to be canceled halfway through. An emergency notice was posted on the bulletin board. Due to safety concerns, All practical midterm exams would be replaced with written exams. This news hit like a bolt from the blue, causing the students to panic and scream in despair. What? A written midterm exam? I'm doomed. Since the Academy's grading system heavily favored practical skills over theory, for students who only focused on combat training, having to take written exams for every subject was a huge burden. And, of course, Ention Amion was no exception. Speaking of writing, it really is a nightmare for students. I hate exams too. Under the dim oil lamp, as he buried himself in piles of books, the soul of Gagner Anfin Faison floated beside him and muttered, "But no matter how I think about it, something doesn't feel right." Wearily, he asked, "What's not right?" Gagner Anfin Faison analyzed that the previous monster riot was clearly related to demons, because he had sensed faint demonic energy spreading everywhere, yet the actual demon had never appeared. Wondering if that meant it wasn't caused by a demon after all, Anfin Faison immediately snapped. "Impossible. I've told you so many times, why won't you believe me? The demon will definitely reappear. That's exactly why the first emperor placed me here. Demons will always target you." Anfin Faison's warning still echoed in his ears while he was busy studying. At the same time, in the Ravitas Hall, a heartbreaking scream rang out in the middle of the quiet night. Fernand Pellenberg clutched his head tightly and screamed in despair. "My head feels like it's going to explode." Panicked, they rushed over to find the young master collapsed on his desk. "Young master, what's wrong?" In his delirium, fragments of memories from the first-year field survival skill exam in the southern forest came flooding back. There, in a quiet lake hiding a rare spiritual herb, a sinister plan was hatched to strip away all the protective layers around him the moment he stepped into the water. He ventured deep into a dark cave alone, a place that no one could ever find their way out of without true intent. He held his breath and hid, clearly sensing an abnormal flow of energy before whispering, "I found it." In front of him, a giant creature with a glowing sapphire heart crawled out from the cliff, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The soul of Gagner Anfin Faison panicked, realizing it was a holy beast, and urged him to run away because it was beyond their capacity. During the breathless chase, he accidentally discovered a rare Midran mineral vein exposed from a crack in the cliff. The old man, Anfin Faison, shouted excitedly, demanding that he mine it all and not leave even a small piece behind. "Man, that old man is so greedy, but I'd be just as money-hungry in that situation." He explained that Midran is a metal blessed by magic power, and the very sword he was holding was forged from this alloy, which allowed his soul to reside within it. At the mansion, Fernand Pellenberg bolted upright with glowing red eyes, stunned by the information he had just received. "What? A metal that can house a soul? This is mine." His greed took over, and Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but get excited about the idea of seizing the mineral vein. He immediately went to Rena to lure her into his new scheme, but was exposed for lying about the medicinal herbs last time. Even though Fernand Pellenberg promised to handle all the missed classes and even waive the interest on the Rena Beshef family's debt in exchange for a week off to go find the spiritual herb, Rena firmly refused. "I'm not doing it." Truly a cold beauty. Rena insisted she couldn't accept skipping a whole week of school just for a spiritual herb and walked away. Fernand Pellenberg could only click his tongue in defeat and look for someone else to carry out his plan. Just then, a figure with flaming red hair and solemn church attire appeared. "Long time no see." "Fernand Pellenberg, I hope Mana blesses you today as well." Rena looked at the newcomer with suspicion. "Who are you?" The response was a radiant smile from Jay Venice, a saint with a holy demeanor. Jay politely greeted her. "Greetings, Lady Rena Beshef. May the blessings of magic power be with you." Seeing Rena with Fernand, Jay curiously asked if they were together. Then, turning to Fernand Pellenberg, Jay asked warmly, "How have you been lately?" Fernand Pellenberg casually replied that he was doing fine and asked about Jay's life at the academy, so they were acquaintances after all. Jay humbly admitted to still being a first-year student and having much to learn. Surprised by this intimacy, Rena skeptically asked if they were truly that close. She couldn't believe a noble saint revered by the entire generation would be involved with a money-grubbing demon like Fernand Pellenberg. Jay just laughed, saying she didn't understand because she wasn't a mage. Jay began explaining the origins of the Dragon God Church, from the worship of the ancient dragon to becoming a powerful organization of mages that holds the authority to recognize grand mages. Despite knowing the church's immense power, Rena lost patience and asked what that had to do with how close the two of them were. Right? Who else would that guy associate with besides someone for money? Jay explained that because the church needed a massive financial source to operate, and the Fernand Pellenberg family was their biggest supporter. Countless magical artifacts of the church were delivered to Fernand's trading company, making the two sides as closely linked as roots to the earth. Jay smugly concluded by saying that when you're rich, you're the elder, even teasing that he was older than Rena, which just made her face darken with anger. Rena looked at Jay with deep suspicion, thinking to herself, could this guy actually be a saint? since the way he pronounced the word saint sounded so off-key and unserious. Seeing Jay putting on an act of being heartbroken, wiping away tears, saying that being told that made him feel ticklish, Rena could only sarcastically apologize to end the conversation. Immediately, Jay burst into laughter, saying he was just joking, which made Rena realize the strange relationship between the two of them, so she firmly excused herself. Even though Jay tried to hold her back, asking if she was really leaving just after meeting, Rena firmly turned her back because she didn't want to get involved in this trouble any further. Those two crazy guys are really giving the beauty a hard time now. Rena muttered with regret before leaving. Fernand Pellenberg still managed to call out after her, saying if she changed her mind, she could come back anytime. Jay also didn't forget to wish that the blessings of magic would always protect the young lady of the Rena B. Chef family. As the door slammed shut, Fernand Pellenberg immediately changed his attitude, demanding to know why Jay had summoned him there. Jay revealed that during the upcoming first-year survival training, they would be going to collect spirit herbs, and he needed someone to assist him. Hearing about spirit herbs, Fernand Pellenberg started to feel interested but didn't forget to warn Jay not to even think about taking it all for himself. Jay laughed, saying he wouldn't be foolish enough to sacrifice his relationship with the Fernand Pellenberg family just for one spirit herb, then wondered why Fernand Pellenberg didn't just sneak in and take it first, since it would be as easy as pie. Fernand Pellenberg replied pensively, "If I could do that, I would have already done it." He admitted that even though, in theory, the information from the prophecy was enough to pinpoint the location, he still hadn't found the exact spot among the 7 lakes in the southern forest where the freshmen would be having their field training. He recalled how, over the past few days, he had drained his mana to the bottom of the lakes looking for mana currents and underwater caves, but the results yielded not a single trace of Midran. That style of trying to grab a lone piece of the pie won't work easily for you. He clicked his tongue, realizing that the cave had been hidden, with extremely sophisticated magic that ordinary methods couldn't detect. Fernand Pellenberg's eyes sharpened. He knew for sure he had to follow him if he hoped to find that place. Jay was worried because the training area was very crowded and students not participating were forbidden from sneaking in, but Fernand Pellenberg just flashed a confident smile. He revealed that he had already registered as a teaching assistant for the first-year training, leaving Jay shocked in disbelief because the selection requirements were notoriously strict for second-year students. Fernand Pellenberg recalled the moment Professor Rosalia suspiciously asked why he was suddenly interested in achievements and had changed his temperament. He just nonchalantly denied it, asserting that this didn't break any rules, so he had successfully obtained permission. Jay nodded in approval of Fernand Pellenberg's plan. Truly a born merchant, the plan was airtight, nothing to complain about. When asked if he would participate, this saint set conditions with a meaningful wink. "Just promise to give me plenty of that, and I'll give it my all." He even demanded to draft a clear compensation agreement, which made Fernand Pellenberg inwardly marvel at how meticulous this kid really was. Meanwhile, at the first-year field training, they were focusing on rescreening the targets to find the spirit herbs at the Black Mirror Lake in the west. "I'm also just finding fish for Fernand Pellenberg to catch, so just take it slow." He told himself to make everything look like a coincidence to avoid suspicion, so at first, he just pretended to walk around. While he was thinking, he suddenly froze when he heard the whispering of the students. "Look over there, it's Senior Fernand Pellenberg. It seems he's a teaching assistant too." The freshman couldn't help but wonder why a wealthy young master would work as a teaching assistant, assuming he was just aiming for extra credit. Just as he was about to call the senior, Professor Graded shouted for the teaching assistants to get to their positions to start the training in 30 minutes. Sad because he hadn't had a chance to say hello, Anfin Fashion's soul flared up in anger. "What do you like about that delicate rich kid?" Deep in a hidden corner of the forest, Jay had finished preparing his disguise and requested, "Now, give me some of your blood and mana." As soon as Fernand Pellenberg agreed, Jay performed a transformation spell on him using a small drop of blood. Jay asked smugly, "Doesn't it look quite similar?" He boasted confidently that he used to be at the top of his class and often used this trick to sneak out without the Pope noticing. Before Fernand Pellenberg's skepticism about being able to fool a legendary archmage, Jay admitted that while he couldn't deceive him completely, it was enough to make the Pope take a few hours to realize the truth. Being a student is always about finding ways to skip class to have fun. Fernand Pellenberg inwardly marveled that Jay was a genius to be able to outsmart even an archmage. He reasoned that Jay would definitely be a powerful assistant for him later on. But the strange thing was that the prophecy didn't mention this guy at all. Why was such a talented person from the Dragon God Church overlooked? Speaking of this church, everyone knew they hated the demon race to an extremist degree. Everything stemmed from a demon who had once arrogantly mocked that their magic didn't come from dragons but was a power born from demons themselves. That blasphemy had infuriated the church, turning them into a fanatic organization that specialized in hunting and exterminating demons without mercy. Fernand Pellenberg wondered if Jay would eventually become his ally and considered investing early in this potential stock. Interrupting his train of thought, Jay reminded him to remember to return within 5 hours. Fernand Pellenberg nodded in trust, then quietly put on his cloak and left. He silently followed the tracks in the forest, quietly observing every move of his target from behind the ancient tree trunks. He's starting to fish now. I wonder if he'll catch anything this time. Fernand Pellenberg realized he was heading west toward the only Black Mirror lake. He wore a calculating smile. He whispered, "It's your turn now. Just do exactly what I told you and it will be fine." Immediately after, a small noise caught his attention, causing him to startle and freeze. He was stunned to see a familiar figure waiting in the middle of the deep forest. Looking at the tense expression of the opponent, he exclaimed in suspicion, "Varen Cambunder." He stared at his rival, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "What is this? Varen Cambunder, don't tell me you want to try again. You know very well it's impossible, right?" Facing that condescending attitude, Varen gritted his teeth in resentment, inwardly cursing. "I know, you bastard, but I don't want to look this pathetic forever." Everything stemmed from Fernand Pellenberg's force order back at the mansion. When ordered to follow Ention throughout the field training, Varen had been extremely puzzled as to why he had to do something so meaningless. Immediately, Fernand Pellenberg radiated terrifying pressure, his eyes glowing red as if wanting to devour his opponent alive. "It seems you still don't understand the situation. Do you need me to switch you to hell mode?" Facing the senior's terrifying threat, Varen could only tremble and beg in fear. Back in the depths of the forest, Varen shouted with determination, "I cannot accept defeat." He remained calm and retorted, "Isn't twice enough?" Varen roared that even 200 times would be the same, for losing had completely buried his honor. He drew his sword decisively, his body radiating a burning aura as he declared he would fight him again to reclaim his lost honor. Stubborn, truly stubborn. Have you no shame? If it were me, I would have beaten him some more. Witnessing that indomitable will, the soul of Gagner Anfin Fezzen exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, an unyielding spirit. Even though he lost, I didn't care at first. But now I see he's a truly amazing knight. Accept his challenge." However, he maintained a cold and calm expression. He reminded his opponent that this training strictly prohibited duels between participants. Varen brushed aside all rules, shouting in agitation, "It doesn't matter. I fight for honor. Rules be damned. A knight must seek honor. Fight me." Gagner Anfin Fazen also took the opponent's side, incessantly scolding Ention for truly trampling on the courage of a real knight. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Fernand Pellenberg wore a sinister smile as he observed the chaotic scene. He secretly noted with satisfaction that no matter how much Varen complained, he was doing a great job stalling, allowing him to carry out his plan comfortably. "Now, I have to take care of my own business." Fernand Pellenberg quickly slipped away, leaping through the ancient tree canopy toward the lake. Standing in the silent space, he carefully scanned his surroundings and muttered to himself, "There's no one here, and the barrier is already set. Now, even if I dig up this whole area to find Midrin, I don't have to worry about the noise." He gave an excited smile, thinking it was finally time to use this type of magic. Since there wasn't much time before Ention found him, Fernand Pellenberg decisively placed his hand on the ground and activated a massive magic circle glowing with purple light. He muttered calculatingly, "I really wanted to try this. Summon my servant." This is the essence of magical engineering, infused with the massive amount of money I've invested. An entity with overwhelming power gradually emerged from the intense electrical discharge. The light faded, revealing a massive golem with a sturdy stone body and glowing purple eyes. Fernand Pellenberg cheered excitedly. "Wow, it's a golem." He didn't hesitate to point at the giant and loudly gave it a name. "From now on, your name is James." Standing next to his first brainchild, Fernand Pellenberg gleefully raised a flag to assert dominance and ordered, "Let's go. James, time to find Midrin. He really has many talents, and combined with having so much money, everything is so convenient, isn't it?" While Fernand Pellenberg was rejoicing in his plan, on the other side, things were getting extremely annoying. Varen had now thrown away all dignity, crawling on the ground, clinging to his leg, and screaming, "You shall not pass unless you defeat me, you heartless person. I've tried this hard, and you're just standing there watching." Ention could only hold his head in frustration at this leech-like behavior. It was so annoying. "Enough, Varen Cambunder. Stop acting like a child." Stung by the truth, Varen gritted his teeth and snapped back. "You think I want this? At least 1 hour. If you can't endure it, your life is over." Fernand's haunting threat still echoed in Varen's head. Returning to reality, Ention couldn't help but be shocked by his opponent's strange words. "What did you just say?" Varen's face turned beet red, and he shouted excitedly, "I love doing this. I love the feeling of being trampled and having my life ruined. I'm obsessed with it. Attack me already, you jerk." Witnessing the perverted expression of his opponent, Ention could only shudder in disgust. What the hell is this? Has he been possessed by another demon? This time, surely it's the money demon, right? I can't take this anymore. Ention unleashed a powerful kick that sent Varen flying. What kind of pervert is this? Despite the violent impact, Varen jumped back up and shouted proudly, "That's right, I'm a pervert, so hurry up and attack." However, as soon as he was out of sight, Varen immediately changed his attitude and sneakily checked his watch. "How long has it been? Senior Fernand told me to endure for 1 hour." Seeing the clock had passed 1 hour and 10 minutes, Varen collapsed and wept with relief. I'm saved. His mission to stall Ention had finally succeeded. At that moment, deep in a dark cave beneath a waterfall, despite the soul of Gagner, Anfin Faison not stopping his scolding. "Ention, can you really ignore the plea of a knight? Is that what you learned?" Ention calmly replied that the rules clearly stated not to fight during training. Gagner Anfin Faison continued to mutter, "This cave, huh? If you don't look for it actively, you'll never find it. That's obvious. If it were easy to find, it would have been stolen long ago. Be careful. It might have been stolen already, and you just don't know it yet." Stepping into the cold water in the cave, Ention felt something. The soul of Anfin Faison also suddenly grew alert. "I can sense a flow of energy that doesn't belong to the spirit herbs. Shh, look down there." Standing on a high cliff, Ention cast his gaze down toward the rushing waterfall. Amidst the darkness, the spirit herbs glowed with a magical blue light, blooming on the wet rocks. "We hit the jackpot," Ention exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the treasure. At the same time, deep in the cave under the lake, Fernand Pellenberg was laughing so hard his face turned red with pleasure. With the help of Golem James, who was constantly punching the cave walls, he roared in madness. "Found it. It's Midrin. Finally caught a big fish." Ha ha! However, Ention's joy didn't last long when he realized the real trouble surrounding him. Even though he saw the spirit herbs right in front of him, he froze when he discovered a difficult problem. "We found the spirit herbs. But how are we supposed to harvest them?" A giant sea dragon with blue scales was coiled up, guarding the center of the lake, surrounding his target. The soul of Anfin Faison had to click his tongue in disappointment, not expecting a sea dragon to be guarding this place. He advised Ention to retreat and wait for another chance because the current situation was too dangerous. However, with excessive overconfidence, he came up with a reckless idea to try and fight it. Immediately, he was scolded by Gagner Anfin Faison, saying that if he did that, the dragon would get a taste of human meat today. The old man stated firmly that with his current strength, Ention absolutely could not deal with this creature. Just then, intense tremors began to shake the entire cave. "I bet it can smell the meat already. Run." The vibrations caused massive rocks to collapse from the cave ceiling. A brilliant blue light suddenly flashed from the sea dragon's eyes, signaling that it had officially awakened from its long slumber. Gagner Anfin Faison panicked and shouted, "This is bad. It's awake." The monster opened its maw and let out an earth-shattering roar, radiating a suffocating pressure that threw the surrounding space into chaos. En stood frozen in shock as he watched the sea dragon's massive form tower above him. Faced with the overwhelming power of the legendary creature, he could only tremble, wondering how to escape this life-or-death situation. The soul of Gagner Anfin Faison screamed in urgency, saying it had come to this, so he should just finish it off. Just as En gripped his sword to fight back, the old man panicked and changed his mind upon seeing the monster's colossal size. "I said, stop. It's completely out of your league. You and I need to run, now." "Ugh. The plan changes so fast, who can even keep up?" Gagner Anfin Faison urged him wildly, "Run. Don't look back. Just run." An could only break out in a cold sweat as he replied, "Right. I don't think running is an option anymore." With no way out, he threw all his strength into a leap, swinging his sword straight at the dragon's massive body. En's eyes blazed with determination, and he channeled all his mana into the blade, creating a blinding streak of light. However, the dragon's scales, hard as steel, blocked the attack. Instantly, the monster lashed its giant tail like a bolt of lightning, causing En to let out a pained cry before being sent flying away. His breathing became ragged, but his hands still gripped the hilt of his sword. He pulled himself up, his cold eyes tracking every movement of the legendary creature. The sea dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering a massive amount of water mana, creating suffocating vortices of pressure. Realizing the next attack would be a finishing blow, he began to activate a golden aura that covered his entire body, preparing for a direct confrontation with a wave of destructive power. Will he survive this water dragon's onslaught? The sea dragon spewed out a massive column of water like a tornado. The extreme pressure drowned the entire cave in the roaring sound of water. In the heart of the storm, En stood firm, his sword shining with a divine aura, directly receiving the full force of the ancient dragon's breath. Being completely overwhelmed by the giant sea dragon, His body was repeatedly thrown around by the powerful tail swipes of the legendary creature. Hearing the tremors echoing deep into the cave, Fernand Pellenberg paused in suspicion. So loud? Could the sea dragon have woken up? He muttered in confusion, because clearly he had fed it plenty of meat laced with heavy sleeping pills, so there was no way it would wake up this early. Holding the glowing metrine in his hand, Fernand Pellenberg started to worry. Ention Amion, you better not get into trouble with that sea dragon, he told himself, as he had been too busy dealing with the demon-possessed Varen Cambunder, causing him to miss out on the awakening mentioned in the prophecy. This left Fernand Pellenberg feeling uneasy. However, looking at the box containing the treasure in his hand, he reassured himself. But I did give it the phoenix heart, right? It'll be fine probably. Fernand Pellenberg muttered, then turned to order the golem. We've mined everything, right? Let's pull out now. While Fernand Pellenberg was retreating with a bag full of mitrin on his back, James was on the other side, struggling with all his might to climb a slippery cliff amidst thick smoke and dust. After a long effort to escape the danger, he collapsed, panting in exhaustion. I almost died back there. The soul of Gagner Anfin floated by, complaining. That's why I told you to run. Am protested, saying he wanted to run too, but the sea dragon acted as if it wanted to eat him alive. Gagner Anfin scolded him for being a reckless fool, claiming that if the ground hadn't collapsed due to the aftershocks of the battle, he would be in the dragon's belly by now. Hearing On boast about holding his ground, the old man had to admit, thanks to that rich guy's phoenix heart, your spiritual power really has gotten stronger. That was true. Looking up at the high cliff, Am breathed a sigh of relief to see the spirit herbs were still intact, but he felt discouraged because they were growing too high. Climbing back up would take a lifetime. So close, yet so far. What a shame. Ention Amion, go inside there. I feel something strange coming from that direction. Gagner Anfin urged him suddenly. On asked in confusion, Huh? But I don't feel anything. The old soul snapped, forcing him to move immediately. Stop talking and get over there. And reluctantly trudged forward. The sound of his boots hitting the dry stone floor echoed in the dark space. Advancing deep into the corner of the cave, he remained suspicious. Here, the place you said felt strange, there's nothing here. However, Gagner Anfin insisted firmly that something was definitely hidden there, and began to lose patience. Let's just grab the herbs and get out of here. Right at that moment, Anfin discovered something unusual and shouted, Look, there's light coming from there. A crack in the stone wall suddenly glowed with a mysterious blue light, leaving and astonished. You were right. What is that? Dig it up. Hurry, hurry. The old man urged him frantically. En rushed to dig through the dirt and rocks with his hands, pulled out an object that glowed brilliantly, and exclaimed, I got it. Holding the treasure in his hand, En was shocked. The whole cave seemed to light up with a powerful energy, making the soul of Gagner Anfin so excited that his eyes shone like stars because he had finally found what he had been longing for. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, Jay Veniz, with his fiery red hair, was smiling smugly as he saw Fernand Pellenberg return. He asked excitedly, So, did you find what you needed? Fernand Pellenberg nodded in confirmation and asked about the situation on Jay's side. The saint calmly replied that only a few monsters had gone mad and caused trouble, but nothing worth worrying about. Looking at Jay's satisfied expression, Fernand Pellenberg played his trump card. Oh, my merchant group will be placing an order with the church today, just like the contract we made before. Hearing about the lucrative deal, Jay cheered with excitement. Fernand Pellenberg calmly said his goodbyes. See you later. Jay waved back enthusiastically, not forgetting to send his blessings of mana to his generous boss before leaving. Fernand Pellenberg sat perched on a tree branch, fingering the glowing block of mitrin he had just found and muttered to himself, I didn't expect to actually get mitrin. This is a metal so rare that most people never see it in their entire lives. With the ability to absorb and conduct mana extremely well, mitrin is truly a priceless treasure. But if used alone, it cannot reach its full potential. Truly, a businessman will always exploit everything to its absolute limit. He knew he needed to create an alloy to truly activate its power. And of course, not just any common ore would be a match. The thing that pairs best with mitrin is adamant, the hardest metal of all. However, adamant is just as rare as mitrin, to the point where even money can't buy it. Fernand Pellenberg pondered whether the prophecy mentioned where this legendary metal was hidden. Just as he was deep in thought, a scream rang out, Help me. However, Fernand's mind seemed so consumed by the name En that he sat there completely motionless, even as cries for help rang out right beside him. Just below the tree, a girl with vibrant orange hair was scrambling desperately, fleeing from the pursuit of a pack of ferocious hellhounds. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg still ignoring her, the girl shouted in frustration, Hey, are you just going to keep ignoring me? I asked for help. Fernand Pellenberg glanced at her briefly and replied with a nonchalant tone. Of course, if someone is in danger, I have to help. But an elf being threatened by a hellhound? The girl nimbly jumped onto the branch where Fernand Pellenberg was sitting to seek refuge, leaving the growling hellhounds frustrated below. Good thing they can't climb trees, or I'd be done for. I hate dogs too. Just take care of these noisy beasts already. Fernand Pellenberg ordered casually while dangling from the branch. Immediately, the elf girl performed skillful hand gestures, manipulating wind blades as sharp as knives that swept across the ground. In a blink, the pack of hellhounds was scattered. After clearing the area, she turned to him with a smug look. Satisfied now? By the way, were you looking for me on purpose? Fernand Pellenberg gave her a cold glare, making her quickly laugh it off. No, just a coincidence. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg firmly brush her off, she stammered, admitting she had intentionally sought him out because he was just so unapproachable. Fernand Pellenberg smirked and retorted, "What is it? Because I'm a descendant of a high-ranking noble family. You want to get close to me." He inwardly thought he had figured out her true motives. That girl was Aria Fredian, a girl with a truly enchanting appearance. Fernand Pellenberg didn't hesitate to expose that he had heard she frequently used her status to get close to heirs of other noble families. Caught red-handed, Aria didn't show any embarrassment. Instead, she added, "Well, now that you know, let's just be friends." Fernand Pellenberg flatly refused with a cold no, leaving her to wonder why. He nonchalantly replied that it was because he was older, making Aria complain and beg him not to be so strict. She began to argue that the grand noble family should get along for the sake of the future. "You sure are picky about who you befriend, aren't you? If you play like that, who are poor people like us supposed to hang out with?" Fernand Pellenberg maintained his firm stance, arguing that just because they were all nobles didn't mean they had to be close. Aria Fredian explained that because her Fredian family had only recently risen to power, replacing the Rena B. Chef house, she really wanted to build good relationships with other nobles. She pleaded with Fernand Pellenberg to be a little kinder and mentioned that his class even had high-profile figures like On. Looking at Aria Fredian's expression, Fernand Pellenberg wondered to himself if an elf could survive solely on meat, but received the answer that she ate fruit as well. Looking at Aria Fredian's radiant smile, Fernand Pellenberg sighed, realizing that she didn't care who would be picking up the tab for those meals. He silently judged that Aria Fredian truly had no shame. Just as Aria was enthusiastically declaring her desire to be friends with all the high nobles, both were startled by a sudden incident. A student with a panicked expression screamed from below, demanding that everyone go call a professor immediately. A sea dragon just appeared in Padden Lake. Right after that, the surface of the lake exploded. A giant sea dragon with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp teeth surfaced from the water amidst violent waves. Aria exclaimed in surprise, "A sea dragon? How strange! Why would it suddenly appear?" Fernand Pellenberg didn't answer. He immediately jumped down from the branch, leaving her just enough time to reach out. "Hey, are you really going to run towards it?" Fernand Pellenberg was in turmoil, grinding his teeth. Damn it, something is wrong. He was shocked to realize a serious deviation from what he knew. The prophecy had absolutely no mention of a sea dragon emerging from the water and going berserk. And who caused it to go berserk anyway? His mind was fixed on one person only. What about En? In the distance, the giant sea dragon breathed out a powerful blue blast that made the ground shake violently. The scene turned chaotic as students fled in a panic. An emergency evacuation order was shouted clearly. All first-year students, retreat. Teaching assistants, protect the first-year students on the front lines. Amidst the debris, Anfin warned En that the monster was targeting him because of the elixir he had just acquired. He urged him to leave it for the professors and assistants to handle. "Let's retreat." En replied briefly and clearly, then quickly moved with Gagner Anfin to find an escape route. Even though the old man had told him to be careful and not attract attention, the sea dragon's glowing blue eyes had locked onto its target. Just as the monster was about to deliver the final blow, Fernand Pellenberg suddenly lunged in, shielding En. With fiery red eyes and fierce determination, he activated a massive magic circle, releasing a blazing wave of energy that engulfed the entire area. He had managed to save the protagonist just in time. Fernand Pellenberg chanted a spell, pouring all his mana into the decisive attack. Massive, sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, piercing through the hard scales and slamming into the sea dragon's massive body. Watching the legendary beast fight back crazily despite its injuries, Fernand Pellenberg gritted his teeth, wondering, "Damn it, is this finally beyond us?" "Fernand Pellenberg, you held the line well. Leave the rest to us." Professor Grad's voice rang out with authority. Immediately, he and the other mages unleashed powerful magic attacks, striking the dragon head-on and forcing it onto the defensive. Overwhelmed by their collective power, The giant monster let out a roar and began to flee. The students cheered excitedly. Oh, it's running away. After it, Fernand Pellenberg sighed in relief, inwardly contemplating, strange, has my interference slightly changed the content of the prophecy? Regardless, he reassured himself that the fated hero being safe was the most important thing, because if N died, all his investments would go up in smoke. Business is about making a profit. He couldn't afford to lose his capital. Fernand Pellenberg approached and asked, N, are you all right? Contrary to his nonchalant demeanor, N looked at his senior with teary, touched eyes. Did you come here to save me? Seeing the emotional expression of his junior, Fernand Pellenberg awkwardly explained that protecting students was just a teaching assistant's duty. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Fernand Pellenberg told N to get back to work and turned to leave. However, N suddenly held him back with a hesitant look. Actually, I have something to say. Do you have a moment? Facing N's hesitation and the fact that he felt awkward talking here, Fernand Pellenberg nodded, agreeing to find a quieter place. The two walked into a deserted corner of the forest. Fernand Pellenberg crossed his arms and asked bluntly, Don't worry, no one is listening. Whatever you need to say, just say it. What is it you want to talk about? And hesitated, asking about the guild. Did Fernand Pellenberg's merchant guild trade in ore? After Fernand Pellenberg confirmed, he honestly admitted that he was currently broke, so he definitely didn't have the money to buy anything. But on the other hand, you have something to sell. Oh, I really pity the main character's miserable, impoverished fate. You can't deny that. But why does it sound so bitter? Fernand Pellenberg's careless remark made Ention Amion feel deeply insulted by his own poverty. He was startled and regretted, blurting out his true thoughts. Looking at Ention Amion's pathetic expression, Fernand Pellenberg silently reminded himself not to let his guard down, for the very kid acting so obedient now was the one who would cause him to be exiled in the future. He told himself there was no benefit in provoking this savior. If my words offended you, I apologize. I didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart. I was just joking. Fernand Pellenberg quickly backed down to ease the tense atmosphere. Facing his senior's sudden sincerity, Ention Amion could only blankly ask, while the soul of the ancient spirit, Anfin, standing beside him, cursed Fernand Pellenberg as a spoiled brat. That old man only likes to pour oil on the fire. Fernand Pellenberg quickly returned to the main goal, insisting, So, you said you had something to sell me? Ention Amion smiled faintly and confirmed, Yes, it's this. As soon as Ention Amion opened his palm, a brilliant, glowing azure crystal appeared, leaving Fernand completely frozen. In his mind, he was screaming in astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he had just been pulling his hair out trying to figure out how to find this legendary metal, and now it had just appeared right in front of him. Fernand Pellenberg tried to suppress his rising excitement, telling himself to stay calm because it was absurd to have such luck. Stifling his shock, Fernand Pellenberg asked to be sure. Adamant? You intend to sell this to me? After Ention Amion nodded in confirmation, he continued to question the origin of the treasure, since it wasn't something easily found on the street. Ention Amion scratched his head, looking troubled. He admitted he couldn't specify where he got it, but swore it wasn't stolen or illegal, so his senior could rest assured. He then added a sentence that made Fernand Pellenberg want to fall over. I have so much that my subspace is already full. Oh, he really lives up to the name of a main character. Things just fall into his lap. Fernand Pellenberg was stunned, silently confirming there was no doubt left. Ention Amion must have found it in that underwater cavern while he was busy mining mithril. He realized that while he had struggled to get mithril, Ention Amion had stumbled upon a massive store of adamant. Fernand Pellenberg could only lament the heavens at Ention Amion's true main character luck. He wondered exactly what kind of cavern. It was to contain both of the rarest metals on the continent. Ention Amion began to set his conditions. If you are truly interested, my condition is... Immediately, the spirit Anfin appeared with a guarded expression. He shouted, warning Ention Amion to be careful, because people like Fernand Pellenberg could steal the nose off your face in a blink. He adamantly demanded that Ention Amion not agree to any negotiations. However, Ention Amion completely ignored the old man's advice. He told himself those conditions sounded fair enough. To the surprise of both Ention Amion and his guardian spirit, Fernand Pellenberg firmly closed the deal. All right, I'll buy it on those exact terms. There, the old man was just being overdramatic. The guy is a man of his word after all. Anfin's jaw dropped in disbelief. What the hell? Did he just accept my terms? Even Fernand felt it was strange. He wondered why Ention Amion wouldn't auction it for a higher price instead of selling it to him so readily. Ention Amion pensively explained that he wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Because adamant is so rare, if word got out, he would immediately become a target for countless greedy and evil people. Ention Amion bitterly admitted that the Ention Amion clan wasn't currently strong enough to protect such a massive treasure. Fernand Pellenberg raised an eyebrow and countered, "And you think I'm strong enough?" He even jokingly, yet half seriously, proposed a dangerous scenario. "What if I killed you and stole the adamant?" Ention Amion just laughed it off. He reminded him that Fernand Pellenberg had once given him the holy bird's heart and had even risked his life fighting the sea dragon to save him, so he absolutely trusted that his senior would never harm him. Seeing Ention Amion's radiant, trusting smile, Fernand Pellenberg suddenly felt a bit warm, thinking that saving him and giving him those gifts earlier had truly yielded a significant return in terms of trust. He hit the jackpot this time. Gaining his trust means no need to worry about being a beggar. Hehe. Fernand Pellenberg approached, placed a hand on his shoulder with a friendly smile, and affirmed, "That's right, I truly care about you." Seeing Ention Amion nod in agreement, he launched a psychological attack, reminding him of the favor. "Besides, I was the one who saved your life from the sea dragon, wasn't I?" As soon as he replied, "Yes," the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Fernand Pellenberg leaned close to his junior's ear, his red eyes revealing a clear threat. "So, Ensign Amion, if one day you suddenly have the urge to make me a beggar, then remember this day, never forget that I risked my life to save you. Is that clear?" Struck by the terrifying pressure, Ention Amion could only stammer, "Yes, of course." Fernand Pellenberg immediately returned to his usual cheerful demeanor, laughing and promising to prepare the contract to follow up later, leaving Ention Amion still in shock. Isn't that shocking? Suddenly threatening him about the future, not wanting to be a beggar, that's intense, right? Staring blankly at his senior's retreating back. What did he say earlier? The urge to make me a beggar. He thought to himself, this guy is crazy, probably shocked after seeing all that adamant. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Hai had just returned from a trip to the Duke's estate. He walked quickly into the room and spoke up, "I'm back, young master. You've been at the Duke's estate for quite a while. Did anything happen while you were away?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hai froze and dropped his documents at the sight before him. Fernand Pellenberg was sitting nonchalantly on top of a mountain of glowing blue crystals that illuminated the entire room. He took a sip of wine and greeted his butler. "Oh, Hai, you're back? Welcome. First time seeing mithril and adamant in one place, right?" Hai stammered, unable to believe his eyes. "My lord, what is all this? Wait, where did you get these rare ores?" Fernand Pellenberg calmly replied that part of it he mined himself, part he bought, and affirmed that he had been very busy lately. He had truly struck a huge deal. Wealth really does attract more wealth. Hai picked up a crystal to examine it, his face showing clear astonishment, as even having money couldn't easily buy this. "If I sell all of this, my guild will exceed this year's revenue target." But Fernand Pellenberg coldly poured cold water on that. "I don't intend to sell." Facing the butler's surprise, he leisurely swirled his wine glass and revealed his true ambition. Fernand Pellenberg looked straight into the void, his eyes glowing with ambition. "I intend to create a massive, sentient golem that can move on its own." Fernand Pellenberg mused, as he had always had a lingering question in his heart. He told himself that knights have loyal steeds to stand by their side, and the elf clan has wonderful spirits as companions. Why on earth would a merchant like him have nothing of the sort? The more he thought about it, the more unfair it seemed. Fernand Pellenberg roared in frustration. Why must a merchant live such a lonely life? Standing behind him, Hai the butler could only look at his master with a mix of suspicion and speechlessness. "I thought someone like you would think a businessman's best companion is money, wouldn't you? Ha ha." To defy such absurdity, Fernand Pellenberg loudly declared his decision to create a sentient golem of his own. Seeing the serious look on his young master's face, Hai wondered to himself if this could truly be called as absurd as he was making it out to be. Fernand Pellenberg explained enthusiastically that building a golem requires top-tier magitech knowledge and a massive amount of capital. This meant that if you weren't truly wealthy, you shouldn't even dream of owning one. To Fernand Pellenberg, a golem was the ultimate asset for a merchant, especially with the great war against the demon race looming ahead. He believed that in this terrifying era where demons ran wild, a giant golem would be the most reliable bodyguard to protect its master. That was why he was determined to create something truly sturdy and reliable to lean on. "If I ever end up a beggar, at least I'll have it as a friend to keep me from feeling embarrassed." Even hearing such heartfelt words, Hai still couldn't understand why a merchant needed a golem. Seeing his young master lost in extreme excitement, he told himself it was better to just stay silent. Hai curiously asked about the size of this sentient golem and received a shocking answer from Fernand Pellenberg. 10 meters. Hai was stunned by that massive figure. He blurted out, 10 meters? Why make it so big? Fernand Pellenberg calmly replied with a reason that couldn't be more convincing. Why else? Because it looks cool as hell. As soon as he finished speaking, A violent pain suddenly tore through his mind, causing Fernand Pellenberg to clutch his head. Damn it, a headache again. His eyes flared red with tension as he realized yet another damn prophecy was starting to invade his brain. Fernand Pellenberg's pain scream echoed through the mansion, causing Hai to rush over in a panic. Young master. Honestly, ever since you were struck by lightning, your health has been so unstable. Hai anxiously approached with a thermometer and urged, please, bite down on this. Even though his body was trembling, Fernand Pellenberg stubbornly pushed the butler's hand away and whispered, I'm fine. I said it doesn't hurt. This stubborn attitude made Hai truly angry. He snapped. It doesn't hurt? You even fainted. Do you know how many times you screamed in pain? Despite his master's weak resistance, Hai firmly pressed the thermometer into his mouth and ordered, I'm checking your temperature. Bite down. Hai muttered nervously that this must be an after effect of being struck by lightning last time. While Fernand Pellenberg could only silently endure with the thermometer in his mouth, he had no time to rest as another prophecy arrived right on schedule. This time, the vision brought him to the middle of the cold open sea. Ention was standing on the ship's deck with a deadly black shadow lurking behind him, accompanied by a declaration, Die, Ention Amion. His memory storage is really suffering. Every now and then, it gets hacked and injected with information about the protagonist. If this keeps up, I'm going to become his guardian soon. Jeez. It was a contractor, someone who had sold their soul to the devil, sneaking into the yacht club party to assassinate Ention. This was an elite social group within the academy that only noble students were qualified to join, and Ention had also joined it too, expand his connections, and frequently attended their parties. Ironically, Ention himself was the one who suggested turning a simple afternoon tea into a lavish gathering out at sea on a yacht with brilliant fireworks. Yet, just as he convinced everyone to head out to sea, a giant monster suddenly emerged from the depths of the ocean. Panic screams rang out everywhere. A monster. Why is a monster appearing here? Turn the ship around. Amidst the chaos, the contractor sneaked onto the ship, and when Ention confirmed his face, he was shocked to realize that the man was an employee from Fernand's trading company. Why is every crime related to him? Are they trying to drive him into poverty? If Ention's memory served him correctly, this man was one of the crew members. A terrifying suspicion arose in the hero's mind. Could Fernand Pellenberg be involved in this? He quietly concluded that if they actually knew, then they were traitors to humanity, and if they didn't know, then the Fernand Pellenberg family was much more incompetent than he had imagined. Back in reality, Fernand Pellenberg was going crazy with anger. He roared in his heart, other people find treasures by pure luck, but for me. He bitterly realized he was shouldering a villainous fate so extreme that every incident piled up on his head. Fernand Pellenberg silently understood why Ention thought he would be the one to bring about his downfall, because in this situation, anyone would think he had signed a contract with the Demon King. Hai saw his master's complexion worsening. He worriedly remarked that time was running out and tried to check his energy. Fernand Pellenberg felt suffocating pressure. He knew that if he slipped up this time, everything would truly be over. Hai firmly placed a cold compress on Fernand Pellenberg's head and panicked, Duke, you have a very high fever. I must call the doctor immediately. Nevertheless, Fernand Pellenberg stubbornly waved him off. I said I'm fine. We're in deep trouble. Everything's going to hell. It's no wonder I'm running a fever. To distract him, Fernand Pellenberg mentioned that a guest had arrived at the company and planned to postpone everything. Hai asked blankly because he had no appointments scheduled for today. An unannounced guest appeared, and Fernand Pellenberg immediately smelled the scent of money floating around him. He curiously asked who it was, and the door immediately opened, revealing the radiant face of Professor Grad. Do you want to sell the carcass of the sea dragon that appeared in the first-year practical exam? Fernand Pellenberg exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the offer from Professor Grad. The professor nonchalantly admitted he had spent quite a lot of effort to take it down, while also stating he trusted Fernand Pellenberg wouldn't squeeze the price like others would. In his heart, Fernand Pellenberg cheered because this was good news, since a sea dragon's carcass could provide countless valuable parts. However, he still pretended to ask if it was okay to approach a student directly like this. He was immediately sarcastically reminded by Grad about how he had bribed Professor Rosalia to become a teaching assistant. This guy is like a spirit, he knows everything. Grad chuckled and said Rosalia was too rigid. Next time, just come to me because I'm much easier to deal with. Just be reasonable, and it'll be fine. He asserted that anyone could be a teaching assistant without needing bribes. At the same time, he revealed that this was an official purchase request from the Academy sent to the Fernand Pellenberg family. Since the Fernand Pellenberg family had designated him to negotiate directly, Grad was here as the Academy's representative. Hearing that, Fernand Pellenberg pondered, I understand. Actually, there is one part that I am particularly interested in. But Grad firmly crossed his arms and refused. I'm not selling it piecemeal. If you want it, buy the whole thing. Fernand Pellenberg took a sip of tea, admitting that wasn't a bad idea, as the sea dragon was a treasure with no parts going to waste. Its teeth and bones were incredibly hard, perfect for crafting weapons. Its blood and eyes, rich in magical energy, were ideal materials for alchemy, and its scales would make excellent protective armor. Whether he bought all of it or just a part, his merchant guild would reap huge profits. It was impressive how he calculated that if he bought it, not a single bit of the carcass would be wasted. However, Fernand Pellenberg still maintained the demeanor of a true merchant when he declared that a merchant's pride lies in maximizing profits. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg's intention to haggle, Grad grumpily threatened to sell the dragon carcass to another family. Fernand Pellenberg calmly sipped his tea and launched a sharp counterattack, reminding him that the regulation required profits from hunted items to be used to fund the professor's research. He looked straight at Grad with a meaningful smile, asserting that if he could sell it for a good price, the professor would be the one benefiting the most. Fernand Pellenberg smirked, hitting the professor's soft spot by asking if he wanted to get the best price for the goods he desperately needed. Grad was immediately convinced and eagerly asked what his actual conditions were. With a calculating gaze, Fernand Pellenberg stated clearly, "I want the exclusive rights to sell boats to the Academy." He demanded that if the Academy needed to buy boats in the future, his Golden Turtle Merchant Guild must be the sole supplier. Professor Grad was taken aback. He wondered why the Academy would need boats and thought this request was far too simple. To him, this matter was effortless, yet yielded quite a bit of profit. Fernand Pellenberg smiled triumphantly, silently confirming that while there was no real need right now, there certainly would be in the future. Based on the prophecy about a monster attack that would sink a luxury yacht, the noble children would be left drifting in the middle of the sea. This shocking event would make the Academy realize the importance of maritime combat training and lead to the opening of a series of related courses. By then, simulated battles would frequently damage the boats, leading to a massive source of revenue from repairs and new purchases. Fernand Pellenberg excitedly imagined money flowing into his pockets like water from this long-term and highly profitable deal. As soon as he heard about the potential plan, Professor Grad excitedly shook Fernand's hand and promised to propose it to the headmaster immediately. Meanwhile, at a bustling bookstore in the city, Rena was looking for a basic cookbook. After checking the display area and not finding one, the bookstore manager guessed that the books were probably all sold out. Are cookbooks that hard to buy? Seeing the customers seemed to be in a hurry, he suggested she wait a moment while he went into the storage room to check. Stepping into the dark, dim storage room filled with towering bookshelves, the manager muttered to himself as he searched for the basic cookbook title among thousands of others. In the darkness of the warehouse, a dark entity with glowing red eyes bowed its head to report the situation. It confirmed that Ention had never encountered Fernand Pellenberg, who had been driven mad by magical energy. According to the original plan, Fernand Pellenberg was supposed to follow the trail of magical energy after being defeated, but in reality, an unexpected variable occurred. This entity asserted that someone must have intervened midway, causing the plan to go off track, which made the gray-haired man suspiciously ask again. Climbing up a wooden ladder between the towering bookshelves, the man continued to listen to the explanations from the shadow. The dark entity admitted it could not identify the intruder because all traces at the scene had been completely wiped clean. Faced with that helplessness, the gray-haired man coldly questioned if his subordinate intended to quit. Although the shadow vowed to use every method to find the truth, he coldly demanded it to stop. Because if they had tried this hard and still had no results, there was certainly no other way to find out. A rogue disguised as an intellectual appeared here. Putting aside the failure, he ordered his subordinate to focus on the next step of the plan. However, deep down, the man could not stop brooding over the irregularities that had just occurred. He told himself that if Fernand Pellenberg had truly fought, there was no way such a massive release of magical energy would go unnoticed, yet the Academy was completely silent. The fact that all traces were perfectly erased made him begin to suspect whether this was merely a random coincidence, or if there was some other truth behind it. A terrifying theory surfaced in his mind, making his gaze turn icy, his pupils one red and one yellow. He asked himself if some force was secretly standing behind it all, manipulating everything and intentionally acting to cover up this truth. How troublesome. So, has someone already discovered our presence? The mysterious shadow asked in a worried tone. But the man with the heterochromatic eyes remained skeptical. He argued that if they had really been exposed, the kingdom would not be so quiet. He told himself it was likely just a coincidence, but still did not forget to instruct his subordinate to be more cautious, because their forces were not yet strong enough. If they were exposed, it would ruin their entire future plan. These guys are good at hiding, tucking themselves away in the places people frequent most. He asserted that eliminating the target now was the most urgent priority, because since enrolling, the growth rate of that kid had exceeded all expectations. He bitterly reasoned that this was a product of the cursed bloodline of the first emperor. His eyes burned with ambition as he made his resolve. The next plan must succeed. If that kid gets any stronger, it will be very troublesome. We absolutely cannot fail again. After the shadow promised to remember the order, the man quietly walked out of the library's dark storage room. As soon as he saw Rina waiting outside, he immediately regained the composure of a bookstore employee and handed her a book. Objectively speaking, I have found the basic cookbook. He flashed a mysterious smile as he handed her the item. The girl took the book and left with a thank you. A while later, during a luxurious dinner at the mansion, Fernand Pellenberg sipped his wine while questioning her about important information. You detected magical energy? When? Where was it? Rina calmly recounted the incident that happened around 7 p.m. 3 days ago. Right after dinner, when she was walking with a friend, when Fernand Pellenberg asked to confirm if it was Bella La Hohen, the 19th-ranked student in the night department, Rina firmly confirmed, yes, it was indeed Bella La Hohen. Fernand curiously pressed, what exactly happened? Rina began to recall the event. Well, the situation was like this. 3 days ago, Bella took the initiative to find me and challenge me. Bella declared that her strength had increased significantly and she wanted to put it to the test immediately. Rina noticed something unusual. Usually, the two of them only use wooden training swords, but this time, Bella was insistent on using real weapons. Seeing the confidence on her face and the fire in her eyes, Rina privately suspected whether she was using some kind of strength-enhancing drug, but she was clearly extremely confident. She must be on some banned substance, right? And that wasn't just talk. Right from the start, Bella unleashed powerful slashes surrounded by a crimson flow of energy. Rina was shocked to realize that Bella's sword was now much heavier and sharper than before, forcing her to put everything she had into parrying. Bella's skill had clearly leveled up. It wasn't just about raw muscle power anymore. Bella's body had become unusually agile, helping her dodge Rina's sword strikes with ease. Facing this progress, Rina couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are different now. Faster, stronger." She noticed that Bella had been full of energy lately and her control over her techniques had also improved significantly. Right? Hearing praise straight from her opponent's mouth, Bella looked incredibly smug. Hearing you say that yourself makes me even happier. All right. With a sinister smile, Bella declared, I'm keeping this fight going. Just as the story reached the exciting part, Fernand Pellenberg rudely interrupted. Aha, so who lost in the end? Rina snapped, annoyed at being cut off. Not yet, I wasn't finished. How annoying. They were having a great time talking and he just had to butt in. She continued analyzing, noting that Bella's sword style was meant to utilize the weight and power of the blade. Her swings had immense destructive force, easily crushing giant boulders nearby and possessing far greater damage potential than other schools of swordsmanship. But because it was so heavy and cumbersome, it had a clear weakness at close range. Just as Rina closed in to exploit the opening, Bella suddenly revealed glowing red eyes with eerie, slit pupils. In that very moment, Rina suddenly sensed something extremely dangerous. The battle ended in a draw, with both sides temporarily separating. Bella clicked her tongue in regret. Damn it! She quickly regained her composure, laughed it off, and muttered to herself, looks like I still haven't mastered controlling my blade, huh? Ending the flashback, Rina put down her fork and concluded the story. That's how it went. Well, now that she was done, he could say whatever he wanted. Fernand Pellenberg pondered and asked a question. You're sure it was demonic energy? Rina firmly affirmed. There is no way I could forget that disgusting, bone-chilling aura I once felt at Berrien. It was only for a split second, but I'm certain it was demonic energy. She stated that Bella's current condition was still completely normal. Even after the match, there was nothing strange. Unlike Varen Kanbunder, she had no physical mutations and had not lost her sanity. It was precisely because of that normalcy that Rina once doubted whether she had seen it wrong. Hearing Fernand Pellenberg ask if she wanted to double-check, she was resolute. Yes, because this involves demonic energy, and besides, Bella is my closest friend. We grew up together since we were kids. I can't just stand by and watch her turn into a monster. Trusting in his abilities, she hoped Fernand Pellenberg could help. Fernand Pellenberg nodded, promising to investigate in his own way, then suddenly looked straight at her and asked, But tell me, for real, Fernand Pellenberg suspiciously asked, is that stuff actually edible? And he received a nod from Rina. That's right, it's delicious. After that evening, he began to flip through the mountain of investigation documents regarding Bella. From the dormitory, lecture halls, and martial arts hall to the library and cafeteria, this girl lived by a standard schedule that was surprisingly precise, no different from that jerk Varen Kanbunder earlier. There was absolutely no sign that she had any suspicious contact with anyone. Furthermore, unlike others who suffered from psychological trauma, Bella was always cheerful and maintained good relationships with everyone around her. In theory, there was no reason for demonic energy to be able to infiltrate someone with such a stable mentality. But if what Rena said was true, that Bella actually used demonic energy, then there was only one thing left in common between her and Varen Kambunder. Both of them had never encountered a demon, nor had they signed any contracts. Fernand Pellenberg was shocked, wondering if demonic energy could invade on its own without them even knowing. Was it possible to be haunted without direct contact with a demon? Or was Rena mistaken, and that thing wasn't demonic energy at all? While he was lost in thought in the library, a sudden, splitting headache struck, causing Fernand Pellenberg to scream in pain. Damn it! Another horrific vision appeared before his eyes. A place with a sky stained the color of blood, reeking of iron and suffocating demonic aura. Everywhere was filled with monsters and people gone mad. From academy students to the residents of the island, everyone was falling into a tragic demise amidst the ruins. He saw Rena's anxious face. This desolate scene looked so familiar, a place where everyone was acting in strange, incomprehensible ways. The demonic aura had silently infiltrated and hidden deep within the bodies of the students long ago without anyone noticing. And then, when the demon Andromalius officially descended, they began to awaken all at once and destroy everything. Fernand Pellenberg was horrified, realizing, could this be the moment right before Andromalius descends? Evil energy, they've all been infected with evil energy. Looking at the devastated scene in the vision, he asked in shock, "You mean those students signed contracts with the devil?" Gagner immediately denied it, because if that had happened, he would have discovered it long ago. To clarify things, he followed Gagner's advice and began to channel his demonic energy to check on the unconscious students. Through this, he gradually grasped the horrific truth. The filthy demons this time had acted extremely cunningly, secretly sowing evil energy into the daily lives of the students. Because the method was so sophisticated, absolutely no one noticed this anomaly. Gagner assessed that injecting evil energy into the human body took a lot of time and was not easy, so perhaps most of it had been wasted. Even continuing to transmit the evil energy might no longer have any meaning. He pondered about the students who had been infected. Meanwhile, Gagner insisted that to make them erupt like that, there must be a conduit. Suddenly, he pointed forward and shouted, "There must be something amplifying the demonic energy over there. That magic circle, it's the one activating the evil energy. We have to destroy it now." He decisively rushed forward, getting closer to the magic circle. The summoning process began to accelerate, making Gagner shout when he realized its true nature. It's the one that has been creeping into people and taking away their will. Just as he stepped into the center of the glowing red magic circle, Gagner frantically called out his name. At that moment, Rena appeared and was struggling to use her sword to block an attack from someone she knew. Shocked to realize it was Bella, she had been infected with evil energy. Gagner urged him to destroy the magic circle immediately to help Bella return to normal. He finally realized that Rena's suspicions about the evil energy inside Bella all this time were completely correct. However, when he looked closely at the structure of the magic circle at his feet, he shuddered as he realized an even more terrible truth. My God, that's not a magic circle for amplifying demonic energy. A jet-black mist erupted from the center of the circle. Fernand realized it was a summoning circle. The demons didn't just want to infect people. They were trying to summon an evil entity from hell into this world. The presence of Andromalius, one of the 72 demons of Solomon, was becoming clearly apparent. It signaled that the end of the world was near as he returned to this realm once more. Startled awake from the terrifying nightmare, Fernand Pellenberg was horrified to realize that the fragments of memory regarding the demonic energy, Andromalius, and Bella were all linking together into a true catastrophe. There was no time left. He roared in extreme urgency, immediately rushing out of the room and calling out for Rena. Fernand Pellenberg walked out, slamming the door behind him, his mind now fixed on a single goal, to stop the impending tragedy. Meeting Rena in the academy hallway, she anxiously asked, "So, is she safe?" Fernand Pellenberg pondered deeply. He understood that if Bella were truly infected by demonic energy and it were exposed, she would be in unimaginable danger without even knowing it herself. If she's possessed, she might still be alive, but the danger is what worries me. Faced with Fernand's concern, Rena gave a confident smile and insisted, "I won't let her be falsely accused of being a demon and killed. Don't worry, thank you." However, deep down, he still had his own pragmatic calculations. He needed Bella to live, not just because she was the most important proof to protect Rena, but also because he wanted to win the heart of the young lady of the Bichef family, and beyond that, for the safety of the entire continent. Fernand Pellenberg told himself, "First, I must prove that demonic energy actually exists inside her body." Just then, Bella, with her radiant pink hair, appeared. She smiled and asked, "Rena, have you been waiting long?" The lecture finished a bit late. Rena replied casually, "No, we just arrived." Seeing the unexpected presence of the young master of the Pellenberg family, Bella asked in surprise, "Huh? Fernand Pellenberg is here too?" Rena immediately explained that she was the one who called him. suddenly pointing at Bella's forehead and declaring clearly, "Because there is a demon in your head." With eyes burning red with pressure, Fernand Pellenberg added in an undeniable tone, "I must destroy it, so from now on, you will do as I say." Shocked by the baseless accusation and his arrogant attitude, Bella flatly refused. "What? No." Despite her resistance, Fernand Pellenberg coldly insisted, "You must come with me, even if you don't want to." Bella could only look at him as if he were a madman and snapped, "What the hell? Is something wrong with your head?" Fernand Pellenberg, suddenly walking up to someone and claiming they're possessed, he's lucky he didn't get hit. Fernand Pellenberg looked at Bella with a serious gaze, affirming he was not joking. If the demonic energy wasn't dealt with, she would lose her mind sooner or later. And when that happened, the judges of the church would certainly not let her be. Bella gritted her teeth in anger, questioning if Fernand was intentionally threatening her. He calmly replied that he was only telling the truth. Bella turned to Rena and snapped, thinking her friend had truly gone crazy because she felt perfectly normal herself. Seeing the situation escalating, Rena hurriedly grabbed her friend's hand and called out, "Bella." Rena begged, "Bella, please try listening to Fernand Pellenberg just this once." Bella was still stunned, yelling to ask Rena what on earth this demon business was all about. Looking at her best friend's sincere eyes and gentle smile, Bella finally clicked her tongue and accepted, not wanting to upset Rena. Fernand Pellenberg watched, thinking to himself that if she had continued to refuse, he was ready to knock her out on the spot. Bella flatly stated she would follow Fernand Pellenberg's instructions, but on one condition. If he proved she didn't have demonic energy, he had to apologize to both her and Rena properly. Fernand Pellenberg was stunned, not understanding why he had to apologize to Rena too. Ah, women are so unreasonable. Bella glared and shouted because she believed Fernand Pellenberg had lured her innocent friend into this mess. Fernand Pellenberg could only silently curse that Rena was the one who pulled him into this, but he let it slide. He demanded that Bella take him to the places she frequented to find traces of where she had come into contact with the demonic energy. Bella mocked him, asking what help he could offer since he had already investigated everything, and flared up when she realized he had secretly checked her background. Fernand Pellenberg walked on in silence, mentally retracing the places Bella had been that he had already scanned, but he found nothing suspicious. As soon as he entered the dojo, Fernand Pellenberg complained that the place was too gloomy, causing Rena to snap at him to shut up. He had checked everything from the dorms, lecture halls, and library to the cafeteria, but everything was normal. Even the cafe had no strange traces. Meanwhile, at the bookstore, a man with purple hair and heterochromatic eyes was smiling sinisterly while holding a notebook, recording how the Mad Duke kept coming to him at night. Back at the library, Rena and Bella were busy looking at a pile of romance novels. Bella shyly admitted this was her personal hobby. Could this be the suspicious point? Even though Bella tried to clarify that reading romance novels was just a normal hobby, Fernand Pellenberg didn't stop calculating. He told himself that if the trace were easy to find, it wouldn't be worth mentioning, but it must be hidden somewhere around here. His gaze turned toward the bookstore manager, who was handing Bella an illustrated book that made her excitedly exclaim. Fernand Pellenberg had a sudden flash of suspicion. Could it not be a place? Then perhaps it was an object. Just as he was lost in thought, the manager suddenly spoke up. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Fernand Pellenberg." He was startled and asked, "You know who I am?" He received a calm reply. "Of course, I am a merchant." The manager explained that his shop often imported goods from the Pellenberg family's guild. Fernand Pellenberg thought to himself, "Ah, so he's a client." Seeing this, the man eagerly wanted to recommend a book to Fernand Pellenberg that he claimed was a perfect fit for him. However, Fernand Pellenberg flatly refused, saying he already had enough books at home. The manager just smiled with a hint of regret. "Ah, I understand. What a pity." A pity? With his wealth, why would he care about a book? As soon as Rena called for Fernand Pellenberg to leave, he followed her without knowing about the eerie gaze of the bookstore manager behind him. He watched Fernand Pellenberg's back with a sinister smile and eyes glowing red with schemes, whispering, "See you again. I'll be waiting for your return." A while later, Bella asked in confusion while standing in front of a luxurious building, "Isn't this cafe run by your guild?" Fernand Pellenberg replied casually that he had never been here because this place was reserved only for important guests. Approaching a room, Fernand Pellenberg asked Rena, "Is this where you wanted to go?" She nodded, confirming it was the perfect place to avoid prying eyes. As soon as the door swung open, a blinding, holy light flooded the room, followed by the words, "I've been waiting for you." There he was, Jay, practically radiating an aura of pure brilliance. He went on and on about how the faithful would be blessed by manna. When Jay asked his high and mighty religious question, Fernand Pellenberg just calmly replied, "Oh, I believe." Better to just play along than listen to his endless, honey-tongued babbling. Hey, getting straight to the point, Fernand Pellenberg asked Jay if he brought what he needed. Jay smiled and confirmed it, but he didn't forget to remind him that there were no refunds on used goods and demanded cash payment. Watching this shady transaction, Bella LaHowan shrieked in panic. A transaction? Fernand Pellenberg. What are you doing? Why is he even here? Fernand Pellenberg smirked mysteriously. He insisted that Jay was here to prove a terrifying truth, that Bella LaHowan was actually possessed by demonic energy. Bella crossed her arms defiantly. She didn't believe she was infected and demanded that Fernand Pellenberg prove such an absurd claim. Jay smiled confidently, holding a small box with care, and explained that the church had always been prepared for the return of the demon race, just as the founding pope had prophesied. He asserted that nothing was more accurate at detecting demons or demonic energy than the church's holy artifacts. Bella LaHowan stared curiously at the glowing jewel, emitting a mysterious energy. After Bella introduced herself as a second-year knight cadet, Jay cheerfully greeted her as his senior. Jay asked Bella to hold the jewel with both hands so that mana could flow into her body and scan her from within. Rena anxiously asked Fernand Pellenberg if this item was truly effective. He just calmly replied that if the church's holy artifact couldn't detect it, nothing else in this world could. Seeing Bella looking tense, Jay leaned in close to her ear and whispered reassuringly in a friendly tone. He confessed, "Don't worry, I'm only here for the money." Bella placed her hands firmly on the jewel. "Just hurry up and finish the check so I can get out of here," she declared. Jay closed his eyes to focus and activate it. Immediately, the jewel erupted in a brilliant white light that engulfed her hands. A surge of powerful energy shifted the air, and the room grew deathly quiet as everyone held their breath, watching the transformation. Seeing the jewel change color, Rena naively asked if that was a sign that Bella was free of demonic energy. However, Fernand Pellenberg's face suddenly turned incredibly grim as he stated the exact opposite. Fernand Pellenberg coldly declared that the jewel changing color was the clearest proof that it had detected demonic energy inside her body. Bella screamed in terror. She couldn't believe this cruel reality and insisted the holy artifact must be broken. Fernand Pellenberg tried to calm Bella LaHowan down, assuring her he wouldn't do anything to her right now. But suddenly, Jay's expression changed. He gasped, begging the great dragon god for help as he sensed a dark power rising up, threateningly. Jay suddenly activated the holy artifact, and a blinding light exploded forth, accompanied by a murderous incantation. "Oh, dragon god, take this clearance item and please, watch over your people." "There," Fernand Pellenberg shouted in panic. "Wait." Meanwhile, Rena could only manage to call out Bella's name as a torrent of fire consumed her poor friend. A massive explosion followed. Smoke and dust filled the room. The holy box lay scattered on the floor. Rena rushed to shield Bella, who was curled up and trembling with fear. Fernand Pellenberg was furious and grabbed Jay, berating him. "You lunatic! Why are you using banned items?" But Jay was still lost in his fanatic fervor. He roared threateningly, "I will kill you, you evil demon." Once things had settled down, Fernand Pellenberg sarcastically asked Jay since when he'd become a prophet who decided other people's fates. He began piecing the events together and realized a terrifying truth. Students were being infected with demonic energy from some mysterious source spreading throughout the academy. Jay suspiciously asked why Fernand Pellenberg was so sure that Bella had never had direct contact with a demon. He calmly admitted that he had been secretly following her for days and hadn't noticed any suspicious signs. Jay pondered and admitted that if Fernand Pellenberg was right, then the situation was extremely dire. Rena anxiously suggested seeking help from the guild to save Bella, but Jay immediately shot it down, fearing the demons would eliminate everyone if their actions were exposed. Fernand Pellenberg pulled Jay aside, warning him to keep it strictly confidential so the demons wouldn't know they'd been discovered. He flashed a calculating smile and made a proposal. "I have a plan. If you help me, we can wipe them all out in an ambush." Hearing that they could wipe them all out, Jay's fanatical nature flared up, and he gritted his teeth with excitement. "All right, just tell me what to do." Rena nervously asked Jay if he could remove the demonic energy from Bella. Jay confirmed it was possible and told Bella to hold out her hands. Seeing the murderous look on Jay's face, Bella frantically asked if he was planning to kill her. Jay gave a creepy smile, reassuring her he only wanted to cleanse the demonic energy, but that expression only made Bella LaHowan scream in even more terror. "You're lying. Your eyes look terrifying. I want to go home." Fernand Pellenberg, standing nearby, could only sigh in frustration at the holy man's dramatics. He immediately corrected him, threatening to cut his pay in half if Jay didn't drop that creepy look. Instantly, Jay became obedient and apologized profusely. Money really does make people behave. After coaxing Bella LaHowan by promising that the church only targets the wicked and demons, not innocent people, Jay began to cast a brilliant cleansing spell. Bella was shocked to see that such magic actually existed, and Jay remarked that it was a mandatory subject for everyone in the church. Bella hesitated, asking if she would be okay. Jay claimed it was harmless but would sting a little because the magic had to burn away everything inside to purge the demonic energy. Harmless, yet it made people pass out. A surge of incredibly powerful energy engulfed Bella, causing her to lose consciousness right as Rena called out to her. Looking at the scene, Fernand Pellenberg silently marveled at how sturdy the building was, as he had expected Jay's spell to bring the whole structure down. Rena explained that the building was designed to withstand shocks and loud noises. Then, Fernand Pellenberg proactively used his coat to cover Bella's face to protect her reputation. After Rena thanked him, Fernand casually sipped his wine and told himself that Bella's situation was handled. Now it was time for him to use Jay to find and cleanse everyone infected with demonic energy to minimize the chaos. His ultimate goal was to prevent the demons from appearing, even though he hadn't figured out a specific method yet. Sipping his wine, Fernand Pellenberg began preparing for what would happen at the upcoming yacht club meeting. He revealed that he had investigated and discovered a suspicious person who had snuck into the merchant guild to work on the ship. Even though he didn't know they were working with demons, this was the most natural scenario for Fernand Pellenberg to prove that he had absolutely no connection to the demons. He believed that if everything went according to plan, she would trust him completely and soon consider him a close friend. The next day, the luxury yacht was ready at the harbor under the bright, sunny sky. Fernand Pellenberg stood gazing at the magnificent ship with a calculating smile. He told himself it was time to catch his fish, leaving the two standing beside him staring in confusion. This fish is a bit too big. Careful not to capsize the boat. Hearing the report from Professor Grad, the headmaster of Amion Academy couldn't help but ponder Fernand Pellenberg's proposal. He admitted that the price offered for the sea dragon carcass was excellent, but Fernand Pellenberg's demand for exclusive rights to sell ships to the Academy for 20 years was a bit excessive. As the branch manager of the Golden Tortoise Guild, Fernand Pellenberg sat calmly across from the powerful headmaster in the book-filled office. To reach a final agreement, the headmaster added one more condition. The Academy must have the right to purchase any byproducts from the sea dragon carcass at a reasonable price whenever requested. Sipping his tea, Fernand Pellenberg calculated silently, knowing that a magical beast's carcass usually held the highest value when sold intact. Buying high and selling byproducts cheaply was clearly a losing move. Usually, Fernand Pellenberg would never agree to such a disadvantageous deal. But in this situation, he knew he had to take one step back to take two steps forward. He firmly set down his teacup and declared, "Deal. A little loss is fine." Fernand Pellenberg smiled cunningly, knowing for certain that the Academy's shipbuilding industry would generate massive profits in the future, far outweighing these minor initial losses. The contract was quickly signed with clear terms regarding the sale of the sea dragon carcass and the exclusive right to supply all types of warships and yachts to Amion Academy for the next 2 decades. Standing at the harbor, looking at the grand ships anchored there, the two could not help but admire the young master's keen insight. Meanwhile, Fernand Pellenberg told himself this was just the beginning of a larger sequence of plans. Although the plan had taken shape, the two still wondered why their master was so insistent on securing exclusive rights to these ships. Fernand Pellenberg explained that this required support from the Pellenberg family. Although he knew his father, the cold-hearted duke, would never agree to a contract he deemed unprofitable, the attendant asked worriedly if signing without consulting the family head was really okay. But Fernand Pellenberg just smiled confidently. Not yet, but the opportunity would surely come soon. He immediately moved on to the main task, asking the attendant to provide the list of the yacht's crew. Hearing the attendant confirm there was no one suspicious, Fernand Pellenberg narrowed his eyes in vigilance. He knew well that if demons were so easily exposed, they wouldn't be terrifying. He told himself he would have to handle everything personally this time. He only regretted that the beautiful yacht might be destroyed in the upcoming battle. However, that price was still too cheap to pay to catch the monsters and ensure his business thrived in the future. The most important thing for Fernand Pellenberg right now was to get the attendant completely on his side. He smiled triumphantly, thinking it was time to cast the net to catch the fish that had been swimming free for so long. Meanwhile, in another corner of the academy, the attendant suddenly shuddered, feeling a bone-chilling cold run down their spine as if someone were secretly targeting them. In the quiet library, the spirit Gagner Anfin Faison asked softly, "How are you holding up?" Ention replied nonchalantly, "Not bad." Thanks to the medicinal herbs obtained from the underwater sea cave, the sacred bird's magic power had now been completely absorbed by him. Gagner Anfin Faison satisfiedly urged them to replenish their mana soon and sell the existing Ada for cash. Ention smiled faintly, thinking to himself that having a wealthy ally was truly reassuring. He suddenly had an idea. "What do you think about inviting Fernand Pellenberg to be an ally?" The question made the old man Gagner Anfin Faison scream in shock. "Why that filthy rich guy?" Ensign calmly explained that war always requires money, and wouldn't it be better to have a wealthy ally on their side? He believed Fernand Pellenberg and his family weren't stupid. Once they realized the gravity of the situation, they would surely be willing to spend. Since you have the idea, it's best to show Fernand Pellenberg a demon directly. However, he was still hesitant because he had never seen a demon or monster himself, so he didn't know what to do. Gagner and Fenfason firmly insisted that demons were real and they would surely reveal themselves one day. However, the old man sternly warned that even if Ention wanted to invite the Pellenberg family to be allies, he should absolutely never trust him. When Ention asked why, Gagner and Fenfason revealed a dark secret. The Pellenberg family used to trade with demons. They were the type of people who didn't care if the other party was a devil or not, as long as there was profit. The old man growled that they were the primitive ones who could sell anything to demons, and only by playing a clever game did they manage to keep their territory. Hearing this, Ention firmly retorted, "No, Fernand Pellenberg would never do that. When you're infatuated with a rich guy, whatever anyone says is useless." In Ention's eyes, Fernand was kind, generous, noble, and upright, someone who would never abandon those in trouble. Gagner and Fenfason just scolded him for being a fool blinded by that rich guy. Suddenly, Ention froze when he sensed something unusual. "Someone is coming. Hide quickly." Gagner and Fenfason's whisper sounded panicked, telling Ention to hide under the table. Just then, a young man approached and called his name. It was Valosi Vieng Dak, the top student of the first-year night department and heir to the prestigious Valosi Vieng Dak family. Valosi smiled. "Found you. Want to go party on a yacht with me?" When Ention asked if Valosi was looking for him, he revealed he had just received an invitation from the yacht club. Valosi suggested they go together as guests since the club allowed each member to bring one person. Faced with the surprise about the gathering place of noble descendants, Valosi confirmed he needed a referral from a current member to join. And, with his status from the Ention Amion house, he was fully qualified. Ention pondered the invitation to join the yacht club. Immediately, the spirit Gagner and Fenfason appeared and screamed in opposition. "If it's a gathering of noble brats, then Swaben is surely there too, right? That guy is clearly trying to drag you into trouble. Everyone has kept their distance from you because they're afraid of that Swaben." The old man insisted Valosi Vieng Dak was just pretending to be a friend to lure him into a trap and urged him to refuse immediately. Heeding the advice, Ention turned to Valosi hesitantly. "Thank you. But maybe it's better if I don't go." However, Fenfason suddenly froze and then shouted loudly, "Wait, hold on." He realized that if it was the yacht club, the whole group would have to go out to sea, where he just remembered there was still an important configuration left behind by the Holy Emperor. Gagner and Fenfason immediately changed his tone. "You have to participate at all costs, so you're going, right? Swaven will give you a hard time, but you won't lose anything. Just tell him you'll go." Faced with the guardian spirit's sudden change of heart, En nodded in agreement. "Oh, I'll go. Just let me know the date and time." Valosi Vieng Dak smirked triumphantly. "It's a deal then. See you at the hack ship." As soon as Valosi Vieng Dak left, Gagner and Fenfason laughed with delight, knowing that if their paths aligned, they could exploit the Saint Emperor's secret hidden there. He sighed warily upon realizing that this predecessor had left behind too much trouble. Meanwhile, Gagner and Fenfason was still excitedly cheering, and he seized this opportunity to deal with the demonic beast. At the same time, in a corner of the Academy Park, Fernand Pellenberg approached the bench where Rena was sitting and held out an envelope. "Take this." Rena asked in confusion, "What is this?" She was stunned to find it was an invitation to the yacht club. Rena stared at the invitation in disbelief. "I'm getting an invitation from the person who tried to stop me from joining." Surprised, Fernand Pellenberg smirked mysteriously. "You already knew." He casually mentioned that he was also a member of the club, then admitted a harsh truth. "Oh, right. I was the one who stopped you from joining, Rena. At first, I wanted to pressure you quietly by using your debts as an excuse." However, Fernand Pellenberg looked Rena straight in the eye and affirmed that, in reality, not many people were as worthy of being a club member as she was. Still suspicious, Rena pressed him. "Why are you suddenly being so nice? Are you trying to scam me?" Fernand Pellenberg's gaze turned cold. "I detected traces of a demon. I received word that something would happen at the yacht club, so I've already set a trap." He insisted that if he had a reliable ally like Rena, the plan would be even more perfect. Immediately, Rena erupted with a burning aura, her eyes glowing with fury. "Good. I absolutely cannot forgive them for tainting Bella La Hohen. We have to get revenge this time." Fernand Pellenberg felt secretly pleased with her fierce attitude. He suddenly remembered to ask about Bella, but Rena sadly replied that she still hadn't woken up, even after a whole day. Fernand Pellenberg mused silently, thinking of the St. J, wondering how much firepower that guy had used to purify the demonic energy from Bella. He could only reassure Rena that she would definitely wake up soon, while both prayed for their friend's safety. Fernand Pellenberg gently invited Rena. "It's lunchtime, let's go eat." Your treat, she nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's go. They both strolled away, leaving the academy park in silence. Right at that moment, Varen Kanbunder trudged over and collapsed onto the stone bench they had just vacated. Why is my life such a mess? Varen painfully recalled his glorious past as the proud heir of the Kimbunder house and a promising second-year night student. But now, it was all just a memory. All of his glory had completely shattered ever since he was defeated by An, the one his family forced him to surpass so he could become the head of the house. Not only was he humiliated by the defeat, but Varen was also bitter about being coldly discarded without mercy by the prince he had considered his strongest support. But what drove him insane with resentment was that N had received an invitation to the yacht club from Valosi Vieng Dak, the very person Varen had always longed to befriend. That spot should have been mine. This is infuriating, Varen cried, grinding his teeth in extreme envy. He couldn't accept that a descendant of a fallen house had stolen all the glory that belonged to him. The person who should have been given that invitation is me. Everything was going so well. N, you bastard. Varen screamed in his heart as he sank into despair and loneliness. A figure quietly approached the stone bench. A gentle voice suddenly rang out. Hello, Varen Kanbunder. Ention Amion stepped in front of Varen, who was sitting dejectedly on the bench, and spoke up. Would you like to have lunch with me? The unexpected invitation left Varen stunned before he snapped. What? Lunch? N calmly explained that he just thought the other looked lonely, but that only added fuel to Varen's rage. He jumped up and shouted, and whose fault is that? Facing N's bewildered expression, Varen yelled in resentment. That's right. Whose else? Because I lost to you, I was abandoned by the second prince, and since then, no one wants to be friends with me anymore. Do you even know that? Varen suddenly stopped, realizing he had let slip a secret about his backer. He feared that the deep-seated hatred between the Swaben house and Ention Amion would make his life even more miserable if N found out. However, N calmly acknowledged, Oh, so you were hanging out with the second prince? Then I guess it is my fault that you don't have any friends left. He decisively offered an apology and invited Varen to lunch with him again. Varen froze in astonishment, not understanding why, and wasn't concerned about that and what he was ultimately planning. Varen turned his back and walked away firmly. Get lost. This isn't a fairy tale. Despite An calling after him, he still yelled for N to stop humiliating him further. Watching Varen's retreating back, N could only sigh wearily. The spirit of Anfin Faison floated beside him, smugly saying that he had told him it wouldn't work, and wondered to himself if they really had to go this far. While Gagner Anfin Faison acknowledged that although Varen lost the fight, he was still a capable person. The old man Gagner Anfin Faison didn't forget to boast that if it weren't for him, An would never have beaten his opponent. He added a stinging remark. Regardless, the important thing was that he didn't have any talented friends, just like the person who was eating while calmly responding to a thank you. He bitterly admitted that his own loneliness was also due to the constraints of the Swoben house. Gagner Anfin Faison concluded that if An had friends, he wouldn't have to eat lunch alone like this. Both looked in the same direction, silently thinking that it wouldn't be a bad idea for the losers to gather and form a losers' alliance. Gagner Anfin Faison advised him to try approaching Varen again because he would need a companion to find what the Emperor had left behind. However, the most headache-inducing problem now was whether he could bring his sword to the club meeting. Looking at himself in his luxurious suit, yet with his sword gripped in his hand, and couldn't help but worry about being mocked by the nobles as an eccentric. He planned to put it in his storage space, but the spirit of Gagner Anfin Faison immediately protested because he didn't want to be locked inside without knowing what was happening outside. Mentioning the current royal family, Gagner Anfin Faison flew into a rage because he believed the treacherous Swaben bloodline had stolen the throne from the N family, leaving N to just sigh at the old man's noisiness. To resolve the trouble, Anfin Faison revealed an amazing ability of Misdran. It doesn't just absorb souls, it can do so much more. Instantly, the sword erupted in a brilliant blue light and began to change shape according to the old man's will. The sword had now shrunk down to the size of a compact toy, fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand. He exclaimed in amazement, That's incredible. The sword just turned into a toy. Fernand Pellenberg smugly suggested that he should wear it like a necklace. Since this was the height of fashion back in his day, it was the kind of style that made so many women swoon. Watching the old man narcissistically reminisce about his past appeal, he could only deliver a blunt, crushing remark. The most merciless grandson in the solar system had just shattered his ego. Anfin Faison roared, accusing the youth of today of not knowing what true cool was, forcing him to quietly stuff the tiny sword into his pocket to end the conversation. Meanwhile, at the Pellenberg estate, Hai had already deployed the Red Knight Guards secretly within the academy, ready to strike the moment any magical beast appeared. Fernand Pellenberg adjusted his attire and pressed for information about the recording orbs. Upon hearing from Hai that they had been scattered across the cruise ship, Fernand Pellenberg wore a calculating smile, asserting that this was the perfect way to monitor and round up those demons. As Hai helped Fernand Pellenberg hang up his luxurious formal wear, she anxiously asked, "Are you sure they have truly infiltrated the trade guild? I know you wouldn't lie, but it's still hard to believe. Demons appearing in this era? Where did you get this information?" Fernand Pellenberg simply replied that he had his own methods, which left Hai feeling a bit hurt, as she had assumed she was her master's only informant. The butler started guessing aimlessly. "Oh, could it be Jay? The Divine Dragon Order knows so much about demons, and you've been meeting with him quite often lately." Fernand Pellenberg neither denied nor confirmed it. He simply concluded that the most important thing right now was to round up the demons. Hai still hadn't stopped wondering. And what do we do after catching the demons? Fernand Pellenberg fell into deep thought, his crimson eyes revealing a contemplative look. "I will find out how they infiltrated this place, how they hide their identities, what their true purpose is, and who is behind all of this." In his mind, a terrifying vision surfaced of a demon ruling over a mountain of white bones, signaling a world-ending plot gradually coming to light. Fernand Pellenberg affirmed that he would carry out this plan together with Ention. Seeing Hai looking confused and asking what that had to do with anything, Fernand Pellenberg silently picked up the exquisite masquerade mask on the table. Putting on the mask, Fernand Pellenberg wore a calculating smile. "I gave him the Saint Bird's heart. In exchange, he must prove his worth. Tonight, I place my trust in you, Ention." Night fell, and the luxury cruise ship, brilliant with lights, glided across the sea surface. Nobles in magnificent ballroom attire began the party. Fernand Pellenberg stepped out onto the deck, looked around, and sighed slightly when he saw a familiar figure. It seems I was wrong. I should have just covered her clothing expenses earlier." Rena appeared completely out of place at the extravagant party, still wearing her stiff, formal academy uniform. Fernand Pellenberg teased her. "I didn't think you'd show up here in your academy uniform," Rena stubbornly retorted, asking if there was any rule against it, which made Fernand Pellenberg click his tongue, assuming she must be saving money because formal wear was too expensive. Rena grumbled, claiming she tried to buy some, but nothing caught her eye. To save his companion from embarrassment, Fernand Pellenberg insisted that she at least put on a mask. After Rena reluctantly agreed, he politely offered his arm. "Let's go in." Seeing Rena looking bewildered and asking, "What? Do we need to hold hands?" he insisted that since they were companions, escorting her was the bare minimum of etiquette. Even though he said that, in his heart, Fernand Pellenberg was calculating something else. He told himself there was no need to be that formal. But to ensure his own survival after investing so much into the Rena stock, he had to keep her within a certain range. The couple's appearance immediately drew the attention of the surrounding nobles, who couldn't stop whispering about this unexpected display of closeness. Fernand Pellenberg was pleased. He wanted to flaunt this friendship to warn others not to even think about stealing Rena away from him. As they stepped into the ballroom, Fernand Pellenberg teased, "Shall I call you my lady?" Rena firmly pushed him away. "Cut the cheesy act, just call me normally." A loudspeaker announcement blared, requesting everyone to board the ship quickly so they could set sail immediately. Brilliant fireworks began to explode in the night sky, signaling that the party on the cruise ship had officially begun. Amidst the extravagance, Fernand Pellenberg asked if Bella Lau would be drained this time. Rena confirmed she definitely would, because Bella Lau was currently overflowing with hatred for the demons. She recounted that as soon as she woke up, Bella was absolutely furious, even wanting to settle the score with that jerk Jay for daring to burn her spiritual power. However, thanks to Rena's cleverness, that rage had been completely redirected toward the evil demons. Hearing this, Fernand Pellenberg curled his lip in satisfaction. Very good. The director was pleased that his supporting actor performed so well. Suddenly, murmurs from the crowd caught Rena's attention. "What's going on?" Fernand Pellenberg cast his gaze toward the center of the ballroom and silently concluded, "How interesting. Perhaps everyone present here has been waiting for this fateful moment for a very long time." In the middle of the magnificent room, two figures carrying royal blood stood facing each other in an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. This was the inevitable reunion between a descendant of the current Swaben dynasty and someone bearing the blood of the old Ention Amion royal family. The soul of Anfin Faison shrieked in fury upon recognizing Luer Swaben, the one belonging to the royal lineage that had snatched the imperial throne from the Ention Amion family. Contrasting with the agitation of the guardian spirit, demanding that the other party kneel, he remained extremely calm. He bowed with standard etiquette. "I pay my respects, Your Highness," offering a respectful greeting. While his mind was full of schemes, he silently analyzed the powerful figures present at the party. Starting with the time, the second prince was full of hostility. Next was Fernand Pellenberg, the man who owned enough fortune to turn a regular club into a highly influential cruise guild. And finally, Valosi Vieng Doc, the heir to a prestigious family who always hid his ambition behind a kind expression. Outside on the deck, Luer Swaben was chatting with Fernand Pellenberg. He suddenly mentioned that it was Fernand Pellenberg who had blocked her from joining the club even though she was fully qualified. Before Luer Swaben's probing question about whether he had grown close to and developed feelings for Rena, Fernand Pellenberg just calmly adjusted his glasses and asked, "Why so nosy?" "I'm going elsewhere to play." This dismissive act left the second prince gritting his teeth in frustration. Returning to the party, he was talking to Rena when he saw Fernand Pellenberg return. At that moment, he also asked to be excused, leaving Fernand Pellenberg to face Rena's grumpiness for making her search for him everywhere. Fernand smiled apologetically while standing from afar, silently observing and noticing that the relationship between the two of them was truly special. He tried to reassure himself that they were only close because they were classmates, but was immediately exposed by Ention Amion, who claimed he had fallen for Rena at first sight. The old man wouldn't stop nagging, arguing that this kind of lovesick mentality would cause him to fail in the war against the demons. The old man constantly grumbled at him for being preoccupied with women instead of searching for the founding emperor's relic. He could only defend himself, saying that wasn't the case at all. He kept grumbling at E for being too busy looking for women instead of searching for the founding emperor's relic. E could only try to explain that it wasn't like that at all. Actually, Fernand Pellenberg had been calculating this all along. According to the prophecy, demons and monsters would ambush the cruise ship and sink it, and all of that was part of his plan. He knew that In would be trapped on an island containing the ruins of the founding emperor, surrounded by demons. Fernand and Rena would seize the chance to hunt for demonic energy, meet In, and thereby change the course of the prophecy. Just then, a waiter approached and asked, "You are In, aren't you?" The moment he confirmed it, the waiter suddenly dropped the wine tray, sending glasses shattering on the floor. He pulled out a knife and lunged, taking In by surprise. What is this? The protagonist has such a cursed life, getting stabbed everywhere he goes. With sharp reflexes, In dodged the attack and drew his sword to fight back fiercely. In was shocked by the opponent's strength. He could feel a strange aura he had never sensed before. Seeing the waiter's distorted face and twisted grin, the old spirit warned that it was demonic energy. The man was a demon. In was stunned, wondering how someone from the Pellenberg trading firm could have become a demon. Immediately after, the sea surface exploded violently, and a giant sea serpent with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth lunged out of the water. "It's a sea serpent." A piercing scream echoed across the boiling sea. Thousands of grotesque creatures suddenly surfaced, surrounding the luxury ship and throwing the nobles into a panic. "Oh, how disgusting. Where are all these worms coming from?" The giant sea serpents began crawling onto the deck, attacking anyone in sight. Amid the chaos, a noblewoman tried to use fire magic to strike back, but she was immediately stopped. "Don't use fire, you'll burn the whole ship down." A terrifying explosion erupted shortly after, making the situation even worse. Amidst the smoke and flames, On had to face the assassin with a monstrously distorted face. The creature wore a sinister smile, revealing the nature of someone consumed by demonic energy. En's eyes gleamed with vigilance as he realized the impending danger. Two blades clashed harshly, sending sparks flying in the middle of the night. The spirit Ention Amion kept shouting warnings in En's mind. "He's a professionally trained assassin. Looking at how he moves, I can tell he's stronger than you." En gritted his teeth, parrying the opponent's dangerous and powerful strikes, clearly feeling the gap in their combat skills. Sensing an opening, Ention Amion urged, "Throw him into the sea." En poured all his strength into a thunderous kick, knocking the assassin off the ship's railing. Watching the enemy fall straight into the writhing nest of sea serpents below, En wondered, is he dead yet? Ention Amion confirmed firmly. He fell into the serpent nest. He's definitely dead. But the anxiety didn't subside. En questioned himself in shock. But what on earth is going on? Gagner Ention Amion warned in a grave tone. "The demons are targeting you." They finally started their move. The nobles on the ship were screaming in terror as a massive creature emerged from the water. It was a sea serpent. Immediately, the order to fight was shouted out. Apprentice knights, move to the front. Magic students, provide support from the rear. Ention Amion was horrified as he realized the enemy's sinister plot. Sea serpents, the demons really want you dead. Facing this life-or-death situation, En gritted his teeth and determined he had to deal with this monster before it destroyed everything. Suddenly, the assassin from before appeared and attacked from behind, leaving him shocked. "Damn it, I thought he was dead." Gagner Ention Amion shouted a warning, "On, watch out." But it was too late as the sea serpent opened its mouth and swallowed him in a flash of blinding light. He fell into the deep sea unconscious, ignoring Gagner Ention Amion's screams, desperately calling for him to wake up in the freezing water. The giant sea serpent thrashed its body, directly crushing the luxury cruise ship into pieces amidst towering waves. Waves lapped gently against the white sand of a deserted island, where En was crawling ashore, coughing up mouthfuls of salty seawater. Gagner Anfin asked worriedly, wake up, kid. Did you get all the water out? He remembered in a daze the moment the sea serpent attacked and he fell into the ocean as the ship sank. Gagner Anfin explained that the sea serpent's breath had frozen his body, paralyzing him temporarily. Thanks to his guardian spirit, who had timely dispelled the freezing effect and kept his body temperature stable while he drifted, and had managed to survive and regain consciousness. Anne looked at the glowing sword in his hand in surprise and questioned, "You can even do that?" Gagner Anfin explained that the sword was not only a vessel to seal his spirit, but also a comprehensive magic tool for the heir to the Ention Amion dynasty. Looking around the deserted beach, An wondered where he was, only to receive an excited answer from the guardian spirit. Anfin cheered that this was the place where the founding emperor had left treasures for him, and drifting here was entirely due to the ancestors' guidance. The old man urged Anne to quickly retrieve the item before the rescue team arrived, even though he was still worried about the safety of the other students on the ship. Wallen silently thought the sea serpent must have sunk to the bottom of the ocean. He suddenly felt killing intent from behind. Swiftly dodging the attack, his expression turned deadly serious. "Tiesk, these demons are so stubborn. I didn't expect them to follow me all the way here. I tried to run away from demons, and they followed me to an island. Before him, there wasn't just one, but two assassins surrounding him." Anne exclaimed in shock, "Wait, there was only one earlier. Where did the second one come from?" One assassin replied that there was indeed only one at first. Anne gritted his teeth. "How would I know?" Anfin shouted a warning. "Be careful. They aren't easy opponents." Anne drew his sword decisively. "I know." The fierce battle erupted. The speed of the exchange was so fast that only light streaks could be seen. He tried to find an opening to eliminate the persistent demons who kept pressing him. Suddenly, one demon grabbed Anne's collar, putting him on the defensive. At that moment, the other one lunged from above with a sharp dagger aimed straight at his head. In this split-second life-or-death situation, Anne exploded with a massive wave of purple energy from his body. After the desperate counterattack, Anne stood firm amidst the ruins with blood dripping from wounds on his body. He realized with a jolt that the enemy's weapon was problematic. It was poisoned. The toxin spread rapidly, making Anne's body tremble, sweat pouring down as he felt dizzy. Seeing the critical situation, Anfin shouted, "Steady, don't panic." He used his battle aura to fight the poison while in a daze from exhaustion. Anne wondered if he could survive, but the shouts of his guardian spirit pulled him back. "You must live. You are of the Ention Amion." Looking at the two sinister shadows with glowing red eyes approaching, Anne gritted his teeth, determined not to die at the hands of these demon creatures. Gagner Anfin continued to urge him on in desperation. "Use your chi," he commanded, but E had completely reached his limit. He wheezed, "I'm out of juice, you'll have to carry me this time." Just as the assassin wore a sinister grin, ready to swing his blade for the kill, suddenly, massive tornadoes of earth and stone exploded violently, sweeping away everything in their path and hurling the demons far back. Amidst the thick dust and suffocating magical pressure, E shielded his eyes, staring in shock at the light as it became clearer. "Who's being so dramatic with that flashy entrance?" he thought. The figure emerging from the heart of the magical storm was none other than Fernand Pellenberg, with fiery red eyes, a murderous aura, and an icy demeanor in his noble attire. Fernand Pellenberg stood tall amidst the terrifying magical pressure, knocking the attackers away in an instant. Immediately, Rena also charged in like a whirlwind. She leaped into mid-air with her glowing sword to provide support. The two sides clashed violently, creating magical explosions that shook the entire area, causing the ground to shatter under the suffocating pressure. A demon shrieked in agony, "Arg! What kind of girl fights this brutally?" By now, EE was completely exhausted. As the remaining demon tried to seize the opportunity to take his life, he could only collapse, watching as the demons gradually deformed with glowing red eyes and hands turning into pitch-black claws. The assassin approached with a gruesome grin, ready to land the final blow on the dying hero. E groaned in pain as the poison began to seep deep into his body. Just as death drew near, a massive pillar of magic stone suddenly erupted, crushing the enemy in the blink of an eye. Fernand Pellenberg strode forward and calmly asked, "Are you all right?" "E, you're wounded." Seeing his savior, E could only wheeze a confirmation. "Yeah, I'm okay." Fernand Pellenberg quickly produced a small vial and ordered, "This is the antidote. Drink it." Seeing E still fumbling, intending to purify himself with his aura, he firmly added, "This will speed up the process." Right at that moment, Rena appeared in an imposing manner, dragging the unconscious remaining assassin behind her. Looking at the demon under Rena's feet beaten to a pulp, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but marvel at her strength. Rena hesitated and asked if he was still alive. Fernand Pellenberg confirmed that the guy was just unconscious because he knew she wanted to capture them alive. Hearing the words capture alive, Rena couldn't help but be stunned by Fernand Pellenberg's calculated nature. Looking at the enemy lying flattened on the ground, Fernand Pellenberg gritted his teeth in fury. Those damn demons, I finally caught them. This realization left E completely shocked. He never expected that both seniors had known about the existence of the demons all along. Suddenly, the assassin began to convulse and roar in pain, making the atmosphere tense. Rena hurriedly drew her sword, staying alert while Fernand Pellenberg observed coldly. When asked if he knew the person's identity, Fernand Pellenberg flatly denied it. He asserted that he had thoroughly investigated the background of every employee in the merchant guild, but there was absolutely no one who could have hindered his progress. Fernand Pellenberg grabbed the collar of the deforming demon and roared, "Who are you?" Fernand Pellenberg's gaze was as sharp as if he wanted to see through the traitor's soul. He demanded, "Why did you infiltrate my merchant guild?" The demon could only groan in pain as his body began to undergo abnormal mutations. Suddenly, purple tumors erupted all over his face and neck, emitting an unstable energy. E realized something was wrong and shouted, "Get back, he's about to blow." Smoke and dust filled the area, leaving E helpless as he watched and worried for the safety of his comrades. Amidst the thick smoke, a bright red magic barrier appeared, shielding both Fernand and Rena. Rena asked in astonishment, "A defensive barrier?" She looked at Fernand Pellenberg with admiration and asked if he had foreseen that the demon would self-destruct. Fernand Pellenberg replied nonchalantly that he was just keeping his guard up, but deep down, he thought to himself that since he had seen the prophecy, how could he possibly die from such a small, trivial piece of trash? Seeing Fernand Pellenberg save her, Rena blushed slightly and hesitated as she said she was deeply moved. Yet Fernand Pellenberg immediately poured cold water on her. "If you die, who's going to pay me?" Rena could only glare at him irritably, glancing at the money grubber before muttering a thank you. Just as the dust hadn't yet settled, Rena suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "That's right, I forgot about." Fernand Pellenberg signaled silently, "We've caught the demons. Tell her to come out." From the misty fog, Bella Lahoen stepped out, looking elegant in her dark blue gown with her hands carefully holding a brightly glowing magic orb. Fernand Pellenberg immediately asked, "Did you record the demons?" After receiving a nod of confirmation from Bella, he took the orb and smugly affirmed, "Now I have the evidence." Looking at the green light swirling inside, Fernand Pellenberg curled his lip with a calculating look. "Isn't this a bit unfair?" Bella Lahoen flared with anger. She shouted and questioned whether Fernand Pellenberg was treating her like a mere journalist just to go around filming. Even though she was dying to take revenge on the demons, the war goddess who ran out of mana was forced to be the cameraman. Fernand calmly explained that because the demonic energy inside Bella had just been extracted, her aura hadn't recovered yet, making her unable to join the battle. Seeing Bella Lahoen still resentful and intending to recklessly rush in, Fernand firmly reassured her, "Don't worry, Bella. I didn't bring you here just for the purpose of being a journalist." Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar echoed from the ocean, making everyone's complexion change. Amidst the violent waves, a giant sea serpent suddenly emerged from the water. Faced with the appearance of the legendary creature, Fernand Pellenberg quickly made a decision. "It came all the way here? Rena, I'll leave you to deal with that thing first." He resolutely carried the injured E away from the scene and promised to return after taking him to a safe place. Watching Fernand Pellenberg's back disappear behind the trees, Bella asked worriedly if it was really okay to let him go like that, fearing he might run away. But Rena maintained a look of determination and absolute trust. She firmly stated that Fernand Pellenberg wasn't that type of person. He would return. Deep in the forest, Fernand Pellenberg carried E on his shoulder and silently calculated that he would bring him close to where the founding emperor's item was hidden, just as the prophecy foretold. Seeing they were far enough away, E suggested he wanted to get down. "All right, put me down. This is embarrassing." Fernand Pellenberg calmly agreed and cautioned, "You'll be safer staying here. Get some rest." He didn't forget to mention that the sea serpent out there was incredibly tough to beat and asked for its weakness. And gasped out a reply, saying he would come to assist as soon as the poison in his body was completely purged. Fernand Pellenberg nodded slightly. "That's good then. I'll leave the mission to you." And he silently turned away, thinking to himself that using his aura to cleanse the poison required intense focus, and he wouldn't be disturbed in this desolate place. But Fernand Pellenberg stopped in his tracks when N suddenly called out his name with a grave tone. "Fernand Pellenberg, tell me the truth." In the silent forest, N stared straight at the senior's back and asked a question that made the air feel stifling. "Tell me honestly, you read the script beforehand, didn't you?" N's gaze was sharp as he clearly questioned the truth behind Fernand Pellenberg's strange behavior all this time. Regarding the prophecy, Fernand Pellenberg stood frozen, his crimson eyes flickering under the moonlight as he faced his biggest secret being exposed to the fated hero. N exclaimed in shock, What? You know about the prophecy too. He couldn't believe that Fernand Pellenberg seemed to have grasped everything. Before his junior's stunned expression, Fernand Pellenberg calmly countered. What do you mean? He explained in a serious voice that the founding emperor had left behind a prophecy about demons invading the world once again, and bitterly admitted that he was a legitimate descendant who had only recently learned of it, so he couldn't understand how a young master like Fernand Pellenberg could know. Fernand Pellenberg turned away slightly. I don't know anything, I swear, and pondered deeply. He thought perhaps Rina had also known about this early on. And could it be that the families in the imperial selection had been secretly holding onto the founding emperor's prophecy all this time? He looked at Fernand Pellenberg with admiration, thinking, so you have been preparing for this in secret. I will uncover the truth. Seeing Anne's look of absolute trust, Fernand Pellenberg thought to himself, that sounds plausible. Should I tell him he's right? The boy looked so certain, as if he had just discovered the ultimate truth, that it would be a sin to tell him he was wrong now. Fernand Pellenberg quickly made up another excuse. I only learned about the monsters when I followed the suspicious spending trail in the Merchants Guild's quarterly report. Anne asked blankly. So you don't know about the prophecy? Fernand Pellenberg calmly confirmed. No, I didn't even know it existed. The answer left Anne completely stunned. He stammered, then how did you know they were demons? Fernand Pellenberg explained that he had encountered them a few times while tracking them, and each one emitted a very unsettling aura. Though he appeared calm on the surface, he was certain inside that it was demonic energy. Feeling that the situation was taking an abnormal turn, and worried about Rina and Bella. Damn it, they must be fighting on their own right now. He resolutely urged On to move faster, complaining that the constant questioning was tiring. Then, both quickly moved through the dark forest. Just then, the soul of Ention Amion announced that the toxins in In's body were almost completely dissolved. He directed the boy toward the left side of the island's center, asserting that he would find what the founding emperor had left behind there. Seeing that the location wasn't too far away, and couldn't help but feel excited. You drifted to this very island by chance, and just happened to walk right past that spot. Everything was going favorably, and the old man cheered with joy. Today must be your lucky day. En was speechless, remembering how he had nearly died at the hands of monsters and demons. Lucky, really. I almost became fish food, he muttered, full of doubt. Ention Amion cheerfully insisted that the founding emperor was leading them. En asked his guardian's soul, but why were you silent when I was talking to Fernand? You're usually so talkative. Ention Amion explained that he was just silently observing the situation because Fernand Pellenberg had appeared at exactly the right moment, and he even thought the man was going to do something bad to On. However, he had to admit that he hadn't expected Fernand Pellenberg to have been secretly hunting the demons all along. The old man mused. Perhaps the demons have started acting sooner than I thought. Not only that, but Ention Amion also praised Rina's abilities. Furthermore, I knew Rina Bichef had talent, but I didn't expect her to be this strong. Ention Amion bluntly compared them. She took down the demons easily while you were struggling with them. En could only bitterly admit, true. She's only a year older than me, yet the gap in our strength is terrifying. In his heart, En told himself that if he had allies like Rina Bichef or Fernand Pellenberg, fighting demons would be much easier. But Ention Amion immediately poured cold water on that idea. He warned the boy not to easily trust the Pellenbergs because of their tragic past, when they used to trade with demons. En countered, you always say that, but that happened thousands of years ago. Even so, the old man insisted that it didn't change anything. Stay away from that redhead. His family is full of schemers. Ian continued to stubbornly defend them, but in the end, they fought alongside humanity, which is why they became one of the powerful families. Why do you keep bringing up the past and hating on Fernand for no reason? Ention Amion flared up. Hey, are you his lawyer? You kids never listen to your elders. Seeing the old man get angry, En softened his tone, explaining that he just didn't want to carry such heavy prejudices against others. Moreover, he realized that if he became an ally now, he would only be a burden because Fernand Pellenberg was far stronger than him. Ention Amion immediately dismissed it. Don't worry about that. We're here. En looked around blankly. Here, the old man confirmed firmly. That's right. You'll become much stronger if you eat that. En looked in panic at the giant, glowing ancient tree. Eat what? That whole tree? Fearing En would turn into a herbivore, Ention Amion corrected him, saying that the thing to eat was the divine medicine hidden inside it. Following the instructions, En thrust his sword deep into the trunk. Immediately, a blinding aura burst forth, emitting an incredibly powerful surge of energy. Ention Amion proudly declared that this was something created by the founding emperor himself, a divine medicine of a completely different level compared to all others. Swallow it quickly. Once you bite into it, you'll become a superman. Meanwhile, out on the open sea, the ocean suddenly erupted violently. A giant sea serpent rose from the turbulent waves, roaring threateningly at the presence of the intruders. Fernand Pellenberg didn't flinch. He slammed his staff down, activating a bright red magical surge that covered the entire area in preparation for the decisive battle. The monster lunged crazily, but Fernand Pellenberg had already deployed complex ancient magic runes, summoning pillars of crimson energy that struck the massive body of the sea serpent. The continuous attacks caused the water to shake violently, and dust and massive waves sprayed everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Rina was ready to join the fray with a powerful leap from high up. Seizing the opportunity, Rina poured all her mana into her sword. She streaked forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a strike aimed directly at the sea serpent's neck. However, Rina's blade stopped the moment it touched the target, blocked by scales as hard as steel. She clicked her tongue in frustration. "Chi, I can't cut through this." "Its shell is too tough," Fernand Pellenberg added thoughtfully from the side, noting that even dropping giant boulders wouldn't do a thing. He looked up at the sea serpent's massive form. "Forget it. Beheading it now is impossible." The monster stood tall, its powerful eyes glowing as it stared down at Fernand Pellenberg's group. "Then what? Is there really no other way?" Bo shouted in despair as he saw the monster stubbornly advancing. Fernand Pellenberg observed silently. He noticed something odd about the monster, which hadn't died despite clearly suffering fatal wounds. He wondered if it was the influence of demonic energy and silently affirmed, "I still need N to actually kill it." Just then, a massive pillar of light shot up into the sky from afar. Both Rina and Bella gasped in shock. "My God, who turned on the spotlight?" Amidst the blinding radiance, Ention appeared, looking solemn with eyes blazing with light. Fernand Pellenberg smirked triumphantly. "See, my stock has finally hit the market." He knew the secret behind this power. The founding emperor had created a special divine elixir specifically for cases where his descendants lacked talent for the light element. That elixir would restructure the body, forcing the host to assimilate with the light element so they could learn the secret sword techniques of the Ention Amion family, which were based on light. However, if someone already had a natural aptitude for the light element, drinking it would simply push their aura to its absolute limit. That was exactly what had happened to N. Now, he could almost perfectly execute the legendary sword techniques of the Ention Amion lineage. Ancient texts once described the founding emperor's sword style as the hope of humanity, capable of dispelling all despair and darkness. It was a radiant blade that illuminated the world with a power capable of reaching the depths of the soul. A giant cross of light appeared, crushing the sea serpent's massive body amidst the violent waves. Witnessing the heroic scene, Fernand Pellenberg and Rina couldn't help but marvel. Truly miraculous. He realized the historical records about the old dynasty weren't exaggerating at all. Looking at the figure standing proudly amidst the brilliant golden glow, Fernand Pellenberg wore a scheming smile and confirmed firmly, "Ention, you are my trump card in the battle against the demons." Looking at the giant sea serpent's carcass lying motionless on the sandy shore, En looked down at his own hands and exclaimed in surprise, "This is truly astonishing." The soul of Gagner Anfin Phazon laughed triumphantly, confirming this was the power from the relic that the founding emperor had left for his descendants, and silently marveled that the Amion family's sword techniques were indeed as formidable as the long-standing rumors suggested. Just then, Fernand Pellenberg, along with Rina and Bella, approached. He acknowledged his junior's contribution. "You saved us?" En blushed, humbly replying that he only delivered the final blow and that this victory was easily achieved thanks to everyone's support. Hai quickly regained his composure as a teaching assistant. He announced that he had sent a signal and someone would soon arrive to pick the group up from this island. While they were worrying about how to return to the academy, Fernand Pellenberg immediately shifted to a more important goal. He stared at the giant entity at his feet and asked, "If nobody wants the snake carcass, I'll take it to sell." While Rina and N casually declined due to lack of interest, Bella threw a fit, demanding a share since she had also contributed quite a bit. Fernand Pellenberg coldly reminded her that she still owed him and that he was the one who purified the energy for her, making Bella Hohen curse him as a miser, though she eventually had to yield. Seeing no more objections, Fernand Pellenberg smiled with satisfaction at having secured the priceless item. Suddenly, N approached with a serious expression and asked if his senior was also secretly hunting demons. Upon Fernand Pellenberg's confirmation, N's eyes glowed with determination. He asserted that if those infected with demonic energy had appeared, the true demons would reveal themselves sooner or later. Therefore, he declared loudly, "I want to help you add another stock to the market voluntarily." Witnessing the prey walking into the trap himself, Fernand Pellenberg rejoiced internally, as things were proceeding more smoothly than he could have imagined. He had been struggling with how to recruit N, and yet now, the young man was proactively offering to be an ally. Fernand Pellenberg happily shook N's hand to officially establish an alliance to destroy demons. Everything was going according to the three-step plan he had devised. capture the demon infected, clear his own name of any demonic ties, and finally, bring onto his side. Shortly after, at the academy, Hai reported that the class on fighting on the waves had been officially established, and the trading firm was constantly receiving orders to build new ships. Fernand Pellenberg sat at his desk, feeling extremely excited as he looked at the ledger. I'm making a lot of money. Good. Very good. Hai stood by, wondering if his master was somehow cheating the script. Fernand Pellenberg replied nonchalantly, How would I know? Hai clicked his tongue, thinking that even if he didn't know, it was all too coincidental. Pushing that aside, the butler asked what his master was focusing on. Fernand Pellenberg explained he was finishing the golem design. He said he had been too busy until now, so he finally had some free time. Hai reported further that they had found out how the demons infiltrated the trading firm. It seemed they had slipped in a few days before the yacht club meeting. Hai recounted the investigation results. When asking other staff, they didn't notice anything strange. Even though new employees suddenly appeared without notice, they accepted it casually, thinking those people had worked there all along. Hai suspected this was the effect of psychological magic. Fernand Pellenberg pondered, noting that these demons were top tier at mind manipulation. Looking at the pen in his hand, Fernand Pellenberg began to question if his own past experience of being possessed by a strange soul was also a trick by the demons. He admitted they were certainly capable of that, but this still wasn't enough to explain the origin of the prophecy in his head. Returning to the captured demons, Hai asked if there were any new findings, but Fernand Pellenberg shook his head in disappointment. The interrogation spell was completely ineffective against them, so he had ordered everyone to be held in the dungeon and gave Hai permission to use torture if necessary. While they were busy, Hai announced an important message from the Duke. This time, the Fredian family would provide spirit stones and world tree leaves for the academy. These items were always extremely precious and usually transported by the Fernand Pellenberg family. But this time, the Fredians had personally chosen Fernand Pellenberg to be in charge. Fernand Pellenberg was stunned and asked, Aria Fredian wants me to personally handle this? He crossed his arms, pondering with suspicion. Wait, why me? Why does the system keep picking money-grubbing guys like me? A bad feeling about this mission began to stir in Fernand Pellenberg's heart. Meanwhile, at the academy, Rena and Bella were out for a walk. Bella admitted she was truly shaken by the appearance of the demons. Even though she had seen the demon possession with her own eyes, Bella remained skeptical about the actual existence of demons in this world. Rena nibbled on a donut and wondered. Munch, munch, he said not to talk, so I might as well eat. She told herself that since she couldn't be sure who was an ally and who was an enemy, keeping quiet was for the best. Seeing how confident Rena was, Bella curiously asked if Fernand Pellenberg already had a plan. Rena firmly asserted that that guy always has a plan, and she trusted his abilities completely. Bella narrowed her eyes, commenting that ever since they became a pair, it seemed like Rena had gotten way deeper into this than usual. Bella flatly insisted that there was no way Rena actually wanted to be friends with someone like Fernand Pellenberg. She assumed the rumors about Rena approaching him for money were just a cover, and her real goal was to use his help to hunt demons. Bella didn't stop praising Rena, calling her a true knight for being willing to work with someone she hated for a greater cause. Watching the conversation from afar, he silently thought this girl was a bit strange. But deep down, a boundless respect for Rena rose within him. Walking away with a spring in his step, he felt the burden in his heart had completely lifted. If he had previously been stuck, not knowing how to deal with the demons, now everything would be fine just by discussing it with Fernand Pellenberg. He thought to himself that having the Pellenberg family as an ally was much better than being at odds with them, and more importantly, he would have more chances to see Rena often. However, he quickly pulled himself together because the demon situation was the top priority. Remembering Fernand Pellenberg's words about humans being corrupted by demonic energy, and shuddered at the thought of Bella actually being poisoned. He knew well that anyone infected with demonic energy would sooner or later turn into a monster and bring disaster. And determined to stop that tragedy at all costs, the soul of Gagner Anfin Faison also agreed, urging him to gather as many allies as possible to prepare for the future battle. Following the advice of the old guardian spirit, he went to find another important person. Seeing a familiar figure ahead, he called out loudly, Hey! Hearing the call, Varen Cambunder turned back silently with a look of surprise. Seeing Varen and Amion immediately snapped in annoyance. Back off. Who wants to be close to you? But N still kept a bright smile and insisted, Yeah, I'm exactly who you need to see. Fernand Pellenberg sent me. Hearing the name of the master of his slave contract, Varen gasped. What? Not letting his opponent react, N went straight to the point. I'll be direct since you probably already know. I'm helping Fernand Pellenberg wipe out demons, and he said you could help me. Seeing Varen still fuming, N added a compliment. You're actually pretty decent at fighting. Those words were like a fuse for the time bomb in Varen's heart. He repeatedly pointed at his own face and yelled, "I don't want to hear that from the guy who beat me. Are you mocking me?" Even though En tried to clarify that he was completely serious, Varen resolutely turned and walked away. "I'd rather die than help you." Watching the stubborn retreating figure, En could only sweat and groan. "I knew it. He doesn't want to help." Recalling his previous conversation with Fernand Pellenberg, En had wondered if Varen was actually the senior's friend. Fernand Pellenberg just calmly replied that it was a coincidence, but he insisted that having someone from the same class helping out would bring huge benefits. With a calculating smile, Fernand Pellenberg assessed, "The kid's useful. Get him on the team." Although he feared Varen hated him, Fernand Pellenberg had already prepared a psychological trump card. He instructed that if Varen wouldn't cooperate, he just needed to say one sentence. Following Fernand Pellenberg's instructions, En suddenly approached and firmly pointed straight at Varen's face. To his opponent's shock, he clearly declared, You're a demon, right?" The sudden accusation left Varen completely stunned. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down in extreme terror as his most horrifying secret was exposed in broad daylight. En continued to corner Varen by bringing up the terrifying memories he wanted to bury. He pressed him, asking if that was the time during the midterm exam, the day Varen was defeated for the second time by his hand. Seeing the opponent's pale face, En firmly asserted that Varen had passed out during the battle, and that was exactly when he transformed into a demon. Varen's heart-wrenching cries rang out when he mentioned that if Fernand Pellenberg hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been terrible. He wondered if Fernand had ever mentioned that Varen didn't remember anything that happened that day. Because according to the senior, Varen was actually just a pawn used by the demon. Panicked that his secret was out, Varen hurriedly covered his mouth and snapped, demanding he be quiet immediately for fear that someone might hear. In the crowded hallway, Varen gritted his teeth and demanded to know what En wanted from him. Contrary to his opponent's extreme tension, En nonchalantly made an unthinkable offer. "Are you coming to eat rice with me or what?" Varen furiously lunged at Fernand, crying while clutching his senior's hem and complaining, "Why did you tell him my secret?" Looking at the person sobbing at his feet, Fernand Pellenberg could only sigh, frustrated that a knight could be so weak. He clarified that he only promised not to hand Varen over to the authorities, but never said he would keep the secret from En. Varen bitterly asked if he was trying to blackmail him, but Fernand Pellenberg silently confirmed he wasn't that type of person. Varen even felt more humiliated having to sit and eat lunch with En, who not only acted friendly but also enthusiastically shared his food with him. Witnessing the endless sobbing, Fernand Pellenberg began to find it annoying and feared people would misunderstand that he was friends with this lunatic. He coldly mocked Varen. "What exactly do you have to cry about for so long?" making Varen just sob, wondering why he became a demon. Fernand Pellenberg decisively pulled himself together to boost his junior's spirit. He explained that introducing Varen to an Amion had a clear purpose. If Varen stuck close to the one hunting demons, he might find the mastermind who turned him into this mess. He looked straight at Varen with a challenging gaze. He asked whether he intended to just sit there crying forever or if he would stand up and act like a true knight. So, the reason Varen Cambander roared with such determination was to give him a chance to get his revenge. Seeing the sharp look in his eyes, which had now shifted, Fernand Pellenberg inwardly marveled at this courage. Even though he didn't know when Varen Cambander would get his chance for vengeance, but Fernand Pellenberg knew full well that his chance would come, since his main goal was also the demons. He casually announced he had to head to class and turned to walk away, secretly gloating in his head about his plan to team up with one enemy to destroy another. Rina gripped her sword hilt and swore loudly, "I'll never get on the same boat as that annoying guy." Looking at the allies around him, from Rina to Varen Cambander, all of them burning with the spirit to slay demons, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but sigh, wondering why all these knights were exactly the same. The lesson on monster research and other magical creatures began with a strict attendance check by the professor. One by one, Carlos Denner and then the second prince, Luer Swaben, clearly called out to confirm their presence. Meanwhile, Rina nervously looked around. Searching for that money-obsessed guy, did he skip class to go count money again? This was an important practical lesson, and she was worried he would try to cut class. The professor started to lose his patience when he called out Fernand Pellenberg's name, but he suddenly appeared right behind Rina and answered, "Here." The guy almost failed for being late, getting scolded harshly by the professor for his tardiness affecting his grades. Fernand Pellenberg just offered a sheepish smile and quickly apologized to Alia Tortega to focus on the lesson. The professor activated a glowing magic circle and announced that today's topic was cooperation. He explained that some monsters were so powerful, they couldn't be fought alone, like species with rock-hard skin that was difficult to pierce or those with high magic resistance that rendered mages useless. That was why coordination between mages and knights was a matter of life and death. Pointing at the giant entities radiating energy, the professor introduced them as the dummy golems used by the academy. Fernand Pellenberg quietly asked Rena if it was her first time seeing this type, and she replied that she had only heard of them. The professor sternly warned that even though they weren't as agile as the real ones, underestimating them would lead to failure, before firmly ordering them to begin. The top-tier pairs began to show off their superior strength. Carlos Diener and Alia Tortega finished the test in 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Witnessing the performance of the elite students, Professor Grad nodded with satisfaction, glanced at his watch, and called out the next pair. Fernand Pellenberg and Rena Bisheff, you're up. The opponent they had to face was a Goliath, a rock-covered entity standing 3 meters tall with overwhelming power. The students below couldn't help but worry for them when they saw the terrifying, hulking appearance of this rock monster. Professor Grad warned that the Goliath possessed extremely high resistance to both physical and magical attacks, but he didn't forget to mention that there was always a way to win if you knew how to exploit its weaknesses. Fernand Pellenberg quickly identified its weak spot at the neck and suggested, I'll pin its feet. You go in for the kill. But with the pride of a knight, Rena immediately objected. No, I'll hold it. Despite its massive size, the Goliath possessed astonishing speed. It suddenly unleashed a heavy attack, creating a terrifying impact. Seeing Rena push back immediately, the crowd buzzed with concern over whether the Goliath was too much for second-year students. Rena snapped at Fernand Pellenberg, thinking he was underestimating the opponent. And you think you can be the bait? Responding with a mysterious smile, Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly stated that he never intended to be bait, but rather to actually force the monster to stand still. A giant, glowing red magic circle erupted beneath the Goliath's feet. Immediately, a series of massive boulders from the ceiling crashed down like a meteor shower, crushing the Goliath's bulky frame. In the blink of an eye, the students watching could only gape in amazement at the destructive power unfolding before their eyes. What? Amidst the towering pile of rubble, Fernand Pellenberg casually urged Rena, who was standing there dazed. What are you staring at? Hurry up and slash it for me. Professor Grad looked at his stopwatch in surprise. He admitted that the method of using such an enormous amount of mana to crush an opponent was incredibly difficult. But Fernand Pellenberg, excellent. He loudly announced the results. Fernand Pellenberg and Rena Bisheff, 53 seconds. First place. While Fernand Pellenberg wore a smug, arrogant smile, Luer and his team could only grit their teeth in frustration at being pushed down to second place again. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at the incredible amount of mana Fernand Pellenberg had exerted, secretly assuming that his choice to team up with Rena Bisheff had been carefully calculated. Fernand Pellenberg was secretly satisfied, thinking he had earned bonus points with Rena Bisheff, but then he paused, realizing something unusual from her expression. He worriedly noticed that Rena didn't seem happy with his victory at all. Her face revealed a look of contemplation and deep thought. You were really impressive back there, Rena said softly as they walked down the academy hallway. She admitted that every time she looked at Fernand Pellenberg, she saw a new, surprising side of him. Fernand Pellenberg smirked and asked, Are you complimenting me? Rena firmly confirmed, Of course. Thanks to you, I got first place. However, looking at the young lady's sulking expression, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but wonder, Then why are you making that face? Did I get caught? Rena immediately snapped, What about my face? What of it? Just say it. Rena hesitated and explained that it wasn't actually a big deal, just that it was her first time fighting a dummy monster, so she really wanted to fight a bit longer. Fernand Pellenberg suddenly froze. Deep down, he started to feel guilty. If I'd known, I would have let it bite you a few times. He remembered the pair that came in second took 2 minutes and 15 seconds, while he had finished so quickly that Rena felt disappointed. He told himself, even if you do good 100 times, people only remember that one time you messed up. Seeing Rena still satisfied with the first-place ranking, Fernand Pellenberg offered an invitation. I have a few of those dummy monsters at home. Do you want them? Rena's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, but she still tried to act reserved. No need, that would be asking too much. Her mouth said no, but her eyes were shining. Looking at her wanting yet shy expression, Fernand Pellenberg casually said that his family didn't use them anyway, so she should feel free. Rena happily accepted and hurried off to make it to her next class. I have to get to class. I won't do that again. Just as Rena disappeared, a finger unexpectedly poked his back, accompanied by a voice. Fernand Pellenberg. It was Aria Fredian, the thick-skinned elf girl with a radiant smile and a request that couldn't be more nonchalant. Buy me a coffee. Fernand Pellenberg coldly brushed her off. He demanded she make an appointment if she wanted to talk. If you have something to say, make an appointment first. Aria Fredian was brushed off. Aria whined. You're so cold. She immediately mentioned a message from the Aria Fredian family, making Fernand Pellenberg pause as he realized she was referring to the shipment of important items he was in charge of. Aria pointed at him triumphantly. You're the one who forced me into this, aren't you? The World Tree branch, are you really planning to give it to the Academy? Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but be shocked by Arya Fredian's proposal. She nonchalantly admitted that was the exact reason she chose him. Because if the heir of the Pellenberg family was responsible for the transport, the burden and the security stakes are on a whole different level. As Arya enjoyed her dessert, she reminded Fernand Pellenberg of the infinite value of this item. It's an incredibly rare seedling that the world tree produces only once every 100 years. Carrying the essence of the ancient forest and deep mana, its influence spreads boundlessly. Fernand Pellenberg fell silent. He truly hadn't expected the Arya Fredian household to be generous enough to gift such a priceless treasure to the Academy. Arya continued nibbling on her food. She promised to provide her full support and took this opportunity to make another proposal. It's such a big deal. Why not just be friends? Faced with her excessive enthusiasm, Fernand Pellenberg coldly asked for her reasoning, as he maintained the belief that noble families had no reason to be friendly with one another. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg being so rigid, Arya put on a pouting expression and insisted that he wouldn't lose anything by being friends with her. Fernand Pellenberg began to care about the schedule, asking if they would need to skip classes, and received confirmation that the Academy had agreed to replace their practical training with theory for both of them during this trip. So when must we leave? Fernand Pellenberg pressed. Arya explained that in 2 weeks, they would both start preparing everything to depart. Fernand Pellenberg took a sip of water, telling himself that as long as they reached the Arya Fredian territory, everything would be fine. But just as he thought about how peaceful life had been lately, an unexpected incident occurred. The glass in Fernand Pellenberg's hand suddenly shattered, and a splitting headache struck, pulling Fernand Pellenberg into a terrifying vision of the future. Before his eyes lay a living hell, the sky stained a deadly shade of crimson. People were screaming and running in chaos as demonic energy swirled everywhere. Amidst the ruins of the Academy, he stood dazed before corpses strewn about. He realized with horror that today was the day the demon Andromalius would descend. A massive rift in the sky continued to expand, revealing the silhouette of a powerful demon descending to the ground with a demonic serpent coiled around its body. And the most horrific thing appearing at the very center of this disaster, the source of this annihilation, was the World Tree Branch. See that? That's the culprit triggering the magic circle. The guardian spirit's voice echoed in his mind, filled with dread as they looked toward the World Tree Branch radiating sinister energy. The spirit insisted that the item was the power source for the summoning circle, and ever since it was brought to the Academy, it had been corrupted by demonic energy and could no longer thrive. Facing the harsh truth, he realized in shock, didn't the Golden Turtle Merchant Guild bring it here? He bitterly recalled the yacht incident and concluded that the Pellenberg family must surely be involved. With eyes burning with hatred, he roared, "I knew it. That nouveau riche is truly a traitor to humanity. If what you say is true, I will never forgive the Pellenbergs." In the vision, Fernand Pellenberg's spirit desperately pleaded, "No, I'm not working with those demons. Hey, wait, listen to me." The desperate inner voice of the accused. Suddenly, Fernand Pellenberg jolted back to reality and instinctively grabbed Arya Fredian's hand, startling her. "Fernand Pellenberg, are you okay?" Fernand Pellenberg's eyes glowed red with tension. He stammered out the horrific accusations from his prophecy about the World Tree Branch being corrupted and his family being branded as traitors to humanity. Fernand Pellenberg stood up resolutely and announced a shocking decision. "I'm canceling the order. I'm not playing courier for this item anymore." Back at the mansion, his aide warned him that this was the Duke's decision and things wouldn't end well. Fernand Pellenberg mused, acknowledging he knew the consequences, but his mind was still clouded by the mysteries of the prophecy. He told himself the oracle didn't specify the method or the time of the corruption, but since both the Academy and the Arya Fredian territory had strict security systems, the disaster would surely occur during the transport. The aide reminded the young master that he had previously been summoned just for helping the Rinnaby chef family reduce their debt, so backing out this time would be even more troublesome. Fernand Pellenberg held his head in frustration. The system showed an error without giving an error code, making him realize that even if he were lucky enough to get the World Tree Branch to safety, he still couldn't prevent Andromalius' descent. He understood that if the World Tree Branch couldn't be used, the demons would simply choose another host. The risk was high, the success rate was low, but the final outcome wouldn't change. Fernand Pellenberg gritted his teeth and made a decision. The best way was to withdraw, even if it meant taking a loss. Because they had volunteered for this mission, if they got more deeply involved, everyone would think the entire family was conspiring with demons. Realizing this situation was beyond his ability to solve alone, he gave a firm order. "Aide, bring the orb containing the demon here." To the butler's confusion, Fernand Pellenberg insisted on showing this item to his father immediately. Under the silent night at the Pellenberg mansion, the magic orb emitted a dim purple light, revealing the silhouette of a shrieking entity trapped inside. Witnessing the horrific truth, Fernand Pellenberg's father couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Is this truly a demon?" Fernand Pellenberg began to explain that the demons had infiltrated the merchant guild and posed as staff during the recent yacht club meeting. He revealed that he had captured one alive and was keeping it in the academy's basement, ready to take his father to inspect it if he wished. Despite the Duke's skepticism, his aide firmly confirmed that he had personally verified the incident. Yvonne Pellenberg's gaze turned icy upon realizing the demon's presence within his own organization. He shouted, "And you didn't report this sooner? You're really asking for trouble." Fernand Pellenberg. Facing his father's rage, Fernand Pellenberg calmly admitted that he had ordered his aide to stay silent to gather more evidence. However, noticing the situation had become urgent, he warned sternly, "From what I know so far, I believe the demons are plotting to drag our family down." With eyes shining with determination, Fernand Pellenberg insisted the demons were targeting the prosperity of the Pellenberg house to carry out their dark ambitions. Yvonne Pellenberg nodded slightly, acknowledging that he understood his son's intentions. He knew for certain that the recent chaos at the yacht club was caused by demons, and their target this time was nothing less than the World Tree Branch. Yvonne Pellenberg mused that if the Pellenberg family took no action now, the world would surely form damaging misunderstandings about the family's reputation. However, Yvonne Pellenberg also warned that he seemed to be jumping to conclusions by assuming the demons were intentionally trying to eliminate their family, as it could very well just be a coincidence. Fernand Pellenberg listened pensively. He admitted that at first, he had also thought it was just bad luck, since the Pellenberg house had long been hated by the Richest family, had long hated him, and the demons were directly targeting his life during the yacht club meeting. But Fernand Pellenberg insisted that wasn't the case. He analyzed that it made more sense for them to target Amy, but why would they go after our Pellenberg family? He recalled the history from 1,000 years ago, when the war against the demons first began, and humanity was completely overwhelmed by the dark powers. It was only when the Pellenberg patriarch decided to stand with the founding emperor that a massive amount of wealth was poured into the war, completely turning the tide. Fernand Pellenberg believed this was exactly what kept the demons wary and vigilant. The demons had already experienced how money could change the course of the war, so they certainly didn't want to repeat that mistake ever again. Fernand Pellenberg realized they were digging a sophisticated trap to cast suspicion upon him. If the Pellenbergs were involved, they would be branded as traitors to humanity. And if not, they would simply be seen as more useless than the demons thought. In the prophecy, he had grit his teeth and declared he would never forgive Fernand Pellenberg, nearly becoming a scapegoat. Fernand Pellenberg was shaken as he realized his downfall was no coincidence, but a perfectly laid trap to completely wipe the Pellenberg house out of the game. In the shadows of the library, the mastermind flipped through the pages of a book to reanalyze their entire plan. He realized the sinking of the yacht had succeeded in pushing the empire toward chaos, but the unexpected presence of Fernand Pellenberg had changed everything. Not only that, but both Richest and Ben were there as well. He painfully realized that after fighting the demons together, the relationship between the four of them had become closer than ever. He skeptically wondered how just 4 people could have killed the giant sea serpent, only to realize the secret lay in the gift from the founding emperor, the World Tree Branch. On that island, they had basically encountered a group of game hackers. Ention Amion had obtained that gift and destroyed the sea serpent, ruining the demon's original intentions. The mastermind told himself that if he couldn't kill Ention Amion, he at least had to make him suspicious of the Pellenberg family. Yet, that plan seemed to have completely backfired. Standing amidst the dark bookshelves, he muttered, "This is not good." Even so, with eyes burning with ambition, he still believed the new plan involving the World Tree Branch would help him turn the tide. He knew Aria Fredian had just contacted Fernand Pellenberg, and although he hadn't confirmed if Fernand Pellenberg was participating in the transport, he still gave orders that, at all costs, Fernand Pellenberg must be involved. If Ention Amion was the sharpest blade, then Fernand Pellenberg was the gold coating that blade. The combination of the combat power of the royal descendant and the massive financial potential from Fernand Pellenberg's house was the greatest threat to the demon's plan. That was why he was determined to make Fernand Pellenberg fall at any cost. Back to Fernand Pellenberg, he was trying to use tricks to back out of this risky transport mission. When he suddenly announced he was quitting the transport job, he demanded the partners carry it out a week early. Fernand Pellenberg told himself, "I know the request is both sudden and rude, so I thought they would get angry and refuse, making it easy for me to withdraw." Trying to cancel a deal only to meet a stubborn client. Facing Aria's fierce reaction, he couldn't just keep saying that. Fernand Pellenberg still assumed his plan would succeed. However, a reply letter from Aria's father made him freeze, as he completely agreed to his request and added that Aria wanted to get closer to him. What? Is he an idiot or just plain stupid? Fernand Pellenberg roared, slamming his hand on the table when he received the response from the Fredian family. He couldn't believe they had accepted his unreasonable request, as any normal person would have been furious and refused immediately. Hai stood nearby, observing thoughtfully before hesitantly asking, "Do you think he is being influenced by demons?" "It's definitely the demons brainwashing him." He leaned his hands on the table, shadows covering his face, full of helplessness. He wondered how much influence the demons really had, that even when he knew exactly what they were doing, he still couldn't stop this cycle of destiny. Despite holding the largest fortune in the empire and being a member of the Electoral Council, Fernand Pellenberg still felt so small and helpless before the enemy's arrangements. Anger surged, causing him to crush the tabletop, inwardly cursing the reality that was driving him crazy. But then, Fernand Pellenberg took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with a determined red light. "Fine, I'll play along with this bunch to the end." Seeing his master suddenly change his attitude, Hai quickly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Fernand Pellenberg silently walked away with a sinister smile. He clearly declared that he would confront the demons head-on instead of hiding. He opened the door and stepped out with a confident demeanor, asserting that if there was a problem, he would just solve it. For Fernand Pellenberg, a true merchant never lets himself be swayed in unpredictable situations. Watching the door slam shut, Hai just whispered to himself to see who would be the winner this time. Although he acted tough on the outside, looking at the crack in the table, Hai knew well that his young master was actually very shaken by the continuous incidents. 6 days later, the transport caravan left the Arya Fredian estate exactly as planned. The scale of the caravan was incredibly magnificent, with 10 horse-drawn carriages protected by 100 guards from the Kim Kwai Trading Company, 50 spirit warriors from Arya Fredian, and 100 workers following to support. Leading the entire massive transport caravan was none other than Fernand Pellenberg. The World Tree branch was carefully hidden by him in the 4th carriage, and apart from the most important people, absolutely no one knew of its existence. The chest containing the treasure was wrapped in dozens of layers of solid protective magic that only Arya and Fernand Pellenberg could open. Facing this strict protection, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but ponder to himself, how could it have been exposed to demonic energy in this situation? Are you setting yourself up for failure, man? A thought flashed through his mind, making him narrow his eyes suspiciously. Could Arya be a demon? But then, Fernand Pellenberg immediately dismissed it, because that was impossible. According to the prophecy, Arya was supposed to be Ention Amion's friend, a loyal comrade who would stand by the future hero's side. Cutting off Fernand Pellenberg's train of thought, Arya excitedly asked, "How long until we reach the academy?" He nonchalantly replied, "About a month." Arya smiled and explained the upcoming route. They needed to cross 2 territories to the east before boarding a ship. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something important. Arya looked at Fernand Pellenberg with expectant eyes and asked, "Do you want to invite me to join the yacht club?" Her only response was a sharp and cold no from Fernand Pellenberg. Arya was so shocked she froze, her expression changing as she couldn't believe her ears. She immediately grew furious and questioned, "Why? I get good grades, and my family has high status." Fernand Pellenberg calmly. He explained that people in the noble families refused to accept them because the Arya Fredian family were just upstarts. Even though he reminded them that he had once stepped in to mediate for the house, they remained firm. "Mediation is one thing, but joining us? Forget it." Arya whined in frustration. "You're so cruel." Meanwhile, in a magnificent hall, important negotiations were proceeding very smoothly. Thanks to Fernand Pellenberg taking the initiative to share information about the demons with the guild through Defies, the partnership had made major strides. The elderly butler firmly declared, "We will soon receive reinforcements from them and wipe out every last demon still lurking among us. Better safe than sorry." Back at the mansion, Ention Pellenberg questioned the butler. "All right, any news from the convoy?" The butler reported that his son should have arrived at the academy by now, but they had only just departed today. Ention Pellenberg slammed his hand on the table, filled with anxiety. Clearly, this was a trap set by the demons, but he realized he had no choice but to walk right into it. He gritted his teeth, thinking about how his opponents this time were demons. If the transport failed, not only would the guild's reputation crumble, but he would also lose his only son. In a fit of rage, Ention Pellenberg roared, "No, gather the Red Ghost unit immediately." The butler hurriedly urged his master to stay calm, warning that doing so would only make things worse. He reiterated Fernand Pellenberg's instructions about needing to handle this quietly so the demons wouldn't discover that the family already knew of their plot. Taking the cup of tea from the butler's hand, Ention Pellenberg gradually regained his composure. The butler reassured him in a low voice, "Master, do not worry," for the young master actually knew about the demons and their plans long before they did. Although he admitted that was a good thing, Ention Pellenberg still felt something was off. He began to piece together a series of strange events, from the sudden change of instructors to the mysterious negotiations and Fernand Pellenberg finding a mana stone vein that no one else knew about. Even his son's intelligence reports were terrifyingly detailed. From the corruption of the world tree's branches to the demonic rifts rising against the crimson sky, he felt as if Fernand Pellenberg had come from the future and seen everything that would happen. Still worried, Yvonne Pellenberg wondered why they hadn't hired more mercenaries to escort them. The butler smiled confidently, asserting that young Master Fernand Pellenberg would be fine because he always exceeded everyone's expectations. At that moment, under the pouring rain deep in the forest, Fernand Pellenberg was silently observing his surroundings with determined, glowing red eyes. The butler was certain that this time his master would also do a great job. Believe in the young master, he's a master of turning the tables. The torrential rain poured down as if to drown the entire convoy in the pitch-black night. Arya covered her forehead and assessed the situation. I guess we won't be able to continue our journey today. We have to camp here and have the guards protect the carriages. While the butler quickly obeyed, Fernand Pellenberg stood still, watching the curtain of rain, and muttered suspiciously, "Why does this rain smell entirely of demonic energy?" Arya approached, revealing a chilling piece of information. "I asked the spirits, and they said all other regions are sunny. Only this spot is raining so hard." Fernand Pellenberg's expression changed as he snapped back. "Wait, so they're using a rain-making machine?" Arya mused, admitting that perhaps someone was trying to mess with them. Although Fernand Pellenberg tried to reassure himself that it was impossible, and Arya laughed it off, thinking it was just bad weather. His heart was churning. He told himself that if it were artificial rain, it must be the work of demons. The prophecy said they would reach the academy safely, yet this incident had occurred. Watching Arya dancing innocently in the rain, Fernand Pellenberg questioned himself in shock. It meant someone had infiltrated the group and tainted the world tree's branches without anyone knowing. Before he could figure out the purpose of being trapped in this rain, a giant bolt of lightning with earth-shattering power suddenly struck down. The ground shook violently, causing the carriages to be tossed and shattered into pieces. Amidst the debris and flying soil, Fernand Pellenberg and Arya were blown away uncontrollably. In that split second, Fernand Pellenberg gritted his teeth and channeled all his mana, activating a glowing red energy field to protect himself and his companion. The red light formed a shield, blocking the giant rocks raining down from above. Fernand Pellenberg lay flat on the ground, his red eyes showing pure horror as he thought of his treasures. Damn it, the world tree's branches. He cared more about his wallet than his life, paying no mind to his own safety. He shouted his orders, "Arya, make sure the carriages aren't damaged," ignoring Arya's panicked question about which carriage. Fernand Pellenberg shouted firmly, "All of them," as he watched the giant boulders continue to collapse as if to bury the entire convoy. Arya could only cry in despair, sobbing because she couldn't stop this massive destruction. A deep, abyssal hole seemed ready to swallow everything. Fernand Pellenberg and Arya realized they had fallen about 40 meters below the surface. Fernand Pellenberg gritted his teeth and cursed the damned demons. He guessed that their plan was to create an explosion to separate the carriages from the main group. Although the situation was dire, Fernand Pellenberg still reassured himself when he saw that the carriage carrying the world tree's branches had also fallen down with them, and luckily, no serious damage had occurred yet. Arya anxiously urged Fernand Pellenberg, "Let's get out of here quickly. This place is scary." But their footsteps halted in the face of a new variable. From the thick darkness, a series of glowing red spots like demonic eyes began to flicker threateningly. A giant entity with a bizarre shape, carrying dozens of burning eyes, emerged, looming from the cliff wall. Fernand Pellenberg snorted coldly. He had already predicted that things wouldn't go so easily. The monster suddenly launched a powerful attack, forcing Fernand Pellenberg to use all his strength to fend it off amidst Arya's shrill screams of terror. Despite her confusion about this monster, Fernand Pellenberg coldly identified it as a sea. Seeing Arya still looking confused, even though she had studied at the academy, he snapped and explained that Sei were not ordinary monsters, but rather, they were dangerous magical creatures. He began to analyze the core difference. While monsters are natural creatures that have existed on the continent since the dawn of time, magical creatures are things brought directly from hell by the demons themselves. They were completely different because their bodies were always overflowing with concentrated demonic energy. Arya realized a terrifying truth. Wait, so the demons are really back? Fernand Pellenberg looked straight at her with a serious gaze and firmly affirmed that the demons had brought this evil here. Arya gasped in shock. "Demons actually exist? How do you know?" Fernand Pellenberg replied flatly, "I'll explain later." He ordered her to quickly take the carriage and leave the danger zone, while he would stay behind to deal with these monsters. Facing Arya's hesitant expression as she said she didn't think she could do it, Fernand Pellenberg flew into a rage, berating her for her cowardly attitude. He harshly lectured her, insisting she couldn't just say she couldn't do something before even trying, and reminded her of the hierarchy. When he was a student, he never dared to defy his seniors either. She could only stammer in fear, trying to explain that she really wanted to obey but had unavoidable reasons. Arya trembled and pointed ahead, crying out for help. That monster looks terrifying. A massive, dark shadow with suffocating presence loomed out from the deep darkness. Fernand Pellenberg's face paled, sweat pouring down as he realized the terrifying entity blocking their path was a basilisk. The monster's blood-red eyes glared, emitting a dark pressure that left him, Fernand, stunned and shaken. The basilisk opened its maw and let out an earth-shattering roar. In this life-or-death moment, Fernand Pellenberg shouted a name. The surrounding rocks exploded into fragments under the monster's overwhelming destructive power. Thick dust and smoke engulfed both Fernand Pellenberg and Arya as they struggled to hide behind his staff to shield themselves from the attack. Through the haze, his butler appeared majestically with a sword and shield in hand, standing right before his master and calmly asking, "Are you all right, young master?" Witnessing his butler's incredibly cool entrance, Arya couldn't help but gaze in awe, her eyes sparkling. Fernand Pellenberg regained his composure. He recalled the knowledge from his textbooks about basilisks. They were magical creatures with outer skin as hard as metal, possessing claws sharper than most swords and teeth capable of piercing through anything. The monster before them was a Tier 4 magical creature. It was in a completely different league, compared to the weak Tier 8 pests. Fernand Pellenberg observed it pensively, suspicion rising in his heart. They brought an entire basilisk just to steal a branch of the world tree. His eyes glowed with a fierce, red light as he realized the enemy's true ambition. Those devils want me dead, not just bankrupt. He turned to his close butler and asked, "Hi, can you kill it?" Hai replied calmly, "It won't be easy, but if you give me some time, I can." So cool and so reliable. Fernand Pellenberg decisively ordered, "Then I'll buy us time. Go kill it." The butler's figure instantly vanished into the night. Fernand Pellenberg leaned in slightly and sternly instructed, "Arya, listen carefully. While I fight, protect me and the world tree branch from the small fry." Arya was shocked, asking if he really intended to fight that thing himself. Fernand Pellenberg shouted, "If you don't want to die, just do as I say." Arya replied, trembling, "We can't win. Do you have any moves to save us, Fernand?" Fernand Pellenberg focused intensely, sweat rolling down his forehead as he played his trump card. "I'm summoning James." Without wasting a single second, Fernand Pellenberg slammed his staff down, activating a glowing purple magic circle that released a massive surge of energy. Arya's eyes widened in horror, and she stuttered, unable to believe what she was seeing. "Oh my god, since when did you have a giant robot hidden away?" Looming right behind Fernand Pellenberg appeared James, a massive purple golem with glowing eyes, radiating authority and ready to crush the basilisk in the blink of an eye. Arya watched in astonishment, thinking to herself, creating golems is hard enough, but for a second-year student to control them in combat this smoothly, it's truly a miracle beyond comprehension. Fernand Pellenberg focused, his whole body radiating purple mana to maintain a tight connection with the golem. Arya couldn't help but admire him, realizing his true strength was far beyond what she had imagined. Immediately, James lunged into the attack, but the basilisk agilely swung its claws, striking back with power, sparking an intense clash. Standing behind, Arya anxiously called out to James. Meanwhile, Fernand gritted his teeth and cursed as he realized the situation was turning grim. He wondered in shock, what the hell is wrong with this monster? How can it withstand such devastating attacks? Arya felt a brief sense of relief seeing Fernand Pellenberg had multiple golems for support, but her face immediately turned to terror. From the deadly, glowing red shadows, rows of eerie eyes of the smaller monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them. As they closed in, Arya screamed in panic. She was surrounded by evil shadows, only managing to worry about the safety of the World Tree branch. In the suffocating encirclement, Arya gathered all her strength, shouting, "Let go," while struggling to fend off the pitch-black claws grabbing at her. The situation grew increasingly desperate. Arya began to lose her bearings, muttering, "This can't be happening." She activated a glowing blue magic circle to defend herself, but she had seemingly reached her limit. Arya cried out in helplessness, "I'm overloaded. Who can handle this kind of protection duty?" Even though she was exhausted to the point of breaking, Arya still tried to maintain the barrier. Just then, Fernand Pellenberg's voice echoed, praising her. "That's great. Keep carrying the team." Hearing that, Arya immediately flared up. She shouted, reminding Fernand Pellenberg that she had saved his life more times than she could count. She demanded a worthy reward, insisting, "At least invite me to the yacht club, not just empty thanks." While she was still screaming for her rights, Fernand Pellenberg was completely absorbed in high-level focus to control the golem. He bitterly realized that a mage is utterly helpless when controlling a golem, because they must sense the world through the golem's body, not their own senses. Through this connection, Fernand Pellenberg understood he had absolutely no talent for swordsmanship. He watched his golem become sluggish and weak. In the face of the basilisk's overwhelming power as it lunged to tear them apart, Fernand Pellenberg coughed up blood. His body had reached its absolute limit. He buckled, having to lean on his staff to stand, cursing helplessly at their current situation. The ferocious basilisk crushed the third golem, making their situation even more dire. Fernand Pellenberg bitterly realized that controlling a golem in combat was infinitely more difficult and exhausting than during mining. Despite being drained, he gritted his teeth, determined not to die here. Fernand Pellenberg only had 2 golems left. With his mana reserves running dry, he told himself he had to hold on at all costs until Hai could return to support him. When you're carrying and waiting for the jungle to come save you, Fernand Pellenberg decided to change tactics. He realized using his sword for the golem was just a hindrance since he wasn't skilled with it anyway. He decisively poured all his remaining focus and senses into the golems. Fernand's eyes glowed with a powerful purple light. He tried to synchronize his soul so he could feel and control the golem as flexibly as his own body. Successive magical explosions caused the earth and rocks to collapse, with dust and smoke engulfing the entire battlefield. Fernand Pellenberg struggled to maintain the protective barrier amidst the rubble. He realized in a panic, if we keep destroying everything like this, the cave might collapse and kill us all. James delivered a massive, crushing blow directly to the basilisk's head, causing the ground to shake violently. The power from the giant stone arm crushed the monster's defense and sent it flying into the debris. The basilisk screeched in pain as its body was ravaged by the overwhelming power of Fernand Pellenberg's golem. Fernand Pellenberg gritted his teeth, battling a splitting headache. He let out an impatient roar. Right now, seriously. In this desperate, life-or-death situation, he shouted for his butler. Hai received the signal and lunged forward like a streak of crimson lightning. With eyes burning with killing intent, Hai poured all his strength into a decisive strike, bringing it down directly onto the creature's head. "You're so slow. I lost 4 robots because of you," Fernand Pellenberg snapped in frustration, looking at the carcass of the monster lying headless on the ground. Despite their victory, his heart ached as he looked at the damage report, quietly mourning the loss of 4 precious red earth golems, James, Henry, William, and George. Facing his master's reprimand, Hai could only break into a cold sweat, trying to explain that he had truly done his best. Just then, Arya rushed over with a furious expression. She shrieked in anger, complaining that she had been left waiting for nearly 20 minutes. Arya urged Fernand Pellenberg to hurry up, as their work wasn't finished yet. But suddenly, Hai froze, noticing the severed head of the monster starting to undergo some bizarre changes. "Young master!" Hai managed to shout a warning, and Fernand Pellenberg roared, "Look out!" Instantly, the monster's remains exploded violently. Fortunately, Fernand Pellenberg had managed to activate a magic barrier in time, shielding all 3 of them from the blast. Surveying the smoking ruins, Hai anxiously checked on his master. Fernand Pellenberg calmly replied that he was fine, though he couldn't help but feel annoyed that these demons used the exact same self-destruct move every single time. Hai stared pensively at the devastated scene, frustrated that there was no evidence left to analyze. However, Fernand Pellenberg flashed a calculating smile and produced a sparkling magic orb. "Don't worry, I recorded the entire fight." He handed the orb to Hai, telling him to keep it safe, while also ordering him to collect a few of the remaining monster corpses. When the butler looked confused, Fernand Pellenberg insisted that since these were rare, level 4 monsters, they would surely be useful for future business deals. He was a true merchant, he never let anything go to waste. He began to worry about the fate of the World Tree branch, but Arya immediately ran over, beaming as she held a case and shared the good news that the mother tree was perfectly safe. Arya explained that although the box had cracked a little, the protective seal inside had kept everything secure. She let out a sigh of relief, thankful that the treasure hadn't shattered like everything else in the horrific explosion. Arya went to open it to prove it was intact, but Fernand Pellenberg stopped her with a grave expression. He coldly stated that they couldn't just trust the naked eye to know if something had been tainted by magic energy. Fernand Pellenberg began inspecting the box and revealed that this was the exact reason he had commissioned the guild to craft this special artifact. Even though it was incredibly expensive, due to the licensing fees, he was glad he had invested in it. Arya was stunned to see Fernand Pellenberg had prepared for this, and she wondered if he could see the future. Fernand Pellenberg didn't answer. He insisted they check if the branch had been contaminated first. He placed the holy cross on the branch and prayed that the worst hadn't happened. But immediately, a strange light flared up, causing Fernand Pellenberg's face to pale. A pitch-black aura coiled around the branch, confirming the harsh truth. Both Fernand Pellenberg and Arya stood frozen in horror. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, we're finished." Fernand Pellenberg was absolutely livid, realizing the treasure was truly tainted. He couldn't accept that all their hard work to protect it would end in such a miserable failure. In a moment of desperation, Fernand Pellenberg decisively used his hands to snap off the blackened sections. Ignoring Arya's panic, he insisted that as long as they cut away the infected parts, the mother tree's immense vitality could save the branch. Seeing that Arya was still skeptical, Fernand Pellenberg explained that while breaking off the black parts was difficult, it was their only option now. Arya could only nervously warn him not to be reckless and to make sure he washed his hands with holy water after touching that evil substance. Fernand Pellenberg immediately called High over to speed up the process. Both of them began frantically trimming the branch while Arya stood on the sidelines, shouting and urging them on, terrified that the corruption would spread and ruin everything. Finally, the world tree branch was saved and began to glow again, making Arya cheer in excitement. However, looking at the now stunted branch, Fernand Pellenberg worried that anyone could tell. It had been pruned due to some mishap during transit. Arya wore a cunning smile. She asked pointedly if Fernand Pellenberg was trying to find a way to cover this up. Arya suspected he wanted to hide it to protect the Pellenberg family's reputation, but he insisted he just wanted to keep the monster encounter a secret. When Arya questioned why, arguing that the public needed to know about the demons, Fernand Pellenberg launched into a long, persuasive explanation. Finally, Arya understood. "So, you want to be an unsung hero?" Fernand Pellenberg confirmed her guess, noting that if it leaked, the demons would immediately go into hiding, so a cover-up was necessary. He gave a calculating smile and proposed, "You'll be our ally, and we'll fight against these demons together." Thinking about sharing a secret with another noble family, Arya was thrilled and asked if they would be seeing each other often and becoming closer. Fernand Pellenberg had barely nodded before Arya demanded a token of their alliance. The wily girl said that her tongue was prone to slipping, but if she had proof, she would keep the secret until the end of time. She was a master of blackmail. Realizing he'd been cornered, Fernand Pellenberg clicked his tongue. "I'll get you an invitation to the yacht club." Satisfied, Arya cheered. "I love it." When Fernand Pellenberg asked about today's events later, Arya smiled immediately, insisting that nothing had happened. Dealing with the aftermath went quite smoothly. All damaged supplies and carriages were replaced, and new guards were arranged to cover for those who had been injured. Thanks to a miraculous medicinal herb that Fernand Pellenberg fed the World Tree branch, it recovered at lightning speed and looked exactly as it had at the start of their journey. A month later, the Pellenberg merchant caravan arrived safely at the academy. Arya happily held the invitation card in her hand, shouting with excitement. It meant that the Merchant Guild's reputation hadn't suffered at all. "I'll keep the secret," Fernand Pellenberg thought to himself. Now, there was no reason for anyone to suspect his family of colluding with demons. However, looking at the massive damage report from the trip from the 4 golems and 8 carriages to over 500 items lost and 131 staff injured, Fernand Pellenberg realized with pain that while the World Tree branch wasn't contaminated, the cost to achieve that outcome was ridiculously high. "You damn demons. You're going to pay for my robots." Meanwhile, in a dark space shrouded in malevolent energy, a mysterious entity expressed his immense disappointment. "Failure again. I'm truly disappointed." He believed that the first or second failure could be blamed on bad luck or poor timing, but by the third time, it was clear that his subordinate's competence was the issue. "I don't even know what to say, but I'm certain I've contaminated it," the entity coldly concluded. The inability to find traces of contamination meant the subordinate had failed completely. The failed subordinate begged desperately for mercy, but only received a lethal, glowing glare and a cold question in return. "Do you think an apology is enough to save your life?" He hurriedly revealed that Fernand Pellenberg had survived the swarm of Bakjia demonic snakes because he possessed 5 golems at once. This information made the dark entity pause in suspicion. "What? Where did he get that many robots? Could it be that from the very beginning, Fernand Pellenberg had known their entire plan?" But then he dismissed the thought, assuming Fernand Pellenberg was perhaps just overly prepared due to being cowardly or overly cautious. He guessed his subordinate failed simply because Fernand Pellenberg was too meticulous. Just as the subordinate thanked him for his understanding, the entity ruthlessly finished him off. "But that doesn't mean I'll spare your life." Watching the corpse gradually dissolve into black smoke, he mused about the name Fernand Pellenberg and realized that just overthrowing his family wasn't enough. He decided that Fernand Pellenberg was now a bigger obstacle than Ention Amion, and his ambition to kill him intensified. However, the entity decided there was no need to rush. With an eerie smile appearing in the deep darkness, he muttered confidently, "If I lose this round, I'll set up another. Nothing to worry about. Welcome back from your long journey." As soon as Fernand Pellenberg returned, Jay welcomed him with a radiant smile. Sitting in the luxurious room, the saintly man remarked, "There must be a reason you came to see me, even while you're this exhausted." Not wasting any time, Fernand Pellenberg stated bluntly, "I'm quite busy, so I'll get straight to the point. On the way here, I encountered some magical creatures." Hearing the words magical creatures, Jay's expression turned grave. Fernand Pellenberg gritted his teeth, clenching his fist with indignation. The demons aren't even bothering to hide their existence anymore. Jay erupted in anger, shouting, "How dare they touch a distinguished guest of the order?" Seeing the other man overreacting, Fernand Pellenberg coldly poured cold water on him. "If you destroy this place again, I'll send you the repair bill." The wealthy man playing the give me money card made Jay immediately pull back his burning aura and laugh awkwardly. Of course, Fernand Pellenberg continued his story, explaining that although he had dealt with them, unfortunately, something belonging to him had been tainted with demonic energy. Taking out a small wooden box, Fernand Pellenberg suggested, "It felt like a waste to throw it away, so I wanted to ask you to purify it." Looking at the object inside, Jay looked skeptical. It just looked like a piece of wood. Fernand Pellenberg calmly explained that it was a cutting from the World Tree. Hearing the name World Tree from the Fredian region, Jay couldn't help but be stunned. He realized this was exactly what the magical creatures had been targeting throughout the journey. Fernand Pellenberg confirmed it and said he had to use the magical artifact Jay gave him to keep it safe. Faced with the question of whether he could handle it, Jay regained his confidence, laughed loudly, and declared it would be as easy as pie. Jay recalled how he had once purified Bella La Hoan with holy light and loudly declared that it would be a piece of cake. However, just as he was about to cast the spell, Fernand Pellenberg firmly stopped him. "Stop wasting your energy. You're ruining my goods." Jay asked blankly, "Why?" Because this was a proven spell for purifying demonic energy, but Fernand Pellenberg feared its power was too strong and would burn the fragile branch to ash. He demanded Jay use another method besides holy lightning. Although Jay grumbled that it was holy light, not holy lightning, he had no choice but to accept. How else would he get paid? So, the only way was to use holy water. Jay contemplatively looked at the piece of wood and added that one bottle certainly wouldn't be enough. Hearing about money, Fernand Pellenberg frowned and asked Jay if he was sure it would be that expensive and if it would actually work. Jay could only scratch his head and smile weakly, saying they had to try it to know because he himself had never used holy water to purify demonic energy before. Fernand Pellenberg sipped his tea, his heart churning as he realized he was about to spend a fortune on something even the seller couldn't guarantee would work. He secretly cursed the guy for trying to make him spend money on water that was no different from tap water. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg starting to get angry, Jay panicked and reassured him, "Don't worry, if it doesn't work, you don't pay." Fernand Pellenberg stared intensely at the bright red cup of holy water and coldly declared, "I trust you, Jay." However, he immediately launched a psychological attack by expressing concern for the order's reputation if it were exposed that the holy water was useless. Fernand Pellenberg's words left Jay speechless, only able to stammer that they had to try it to know. Fernand Pellenberg leaned close to Jay's face, his eyes glowing with a threatening intensity. "What if you're wrong? And what if the order's image is ruined because of you?" The immense pressure caused Jay to completely collapse. He burst into tears, admitting he had been too arrogant, as a mage should only speak the truth. Jay clasped his hands in repentance, tearfully blaming himself for being too conceited and overconfident, then broke down crying. Jay slumped to the floor, bitterly admitting that although the Order was always prepared to deal with the demons, they hadn't appeared for thousands of years, so they truly lacked practical experience. He lamented that it would be great if there was a sample to test on. Fernand Pellenberg gave a slight, sinister smirk. He held up a vial and declared loudly, "Jay, I will bring you that test subject." Jay knelt down and looked closely, his face filled with amazement when he heard Fernand Pellenberg's introduction. "This is the corpse of a fourth-tier magical creature, a Baksa demonic snake." Jay exclaimed in astonishment. "So that was what you encountered on the way back?" He excitedly realized this was a great opportunity to verify the effectiveness of the holy water in purifying demonic energy and to gather detailed data on the demons. Jay praised him. "Fernand Pellenberg, you truly are my benefactor." But Jay's smile faded when he remembered something. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Wait, don't tell me you intend to pay for the holy water with just this." Fernand Pellenberg smirked sinisterly. "Of course not." He explained that fourth-tier demons were so rare that even in the Great War 1,000 years ago, they were nowhere to be seen, so the price wouldn't be cheap. Fernand Pellenberg laughed loudly and declared, "It's rare. If you want it, cough up more money." Fernand Pellenberg continued to sweet-talk Jay with a persuasive tone. "Jay, think about the future. You know how valuable this opportunity is, right?" He gently shook the sample vial while analyzing that they needed to study the magical creatures before the demons became more aggressive. Seeing Jay still hesitant, Fernand Pellenberg played his trump card. "If you truly don't want to, I can give this to another mage in the Order." Fearing she would lose out on the deal, Jay hurriedly snatched the vial and shouted, "No, this is enough to pay for the holy water." Jay's gaze suddenly turned frantic, and he growled, "I'll find a way to kill them in the most painful way possible, just to witness this terrifying transformation." Fernand Pellenberg could only break into a cold sweat as he warned, "That won't be necessary. All I want is for the world tree to be cleansed." Jay regained his composure and accepted the mission. "Ah," he cleared his throat. "Right. Leave it to me." He curiously asked about the condition of the world tree and received confirmation from Fernand that it was temporarily safe. Jay pondered why the demons were targeting it, a point Fernand Pellenberg had to concede. "I don't know." Jay analyzed that because it was a tree carrying immense magical power, everyone found it useful. Then he suddenly proposed a chilling theory. Perhaps they intend to use it as a vessel to summon a demon. A blind man guessing at an elephant, yet he hit the bullseye. This statement shocked Fernand Pellenberg, as he realized this guy had perfectly guessed the enemy's true conspiracy. Jay anxiously warned that the true identity of the world tree was a top-secret matter. That meant demons had already infiltrated the ranks inside. He eagerly asked if they should start investigating immediately, but Fernand Pellenberg immediately stopped him. He reasoned that they shouldn't rush, because if they brought the Order's forces into the academy now, the situation would easily escalate into a political conflict. Moreover, besides him and Arya Fredian, those who knew about the existence of this treasure were all high-ranking figures at the academy. Hasty actions now would only make them suffer losses. Yes, the Pope was currently very worried now that demons had infiltrated the Empire's top educational institution. Fernand Pellenberg reassured him that he hadn't been sitting idly by. He had quietly placed guards around the World Tree's location with extreme strictness. He understood that as long as the demons hadn't given up on the summoning, they would find every way to pollute that tree at any cost. Fernand Pellenberg's gaze turned icy. He told himself that if luck were on their side, it wouldn't be long before the traitor to humanity was brought to light. Time passed, and the final exams concluded. Meeting Reyna in the academy forest, she asked about his exam performance. Fernand Pellenberg calmly replied that everything was fine, as always, causing Reyna to click her tongue. "Are you even studying? You look exhausted." Fernand Pellenberg laughed smugly, showing off that he had high-end study materials, but Reyna sarcastically called it just taking a shortcut. He immediately retorted that it was a treasure left behind by his seniors, making her just click her tongue and let it go. When asked about her own results, Reyna confidently asserted, "Ugh, so annoying. Carrying the team made me lose first place." Reyna held her head and cried, complaining, "I thought for sure I'd be first this time." Seeing how disappointed she was, Fernand Pellenberg could only sweat and console her. "Who knows? Just winning first place today is enough." The sound of heels clicking rhythmically on the ground interrupted their conversation. Professor Rosalia approached and asked, "Is everyone present?" She began to explain the rules of the final exam to the students. Accordingly, the class would be divided into 4 teams. The winning team would be the one that defeated the most pairs of opponents or captured the most flags from the opposing teams on the map. She smiled and announced, "You are Team 3. Remember each other's faces clearly." The professor stated that each team needed a leader and asked if anyone wanted to volunteer. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly became strangely silent, causing the professor to click her tongue. "What kind of team is this? Acting like scaredy cats." Fernand Pellenberg glanced at Reyna, thinking to himself, "Reyna Chef, I thought you would step up." But then he quickly dismissed the idea of taking charge, as he told himself it was useless. Fernand Pellenberg feared that if he were the leader and the team lost, all the insults would fall on his head. Seeing no one volunteering, Professor Rosalia decisively caught one. "Let's vote for Reyna Chef, everyone." To her surprise, she smiled and suggested the whole team vote to decide. The countdown began. 1, 2. The result was not unexpected, but made Fernand want to faint when Professor Rosalia clearly declared the leader of Team 3 was Fernand Pellenberg. She laughed smugly, saying he was truly well-liked by everyone, having received every single vote. Fernand Pellenberg panicked, trying to refuse. "Professor." Wait, but the sound of his name echoed everywhere. His classmates surrounded him with eyes sparkling with admiration. They insisted that no one was smarter or more deserving than him. Although Fernand Pellenberg tried to be humble, saying his scores weren't the highest, the whole team still firmly trusted in the management skills of this wealthy young master. Even Reyna joined in on this sweet coercion. She looked at him with star-struck eyes and placed all her faith in him. "I believe in you, Fernand Pellenberg." Faced with such high expectations from everyone, especially Reyna, Fernand Pellenberg could only sigh helplessly. He told himself that even though he didn't want to, it seemed there was no other choice but to accept this responsibility. Fernand Pellenberg regained his composure and clearly declared he would try his best to lead the team to first place, while simultaneously calculating that this was a perfect opportunity to make Reyna Chef like him more. Team 3 burst into joy. They were certain that under Fernand's guidance, victory was already in their grasp. "All right then, let me carry this match." The students began chanting Fernand Pellenberg's name enthusiastically, making him feel embarrassed and ask them to stop. Meanwhile, on a high cliff overlooking the scene, Professor Grad wondered why someone who hated trouble like Fernand Pellenberg would agree to be the leader. Professor Rosalia smiled mysteriously. She explained that it was because the team members themselves had trusted and voted for him. Rosalia remarked that the situation was very interesting and curiously asked what Grad thought about which team would win. Looking at the tactical map, Professor Grad judged that the team with the highest chance of winning was Team 1, led by Luer Swaben. With his experience commanding armies when he was a prince, Luer Swaben possessed an overwhelming advantage in leadership and tactics for this exam. However, Professor Rosalia had a deeper perspective. She predicted that the remaining teams would soon join forces to take down the second prince's team, and it was very likely that Team 1 would be eliminated sooner than anyone imagined. A gang-up strategy was about to unfold. Team 2 had Carlos Denner, and Team 3 had Fernand and Rina Bichef. Professor Grad pondered, analyzing the balance of power between the groups. He noted that Team 4 also possessed many talents, making this joint training now. This was nothing less than a war between the Academy's three strongest factions. What Graded found most concerning was the mysterious alliance between Fernand Pellenberg and Rina Bichef. At first, many mistook it for a romance, but Graded firmly denied it. He believed that there must have been an agreement or a secret negotiation between these two families. Behind this unusual bond, because both Pellenberg and Bichef were not trivial families that could be taken lightly. The financial power of the Pellenberg house was beyond debate. As for Bichef, even though they were once on the brink of collapse and had to give up their position as an imperial family, they had strived relentlessly to survive. Currently, the Rina Bichef house was step by step, restoring its former glory with all their might. This powerful resurgence meant the balance of power among the 7 imperial families of the empire was about to undergo earth-shattering changes. Graded admitted that even though he said it didn't concern him, in the end, he couldn't help but worry about these underground political shifts. He turned to question her, right? Professor Rosalia replied with a cold expression as she insisted she had no interest in the power struggles between the families. Graded sarcastically called her a liar, but immediately their attention was drawn by new developments on the magic map. The battle had officially begun, and just as Graded predicted, the remaining teams were starting to unite to wipe out the second prince's Team 1. At Team 1's base, a scout frantically reported that members of other teams were heading toward them, intending to join forces for an all-out attack. We're doomed. The gangs are coming to settle the score. Luer Swaben immediately realized that Fernand Pellenberg was the leader of Team 3 and guessed that this was a plan orchestrated by him. Despite his subordinates' anxiety about taking heavy losses due to being outnumbered, Luer Swaben flashed a sinister and confident smile. He revealed that he had already made his own plans and had secretly talked to Team 2 and Team 4 beforehand. They were just pretending to follow Fernand to stab him in the back. Luer's subordinates could only gasp in shock. What? Luer smirked, recalling how Fernand Pellenberg had taken first place in the midterm exam, causing Carlos Denner to hold a deep grudge. He smugly revealed that Carlos Denner had been visibly delighted to receive the offer to betray Fernand, and even Team 4 quickly changed their minds to cooperate as soon as they heard the two strongest teams were shaking hands. Before his subordinates' confusion about Teams 1, 2, and 4 teaming up to destroy Team 3, Luer confirmed it but unexpectedly ordered his subordinates to go to Team 4's base and take their flag immediately. This left his men absolutely stunned because Luer had just announced they were allies with Team 4. Luer coldly stated that there could only be one winning team in this game, so as soon as Team 3 was eliminated, that alliance would certainly dissolve. Why wait any longer? Let's stab them in the back first. Luer Swaben's plan was to take down Team 4 first, then cooperate with Carlos Denner's team to launch a full attack on Team 3. When his subordinate asked if he knew Fernand Pellenberg would link up with other teams, Luer Swaben confidently claimed he understood his opponent very well. He admitted Fernand Pellenberg was smart, but this time, he would be the one to act faster. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, Fernand was using a telescope to observe and noticed that the strongest members of Team 2 and Team 4 were heading toward Team 1, just as predicted. Seeing Rina wondering why he told the rest of the team to return to base, Fernand Pellenberg casually revealed the real plan. While Team 2 and Team 4 were busy fighting Team 1, they would take the opportunity to sneak into the other team's bases to steal their flags. Rina was stunned and realized, wait, you were the one who asked them to form an alliance. Fernand Pellenberg explained that the weakest ones should stay to guard the base, while the two of them were enough to go steal the flags. Rina paused for a moment, then suddenly stood up, full of excitement. She declared she absolutely loved this plan and asked whether they should attack Team 2's base or Team 4's first. Even when Fernand Pellenberg teased her, asking if she thought he was a coward for betraying the spirit of chivalry, Rina firmly insisted that since he was the leader, she would follow him. because the most important thing was that they both had to take the top spot. What matters is doing well in the exam, not using those cowardly tactics, Rena snapped, trying to hold onto the last bit of her dignity as a knight. Fernand Pellenberg just gave her a side glance, inwardly mocking her for always standing on the sidelines, too busy worrying about justice and naive loyalty. He told himself he would rather be a cowardly winner than a righteous person who had to taste defeat. Seeing Rena internally torn between an angel reminding her of high values and a devil insisting that the world only remembers the victors, Fernand Pellenberg casually asked, "Are you sure? You look like you're suffering." Hit right in the heart, Rena denied it in embarrassment before sighing and admitting, "Fine. I admit I'm a naive kid." Fernand Pellenberg looked at her dejected figure, clicking his tongue, secretly admitting even he didn't like this pragmatic side of himself. "Rena, you'll become a laughingstock if you keep prioritizing honor and justice in this exam." Fernand sighed as he explained. Seeing her bewildered look, he poured cold water on her, asserting that Team 2 and Team 4 had surely betrayed them long ago. Fernand Pellenberg knew clearly that the second prince, Luer Swoben, must have made preparations beforehand. When Rena asked how he could be so sure, Fernand Pellenberg just smirked sinisterly. "Because that's what I would do if I were him. I know him too well." He analyzed that Luer must be, thinking that shaking hands with Team 2 was enough to eliminate Team 3 easily, and to clear the path for an absolute victory, Luer Swoben would definitely attack Team 4 first. At that very moment, a massive explosion occurred at Team 4's base. Just as Fernand predicted, he asserted that Luer had definitely sent his strongest ace to steal the flag to ensure total success. Most likely, that was Anton Denon. This meant that Luer and Anton Denon were separated right now. The notification of Team 4 students being eliminated echoed throughout the forest, signaling the collapse of a temporary alliance. Anton Denon walked quietly according to instructions, inwardly smug when thinking about the betrayal of the other teams. He told himself he wouldn't let the second prince be disappointed in him. Just as he was feeling confident, Rena's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hey there, your time's up, sweetie." Anton Denon was stunned to see Rena appear here instead of participating in the main attack as he had thought. Hearing her say that Fernand Pellenberg had predicted his movements, Anton Denon just smirked with pure disdain. He mocked Rena, saying that if she were eliminated, it wouldn't even faze the second prince, then challenged her to see if someone like her could actually make him fail this exam. Anton Denon gripped his sword hilt, ready for a fight. "Come on then, let's see what you've got." In response, Rena's steady gaze showed she knew the outcome of a battle is never set in stone. The high-stakes showdown officially exploded deep in the woods. Rena dashed forward with lightning speed. Anton Denon wasn't about to be outdone. He swung his sword, creating surging red energy blasts to deflect every one of her rapid-fire attacks. The deafening clash of their blades triggered magical explosions that shook the very air around them. Exploiting the forest terrain, she poured all her strength into a diving strike from mid-air, raining a thunderous blow down onto Anton Denon's head. Anton Denon quickly raised his sword to parry, triggering a terrifying shockwave that sent dirt and stone flying. They locked weapons, their eyes burning with fighting spirit in a suffocating stalemate where neither would yield. As their blades clashed and sparked, Anton Denon unleashed a powerful, fiery attack that made the ground tremble violently and kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Rena nimbly leaped onto a tree branch to dodge the treacherous strike. She silently muttered that the move was truly powerful. Anton Denon's eyes burned with resolve. He kept the pressure on, forcing Rena to struggle to defend herself amidst the constant magical explosions. As the dust began to settle, Anton Denon looked at Rena, who was panting, and asked coldly, "Still want to keep going? So much for your big talk. You're about to walk right into a trap." He smirked arrogantly, claiming his opponent was completely exhausted. Anton Denon began to taunt her, suggesting that Rena knew exactly how a one-on-one duel would end, yet she still insisted on fighting fair and square like some honorable knight. He asserted that honor meant more to her than victory, but found it laughable that she tried to cling to that honor when she wasn't strong enough to protect it. Rena didn't flinch. She looked her opponent straight in the eye and retorted defiantly, "You say that as if you've already won." Just as Anton Denon was reveling in his triumph, a cold voice suddenly rang out, reminding him that the result of a battle is never a foregone conclusion. Anton Denon turned around, horrified, but it was too late to react. A crushing blow from midair suddenly descended, sending debris flying everywhere. Anton Denon gasped in shock. I didn't sense anyone's presence. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had been too careless, letting his opponent wait for the perfect moment to land a decisive blow. Anton Denon bitterly grumbled, "Playing dirty, calling for backup to ambush me." Right behind him, Fernand Pellenberg appeared with a mysterious smile and calmly countered, "You've never actually beaten Rena before, have you?" Fernand Pellenberg asserted that if Anton Denon had been certain she was alone, he would have immediately lowered his guard. Fernand Pellenberg laughed out loud, admitting he had exploited Anton Denon's overconfidence to easily take down Luer Schwaben. He coldly declared that even if they had attacked him at the same time from the start, the result would have been the same. It just would have taken a bit longer. Rena nodded in agreement. Exactly. Fernand Pellenberg decisively turned and walked away, not wanting to waste any more time or energy on just Anton Denon. Rena reminded them they still had to go deal with the first and second squads. Before leaving, Rena told herself that, from now on, she would live more realistically and flexibly, because in war, victory is the only glory that matters. Meanwhile, at the first squad's base, Luer Schwaben was fuming, convinced that the third squad had discovered their plan and run off. He realized that returning to base now was pointless and started to panic, wondering where Fernand Pellenberg was. Looking at the magical surveillance screen, Luer Schwaben was stunned by the truth. He gritted his teeth and crushed the item in his hand when he realized Fernand had already taken down Anton Denon. He bitterly admitted, "Damn, I fell right into that capitalist's trap." At the same time, Carlos Danner noticed the abnormal situation and guessed that Fernand Pellenberg had captured the leader of the first squad. With his pride on the line, Carlos Danner resolved that only he had the strength to stop Fernand Pellenberg. He immediately led his team straight toward the third squad's base, dragging the remaining members of the first squad with him, all of them burning for revenge. Their momentum was as fierce as a revolutionary army. Nothing could stop that fervor. However, a shocking announcement rang out. The entire first squad had been eliminated for failing to protect their flag, leaving onlookers frozen in dismay. The announcement echoed throughout the forest, confirming that the first and fourth squads were officially eliminated. Now it was just a showdown between the second and third squads. A member of the first squad couldn't help but seethe, shouting in frustration that they were kicked out before they even got a chance to fight. Meanwhile, Carlos Diener and his teammates were completely bewildered to find that the third squad wasn't defending their base as they had expected. He deduced that perhaps only Fernand and Rena were the ones hunting down and taking out each squad one by one, from the fourth all the way to Anton Denon. Carlos Danner worried that if the majority of his teammates were still back at the base, his current group was at a complete numerical disadvantage. Just as he was about to stop to assess the situation, a figure suddenly appeared, startling the whole team. Is it the third squad? Have they been ambushing us this whole time? We're doomed. We fell for that scammer's trap. Carlos Danner gritted his teeth, realizing he had walked straight into a prepared snare. Amidst the dark shadows of the forest, Fernand Pellenberg appeared, standing arrogantly on a high tree branch. Looking down at his opponents with a mysterious smile, he calmly called out to Carlos Diener, "Were you planning to come and steal our flag?" Carlos Danner exploded in rage, shouting and questioning why he was here and what kind of dirty tricks he was pulling now. Facing the harsh accusation, Fernand Pellenberg only smirked, feigning innocence as he asked back, "What are you talking about? Do you think everything I do is cheating?" Fernand Pellenberg began using taunts to rub salt into his opponent's wounded pride. "That's so sad to hear. I wonder what I did to make you hate me so much." He kept lobbing provocative questions. "Is it because I'm with Rena? Does that sting? Or is it because I knew your strategy before you even used it in the last exam? Does that sting? Or is it because I topped the midterm exams? Does it sting?" The repeated, mocking questions felt like psychological torture, making Carlos Danner go mad with rage, veins popping out on his forehead. Unable to hold back any longer, Carlos Danner roared decisively, "If you've got guts, come out and fight me one-on-one in a magic duel. If you're a real mage, you'll accept." Responding to that outburst, Fernand Pellenberg only gave a blunt reply, "No." The cold refusal left Carlos Danner frozen. Why not? "I'm a merchant, not a mage, and a merchant always prioritizes efficiency. I don't need to duel you to take you down." Before Carlos Danner's stunned face, Fernand Pellenberg flashed a wicked smile and decisively ordered an attack. Immediately, Rena shot out from the shadows like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a powerful strike directly into Carlos Danner's formation. The battle between the two teams broke out, fierce and intense, with magical blasts and sword strikes intertwining. Team 3 initially had a clear advantage thanks to their seamless coordination, but the tide turned quickly as the rest of Team 2 swarmed into the fray. The clash dragged on endlessly without a winner, forcing the two observing professors to speak up. Professor Rosalia noted that with both sides suffering heavy casualties, the students decided to hunker down and defend the flag instead of risking an attack. Professor Grad agreed, noting they needed time to recover. But if things stayed as they were, the test wouldn't progress at all. Rosalia immediately decided to change the rules to break the stalemate. A shocking announcement went out. Key rules were changed, the test boundaries would shrink drastically, forcing the teams to confront each other soon. The professor really turned up the heat with that battle royale mode. Hearing the news, Fernand Pellenberg and his teammates were stunned as the situation suddenly grew more tense than ever. The second rule was even harsher. Each team had to choose a single member to carry the flag, and if that person was eliminated, the entire team would be disqualified instantly. Looking at the map, which was flashing red to signal a return to the designated area, Fernand Pellenberg mused, realizing they only had 30 minutes left. Rena shouted in anger when she saw the new boundary zone favoring Team 2's base. It was a clear injustice that made her feel deeply resentful. Realizing the professors wouldn't give them a moment to rest, Fernand Pellenberg decisively handed the flag to G and ordered her and the other teammates to retreat to the rear and hide to preserve their strength. To ensure absolute safety, Fernand Pellenberg gave G an incredibly high-level defensive artifact. Looking at the glowing gem in her hand, G was stunned by its value. But Fernand Pellenberg still felt uneasy. He continued to pull out a large handful of other rare treasures and shoved them all into her hands. Seeing this display of insane generosity, G gasped, saying that this pile was enough to buy an entire house, and asked if they were too valuable. Fernand Pellenberg just casually replied, "Just use them. My family has nothing but money." As the team captain, Fernand Pellenberg told himself he had to be responsible for leading the team to final victory. Looking at his confident back, G was moved, thinking to herself that she had been wrong to see him as a crazy penny pincher. It turned out Fernand Pellenberg was actually a very kind person. Capitalist investment only works if it pays off. After all, in reality, Fernand Pellenberg was just seeing this pile of treasures as a worthy investment, because he knew Rena would be very happy if the team took first place. The group set out decisively, unaware that a massive danger was silently waiting for Team 3 ahead. Right in the middle of the deep forest, Carlos Denner and his team were lying in ambush and coldly spoke up. "You've arrived. We've been waiting for you." Seeing his opponent walk right into the trap, Carlos Denner wore a sinister smile. He mocked Fernand Pellenberg, calling him a fool for digging his own grave. Fernand Pellenberg calmly replied that if he hadn't come here, he surely would have failed the exam due to the changed rules. That remark set Carlos Denner off. He shouted, claiming he knew everything, and declared that this time, Fernand Pellenberg would never defeat him ever again. Faced with his opponent's heated attitude, Fernand Pellenberg only responded with a bored expression, which made Carlos Denner even more furious. "That blank look on your face makes me sick." Even though Fernand Pellenberg insisted he didn't mean to look down on him, Carlos Denner kept shouting, questioning why someone who had lived like a shadow for so long suddenly wanted to compete for first place. He couldn't accept Fernand Pellenberg's indifference and challenged him. "Let's see if you can stay indifferent when you see this." Instantly, Carlos Denner and his team raised their staffs in unison, activating a brilliant blue magic stream that emitted terrifying pressure. Rena realized something was wrong, while Fernand Pellenberg calmly explained that it was a combined magic, where many mages pool their mana together to amplify the power of the spell to the maximum level. Rena realized that combined magic consumes a massive amount of mana, and Carlos Denner was pouring everything into a single strike. Rena panicked because this attack was too powerful. It was like trying to take down a pack of monsters. Fernand knew the professors were standing by to intervene if there was an emergency, so he ordered Rena to charge and stop the opponent from completing the magic circle. In theory, combined magic requires complex calculations and a lot of time, so if they took them down before they finished, they would win. Theory is fine, but reality hit them hard. Rena was blocked by the opposing team members. They declared she wouldn't get past them easily. In a fit of rage, Rena yelled, ordering her teammates to take down everyone from Team 2 to clear the path. Just then, Carlos Denner triumphantly announced that the magic was completed much earlier than expected. Fernand Pellenberg was shocked, realizing Carlos Denner had used a magic item to shorten the spell's casting time. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg's stunned face, Carlos Denner sneered, "Did you think only you had the money to buy items?" A massive magic circle lit up the sky. Carlos Denner roared, "Everyone, get out of the way. Die, Fernand Pellenberg." He poured all his power into a destructive attack. Fernand Pellenberg wasn't one to be outdone, as he exhausted his mana to create a bright red barrier to resist it head-on. A terrifying explosion occurred, shaking the entire forest, while Carlos Denner laughed maniacally amidst the thick smoke and dust. As the smoke cleared, Fernand Pellenberg struggled to sit up among the rubble, telling himself that if he hadn't managed to break the ground and hide in the underground cavern just in time, he would have lost his life. Rena breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the map was still glowing, meaning they hadn't been eliminated from the competition yet. Fernand Pellenberg was also at ease because he knew G, carrying the flag, would surely survive thanks to the expensive defensive artifacts he had given her earlier. Looking around the deep pit, they both realized the ground had collapsed and they had fallen deep underground with it. Just as they were about to go find the others for fear they might have been eliminated, Rena's expression changed. She pointed tremblingly toward the darkness. "Fernand Pellenberg, behind you." Fernand Pellenberg froze when he felt something unusual. He touched the rock wall and gasped in surprise. Something's here. What is this? Instantly, a glowing symbol appeared, leaving both him and Rina stunned. It was the crest of the Amion family. It was a message from the founding emperor. Neither of them could believe why the great emperor would leave the family crest in such a remote place. Fernand Pellenberg silently mocked the excessive kindness of his ancestors for not only leaving a trace but also recording the clear coordinates. He concluded that this was clearly a secret dungeon. It seemed the Ention Amion family had hidden something important here. Fernand Pellenberg laughed bitterly at his bad luck as he never found treasures at the right time, then decided to report this back to him. He felt secretly lucky that his companion at this moment was Rina, because if it were anyone else, this treasure would surely have been looted clean. Fernand Pellenberg quickly used magic to conceal the entrance. While Rina urged him, he hurried to leave. The exam wasn't over yet. In the forest devastated by the explosion, Carlos Denner was panting with exhaustion but couldn't hide his triumphant smile. He was certain Fernand Pellenberg had lost his life and that the first-place spot was definitely his. But Carlos Denner's smile vanished when Fernand Pellenberg suddenly appeared behind him with glowing red eyes full of killing intent. Fernand Pellenberg coldly ordered, "Finish him off. Rina be chef." Immediately, a steel-like hand gripped Carlos Denner's shoulder, leaving him no room to react. Rina roared in anger, "Pay for your crimes, you village wrecker." She swiftly turned to grab the Team 2 flag, officially ending the practical exam with a landslide victory for Team 3. After calculating the total semester grades, the final rankings were finally announced. Rina Chef officially rose to the top spot, pushing Anton Denendones and Alia Tortega down to the subsequent positions. Looking at the results, Rina wore a confident and proud smile. The final semester rankings had just been released. Fernand Pellenberg leisurely approached Rina and offered his congratulations. "You finally made it to first place." "Congrats," Rina replied modestly. "Oh, thank you, Fernand." Noticing her thoughtful expression, he pressed, "But you don't look very happy, do you?" Rina sighed and admitted, "Well, I feel like I reached first place not entirely through my own efforts. If it weren't for your help, this wouldn't have been possible." Fernand Pellenberg brushed it off nonchalantly. "Regardless, you're still in first place." Rina bowed her head, her voice filled with worry. "I'm afraid that I'm becoming a burden to you." Fernand clicked his tongue in frustration. "Good grief, you really are stubborn." He thought to himself. She wasn't like other kids these days, always obsessing over such trivial matters. Seeing that Fernand Pellenberg seemed displeased, Rina sulked. "All right, it's my fault for bringing it up." Fernand Pellenberg immediately softened his tone to reassure her. "Don't think about it so much." "What? I've never thought of you as a burden, so don't worry." This guy was flirting so smoothly, melting her heart. He added one more thing to put her at ease. "Besides, I also reached first place thanks to your help." Seeing her still bewildered, asking if that were true, Fernand Pellenberg nodded slightly. "Yeah, so don't worry. If you keep working hard, you'll become even stronger." Hearing those sincere words of encouragement, Rina beamed with a radiant smile. "All right, I'll try even harder next time." Fernand Pellenberg smiled faintly. "Good," Rina excitedly declared. "Then I look forward to continuing as your partner." Watching her expression shift from grumpy to happy, Fernand Pellenberg felt smug. "As I thought, she seems to like me more than before. Her expression is clearly different." Suddenly, a hand slapped hard onto Fernand Pellenberg's shoulder, accompanied by the sarcastic voice of the second prince, Lure Swaben. "Being at the top feels great, doesn't it? Wipe that grin off your face." Fernand Pellenberg replied casually. "Actually, I wasn't aiming for it, but it does feel pretty good." He glanced behind him and added, "It's just that I feel like the one who used to be in first place is staring daggers at my back." Behind them, Anton Denon was fuming with rage. "I told you to go easy on him, didn't I?" Lure Swoben dropped his playful act. He pondered deeply, noting that this exam had too many unexpected variables, leaving him shocked to see Fernand and Rina at the top. He pointed forward and concluded, "But the one who shocks me the most is this guy." The first-year night class rankings for the first semester had just been posted, and the name Ention was sitting firmly in second place. From a freshman who started at 38th place, after just one semester, he had surged forward, surpassing a slew of formidable opponents. Witnessing this meteoric growth, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but feel excited. He cheered. "His stock is rising. Keep climbing to the top, kid." He silently calculated that by now, Ention must be on his way to the location he had indicated, where the legacy of the founding emperor was kept. Once he obtained that treasure, the hero's power would reach a whole different level. Right then, deep in the dense forest, Ention was holding a map and walking quietly. He whispered to his guardian spirit, "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Gagner Anfin Fasten replied nonchalantly that he frequently came here during training sessions but had simply forgotten. Seeing Ention look skeptical about his family's secret, The old man only remembered when he heard the name of the upstart, Fernand, mention it. Ention was speechless, watching the old man mumble excuses about having too much to remember, leading to his oversight. Deep down, Ention felt grateful. Luckily, Fernand Pellenberg was the one who found it. If it had been someone else, they would have stolen it. Hearing that, Gagner Anfin Fasten immediately poured cold water on the idea. He still couldn't believe that a money grubber like him was kind enough to tip them off instead of snatching it for himself. Ention sighed and asked, "When will you finally trust him? He's not a thief." Anfin Fasten shouted back stubbornly, asserting that he only needed Fernand Pellenberg's money, but would never put his trust in him. The ancestor was clear-headed, determined to keep his dignity. Faced with the ancestor's vow to never trust him, even in death, Ention just casually reminded him that he had already died once. The two stopped in front of a familiar mountain forest. Ention confirmed this was the location they needed to find based on the map. Even though this place had just gone through the chaos of the second-year exam, he guessed the professors had used magic to restore it to its original state. Gagner Anfin Fasten pointed toward a dark rock crevice and asserted that the legacy was underground. The entrance was right there. Approaching the cave entrance, Ention curiously asked if Gagner Anfin Fasten had also been sealed in a place like this. The old man brushed it off, thinking the seal patterns here were too obvious, but the important thing was that it remained hidden well enough to wait for its successor. With extreme excitement, the old man urged Ention to hurry inside to receive the legacy. Just as he stepped deep into the cave, Ention was shocked to realize there were signs of an intruder. Who was fast enough to beat me to it? But Fernand Pellenberg said he cast concealment magic. As he moved further into the darkness, a cold and heavy aura rushed toward him, making him shudder as he called out for Gagner. The guardian spirit immediately identified it as demonic energy. He couldn't fathom how those damn demons managed to sniff out this secret place. But right in front of them, giant demonic scorpions with glowing red eyes appeared, surrounding the path. Gagner warned in a serious tone that these were level 7 demonic creatures, each possessing power equal to a real knight, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Before the question of whether he could do it, Ention replied firmly, "What are these scorpions compared to me?" He gripped his sword hilt, channeling all his magic power, causing the blade to burst into a blinding glow. Witnessing Ention take down the target swiftly, Gagner didn't spare any praise for his student's remarkable progress. Ention also silently admitted that if it were a few months ago, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to do this. Suddenly, the old man screamed, "Move!" Just as a blast of red, dark energy suddenly descended from behind with terrifying destructive power. Amidst the thick dust, a stranger with a demon mask and overwhelming murderous intent stepped forward. He coldly declared that Ention was a major obstacle to their plans and mocked him as someone with cursed blood. Ention was shocked and gasped. A demon. The demon rushed toward him with terrifying speed, launching attacks with sharp, deadly claws, aiming straight for his weaknesses. Two streams of light and dark energy clashed violently, creating magic explosions that shook the dark dungeon as Ention exhausted all his strength to fend off the 1,000-pound blows. Gagner screamed in Ention's mind. "I was worried the moment I sensed that massive demonic aura coming from him." "Stay focused." Ention was struggling to hold out, blood trickling from a wound on his forehead, blurring his vision. The old man continued to warn him in high tension. "This guy is a major boss. Watch out, or you're toast, kid." The demon, with a twisted smile and burning red eyes, exuded a suffocating killing intent. He stood tall amidst the dust and smoke, coldly declaring, "Die." Instantly, a surge of killing intent from Gen Hax suddenly crashed down. Gagner Anfin Fazen shouted, "Gen Hax." He frantically searched in vain. "Where is he?" Suddenly, the devil appeared right behind him with a grotesque grin. He was stunned, realizing the massive gap in their strength. He couldn't believe it. He was too fast. He couldn't track his movements at all. Sharp claws pierced through his defense, pushing the hero into a corner. He coldly finished, "Game over, kid. Head to the afterlife." Just as the claws were about to strike, a powerful surge of magic intervened, dispelling the darkness. LM recognized the familiar figure approaching. "Good thing I decided to check it out." Fernand Pellenberg appeared with imposing dignity, his cloak fluttering and his staff glowing brightly in Gen Hax's hand. He smirked arrogantly. "Looks like I made the right choice." Seeing him kneeling in exhaustion, Fernand Pellenberg hurried over to check on him. "Are you okay?" But upon seeing the severe wounds on his body, he sighed to himself. Looks like the answer is no. Despite the intense pain, still managed to wheeze out his gratitude. "Thank you, Fernand Pellenberg." Fernand Pellenberg watched him pensively. He hadn't expected the future hero to be so heavily injured. His gaze turned sharp toward the enemy, inwardly noting that the demons had sent another formidable foe. He sensed this one was different, seemingly holding more secrets than the previous ones. He had to interrogate this guy at all costs. A calculated smile appeared on Fernand Pellenberg's lips. Things are getting interesting. Seeing his senior's confidence, and nervously warned him, "Senior, don't get cocky. This guy hits really hard." Immediately, the demon with the pale, terrifying face mocked him. "Fernand Pellenberg, are you here to hand over your life?" Fernand Pellenberg narrowed his eyes in surprise. "You know me." The demon grinned, affirming that knowing Fernand Pellenberg was only natural, as his group had ruined their plans more than once. He growled, revealing that the demons had spent a fortune clearing out all the pawns Fernand Pellenberg had planted in the guild, and it was a real nuisance. Being a demon is a headache when you're broke. With a wicked smile, the demon announced that he had intended to play a little longer before sending them to hell, but if he could kill both him and the Ention Amion descendant today, his master would surely be pleased. Fernand Pellenberg bowed his head slightly, hiding his eyes behind his cloak and muttering coldly, "I was originally going to make your death quick if you revealed who's behind this, but I guess that's off the table." Without giving his opponent a moment to react, he dashed off like a ghost. The battle erupted violently, moving at dizzying speeds as he poured all his power into crushing the one who dared to challenge him. Repeated collisions triggered magical explosions that shook the dark dungeon, crumbling the surrounding rock. Watching from afar, In couldn't help but gasp in shock. No way. He was stunned by his senior's overwhelming power, internally noting that Fernand Pellenberg wasn't losing ground at all against this formidable opponent. He realized that Fernand Pellenberg's lightning-fast movements were impossible without a massive reserve of magic. He wondered in awe. Did he buy a VIP pass for infinite mana? Even though he knew Fernand was skilled since their last fight against the demons, he still couldn't believe his senior's true strength had reached such a terrifying level. Streaks of red light flared as both opponents went all out in an uncompromising duel. The demon smirked and taunted. "Ha, you're a bit better than Amion, but this child's play should end here." He radiated arrogance, asserting that no matter how talented Fernand Pellenberg was, he was ultimately just an academy student, and firmly declared, "There's no way you can beat me." With a wicked grin and a sneer, the demon was certain he possessed the absolute power to end the match. Contrary to his opponent's triumph, Fernand Pellenberg wore a mysterious smile. "Is it that funny? Do you even know what you're standing on, Gen Hacks?" The demon panicked, realizing a giant, glowing magic circle had trapped his feet. He didn't even understand what happened before he was toast. Instantly, a massive pillar of flame with devastating power erupted from the earth, completely engulfing the demon in a blinding light. "You bastard! How dare you!" The demon lunged forward with burning red, murderous eyes, roaring, "Die." But Fernand Pellenberg stood calm, waving his staff to unleash a surge of intense purple magic that completely overwhelmed his opponent. The demon was stunned to see his defense crumble, stuttering in disbelief. "Are you hacking the game? Why is an Earth user casting fire?" Fernand Pellenberg smirked, revealing a mysterious smile. "Actually, my highest compatibility is with the fire element." As Fernand Pellenberg finished speaking, the demon was consumed by the sea of flames, screaming miserably, "Ah!" Fernand Pellenberg looked down coldly at the writhing creature, flicking his finger in contempt. "You talk too much. Stay down." Instantly, massive boulders collapsed, locking the demon's body in place. Fernand Pellenberg stepped hard onto the rubble, activated a magic seal right on the opponent's forehead, and casually asked, "So, can we talk now? Tell me, who are you working for?" The demon only responded with stubbornness. "Nonsense." Fernand Pellenberg sighed, his expression turning indifferent. "Nonsense? Still angry? I guess that wasn't painful enough." He silently pulled out a glittering blue vial, remarking that since demons have high endurance, he would use something more special. Fernand Pellenberg leaned close to the demon's ear, whispering wickedly, "You know what this is? Super spicy fish sauce, honey." As the liquid from the vial touched his skin, the demon shrieked in agony. The heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the dark dungeon. Fernand Pellenberg stood observing the blue smoke rising from his opponent's body and calmly explained, "That's holy water. It's going to burn your internal organs. It must hurt a lot, right?" Despite being brutally tortured, the demon gritted his teeth, declaring he would never open his mouth, and even threatened to self-destruct to drag everyone down with him. Fernand Pellenberg immediately pressed his hand onto his chest, locking his magic heart, and coldly declared, "Enough. If I apply pressure here, you won't be able to self-destruct anymore." Fernand Pellenberg smiled wickedly, looking straight into the demon's eyes, which were trembling with fear. "I told you, I won't let you die that easily. Remember when you said you'd toy with my family and me before killing us? Messing with the wrong person, aren't you?" His eyes blazed with killing intent as he declared, "I'm going to do the exact same thing to you." The demon shrieked in desperation before suddenly erupting into maniacal laughter. "Just wait, Fernand Pellenberg. Don't think for a second that this is over." He glared at Fernand Pellenberg, spitting out his final curse. "He has decided to strip you of everything. Your money, your honor, your power, your family, and even your life. Just wait, you'll be out on the streets soon enough. The demon's threat echoed through the silent space before he completely vanished. Fernand Pellenberg stood silently in the dungeon, his crimson eyes deep in thought, clearly strained by the prophecy of his own downfall. He was terrifying. E looked at Fernand Pellenberg's back, trembling with genuine fear. Before his eyes flashed fragmented memories of the senior's brutality while facing the enemy. From being burned and blown up to being stabbed and completely crushed, Fernand Pellenberg had finished off the demon with chilling coldness. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, E wondered in shock, my God, how can he be like this? Right then, the spirit ner had to admit, I know he's a damn demon, but that was just too cruel. The old man was stunned by Fernand Pellenberg's seemingly infinite mana, as he could freely manipulate two elements and use the environment to his advantage. To Nair, the way Fernand coolly tore the demon apart was truly a mesmerizing work of art. Contrary to the old man's excitement, E felt a chill down his spine at the excessive cruelty. Just as he was about to speak up, Nair immediately scolded him for being a fool to say such things about a reliable ally. The old man firmly declared that a man shouldn't dwell on the past and instantly became a die-hard fan of Fernand Pellenberg. Nair insisted, this guy is the real deal. From now on, I'm his biggest fan. E could only stare in silence as his guardian spirit did a complete 180, turning from hatred to showering Fernand Pellenberg with praise. After the battle ended, Fernand Pellenberg approached him, used magic, and said, I just gave you first aid. He thoughtfully added that he would send a healer from his guild to provide further care. When he suggested going to the Academy's infirmary, Fernand Pellenberg warned him sternly, these aren't your typical wounds. What if someone finds out you encountered a demon? Feeling that meticulous care, E felt touched. What a kind senior, taking such good care of his junior. To E's thanks, Fernand Pellenberg just coolly stated, we're allies, don't feel indebted. Wait, man, why is this room so empty? E wondered as he looked around the vast space and realized there was still another level below. He explained that the founding emperor knew the demons would return, so he secretly hid sacred artifacts in various places, and this was one of them. Fernand Pellenberg pretended not to know, but inwardly, he watched E's every move. The Amion descendant revealed that these things only react to royal bloodline, then decisively cut his palm to activate the hidden mechanism. E realized that was likely why the demon earlier couldn't get down here. Standing before the dungeon entrance, Fernand Pellenberg hesitated, asking if it was really okay for him to enter. E smiled and assured him it was perfectly fine, as Fernand Pellenberg was his lifesaver. The two quietly descended the dark stone stairs. E curiously asked, I feel like if you specialize in the fire element, you'd be a much stronger mage. Why did you choose Earth? Fernand Pellenberg replied nonchalantly. To find minerals. He added a hyper-pragmatic reason. Becoming stronger wouldn't help a merchant like him at all. E suddenly asked if he could take the dead demon's remains. Fernand Pellenberg agreed immediately, but wondered what he intended to do with them. He revealed that the previous demon was handed over to the church for use as research material to create anti-demon items, and they really loved the gift. Fernand Pellenberg casually mentioned that the church had chopped up the demon for research, making E shudder in horror. Damn it. Those church people still act like lunatics. Seeing Fernand Pellenberg ask what he just said, E quickly brushed it off. Moments later, E became excited as the two reached their destination. Before them stood an ancient, glowing sword. Fernand Pellenberg curiously asked if that white object was the founding emperor's sacred artifact. E confirmed it was just a decoration for his sword, but then he froze when he saw the giant painting on the cliff wall. It was an image of incredibly powerful demons. Pointing at the painting, E explained that it was the 72nd demon, Andromalius. Beside it was the 71st demon named Dantalion. Fernand Pellenberg pondered the name Dantalion with suspicion. Looking at the painting, E remarked that they were glaring at each other, guessing that demons probably didn't get along either. He asserted that demons had factions just like humans, and 1,000 years ago, the founding emperor exploited this division to turn the tide of the war. E decisively grabbed the sacred artifact and attached it to his sword hilt. A brilliant aura radiated from the artifact as E attached it, and he smiled faintly. Yet a deep sense of guilt rose in his heart. Looking at Fernand Pellenberg, E hesitated. It feels bad to take it all for myself. I really want you to get what you want, too. Responding to that sincerity, Fernand Pellenberg put on a noble face. It's fine. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a friend. I don't do these things expecting anything in return. A true saint of charity who loves counting money. This fake sacrifice moved E so much his eyes sparkled. He secretly admired Fernand Pellenberg as a truly wonderful person. Senior is so cool. With the pride of a knight, E refused to be in debt. No, a knight must repay his debts. So, whatever you want, just tell me. Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Fernand Pellenberg cleared his throat, acting hesitant, then pointed at the cliff wall. Ahem, if you insist, there actually is something I want, those magic lamps. I've been counting since the entrance. Fernand Pellenberg had calculated exactly 100 magic lamps installed along the path, and for a money-obsessed guy like him, this was nothing short of an exposed treasure trove. E asked back, "Those cheap lamps? Are you sure that's enough? Are you sure that'll cover it?" He even enthusiastically suggested his senior should ask for something more expensive, as he planned to work as a mercenary during the break to pay off his debt. Fernand Pellenberg cursed under his breath, thinking the kid had no clue about the true value of luxury goods, but he put on a generous face. "It's fine, that's more than enough." Seeing the kid so gratefully tell him to take whatever he wanted made Fernand Pellenberg sigh to himself. Man, he's still so naive. Picking up the lamp in his hand, Fernand Pellenberg asked again to be sure about his plan to work as a mercenary. The kid confirmed it was just a way to get some real-world training and gain combat experience during the upcoming break. Just as Fernand Pellenberg nodded in approval, a sudden, splitting headache struck him. In his dazed state, the prophecy flashed before his eyes once again. A reminder that heading out into the real world during the 70-day break would be a huge help to him. En went to a mercenary guild to pick out a suitable mission, but he froze when he saw the details of the target. Huh! Why am I encountering a villain while doing freelance work? In the back of Fernand's mind, a dark entity with a creepy grin was smugly declaring, "Thank you for giving me this chance." He mocked En for leaving the safety of the academy to step into danger all on his own. A sharp, splitting headache forced Fernand Pellenberg to his knees. He could only scream in his subconscious, "Run." Seeing En suddenly clutching his head, En asked worriedly, "Is your head hurting?" Fernand Pellenberg looked up hazily. He silently cursed, always getting caught up in trouble. The prophecy warned that the academy couldn't teach him everything, and that En should go work as a mercenary to gain real-world combat experience against demonic creatures. Yet, that evil voice echoed with sarcasm, "Thanks, En, for walking into danger all by yourself." At the same time, in a dark library, the mastermind was flipping through an ancient book. He was shocked to read the words, "Commentas is dead." Commentas, he muttered in disbelief. He realized that at the very moment Commentas was about to finish off En, Fernand Pellenberg had appeared and ruined the entire plan. A burst of rage made him grit his teeth, his eyes glowing with resentful red light. That rich brat is meddling again. Even for a genius progressing at lightning speed like Ention Amion, Commentas was still an incredibly tough opponent. Yet, the mastermind in the shadows couldn't help but be stunned to hear that Fernand Pellenberg had personally finished off Commentas. He couldn't believe his subordinate had been defeated so easily. At first, he thought Fernand Pellenberg catching those demons at the yacht club or destroying monsters during escort missions was just pure luck. But now, the harsh truth forced him to reconsider. It turns out he's been playing the fool to catch the tiger all this time. The leader of the demons smirked and ordered a complete adjustment of the plan. From now on, Fernand Pellenberg must be treated as a threat equal to Ention, and he must be monitored very closely. He emphasized that every future step must account for the interference of Fernand Pellenberg and the Pellenberg family, while also ordering the immediate elimination of En if he shows even the slightest opening. However, the demons soon realized an alarming fact. We've been exposed. Both Ention Amion and Fernand Pellenberg already know of their existence. The fact that the Academy has remained silent despite having the information proves they have realized the infiltration and are quietly gathering forces to retaliate. The mastermind decided they must strike before the whole world learns of their presence, and the highest priority target right now is to kill both En and Fernand Pellenberg at any cost. Meanwhile, at the Academy, Fernand Pellenberg is quietly preparing a bodyguard for En for the upcoming break. He sought out Barrow's Diner, the fourth-ranked student in the night department, and proposed he guard Ention. Even though Barrows humbly admitted that En was much stronger than him, being ranked second, while he was only fourth, Fernand Pellenberg reassured him that he didn't need to interfere too deeply. He only needed Barrows to be nearby while doing mercenary training to ensure this hero didn't lose his life. That would be enough. Even though Barrow's Diner was young, he was a disciple of the King of Mercenaries and was leading an entire guild, so Fernand Pellenberg believed he was the most reliable person to protect En from the demons. According to the prophecy, Barrows would later become a close friend of Ention, so Fernand Pellenberg told himself that having them become friends earlier wouldn't be a problem. Barrows confirmed the bizarre request. "So, you mean I have to ensure he doesn't realize I'm his bodyguard, while still stopping him from dying?" However, as soon as he heard about the pay, the mercenary's eyes instantly turned into coin shapes, filled with excitement. He exclaimed in amazement, "The Fernand Pellenberg family is truly on a different level." Then, he bowed and swore he wouldn't let Fernand down before receiving well wishes from the wealthy young master. Another person conquered by the scent of money. The final exams ended, and Ention Amion Academy entered a long break in an extremely jubilant atmosphere. Yet, some chose to stay for their own reasons. Varen stayed behind alone, knowing that going home would only mean being treated like trash. Meanwhile, Arya Fredian was determined to stay to protect the Mother Tree. As for Jay, the young saint, he was full of excitement about the plan to dissect the demon that Fernand had brought back for research before temporarily leaving the academy. Standing in the middle of Rena's cluttered room of luggage, Fernand Pellenberg received an indifferent answer. Me? I'm going home. When he asked about the return date, she planned to be back 2 weeks early to prepare for the new semester. Hearing the 2-week mark, Fernand Pellenberg narrowed his eyes calculatedly. He knew clearly that right before the semester began, the demon Andromalius would be summoned, so he didn't need to do anything extra. Rena would naturally be there for that destined battle. What about you? Fernand Pellenberg asked softly when he saw Rena had finished packing. He stated that he would also be going home because there were many major matters that needed to be resolved. Before parting ways, Fernand Pellenberg handed Rena a small blue box and instructed, "If anything happens during the break, contact me." He explained that this was a directly connected communication device, exquisitely designed as an earring, allowing them both to communicate freely within a 3-kilometer range. Rena asked blankly, "Huh? My home is so far away. So how would I use this?" Causing Fernand Pellenberg to explain with a helpless chibi expression that this was meant to prevent trouble at the academy, not for use during the break. Although still a bit hesitant, Rena accepted the special gift. "Well then, goodbye. See you in 2 months." Fernand Pellenberg waved goodbye and quietly left, leaving her standing there, dazed, wishing him a happy break. Suddenly, Rena's nanny appeared from behind, making her jump in terror. She curiously asked about the item Fernand Pellenberg had just given her, and with a suspicious look, she bluntly declared it looked like a ring box. A betrothal ring? The nanny was shipping them faster than the speed of light. Rena turned bright red and hurriedly waved her hands in denial, because, in reality, it wasn't the kind of ring she was thinking of. At the magnificent Fernand Pellenberg mansion, Hai reported to Duke Ivan Pellenberg that young Master Fernand Pellenberg had returned. When Hai suggested the two have tea together, Ivan Pellenberg grumpily noted that Fernand Pellenberg had barely shown his face before rushing off, citing urgent business to handle. He clicked his tongue with regret. I intended to praise him for taking first place in his class and having a proper father-son conversation. Although he guessed his son was, perhaps just tired after the long trip, Ivan Pellenberg still wondered what could be so urgent that Fernand Pellenberg had to rush. Hai was certain the young master had gone to check the library, while also mentioning a project in the capital he had been working on for months that was still unfinished. Ivan Pellenberg silently admitted that it wasn't something that could be done easily, but Fernand Pellenberg had promised to finish it before the break ended. He wondered if his son intended to sell that product. Asking where the rush was coming from, he received a surprising answer from Hai, who said that Fernand Pellenberg didn't seem to have any intention of selling it. Standing in the middle of the garden, Hai curiously asked the master directly, why spend money to hire a nanny for him? Fernand Pellenberg silently flipped through a book, his gaze turning incredibly serious as he admitted he really wanted to do it himself. But for now, he has too many other troubles that need to be prioritized. Hai suggested sending someone from the guild to save on costs, since there is no shortage of skilled knights in the academy, but Fernand Pellenberg firmly insisted that Barrows was the only one he could trust. Hai wondered if his master was close to him. Fernand Pellenberg nonchalantly admitted that it was the first time the two of them had spoken. Hai remained skeptical about placing trust in someone they didn't really know, but Fernand Pellenberg just calmly replied that NM wasn't the type to be killed so easily. When asked if it was really necessary to spend money to hire a bodyguard for him, Fernand Pellenberg clearly stated that it was. He understood that the future was gradually changing due to his own interference, and no one knew what might happen next. The fact that he almost died at the hands of an incredibly powerful demon was something completely absent from the prophecy. Fernand Pellenberg realized that the demons that once wanted to bankrupt him were now aiming directly for his life. Perhaps from now on, the demons that appear will be much stronger than what the prophecy had foretold. Furthermore, the arrival of the archdemon Andromalius is imminent. The game's difficulty has increased, and if he doesn't use cheats, he's done for. He flashed a calculated smile, thinking to himself, if the game gets harder, I'll just get richer. Standing in the massive workshop, Fernand Pellenberg began preparing his most powerful weapon, a magnificent piece of equipment suspended by chains, radiating a brilliant surge of magical power. That is the ultimate power that only a wealthy merchant like him could ever possess. That's the end of the video. If you guys enjoyed it, don't forget to hit the like button so the channel can bring you more great stories. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.